smooth as
Is this
velvet.
working? Yeah. We're a little crooked. That's fine. Welcome, everybody, to the classiest place on earth. I apologize for that little delay. GoXLR decided to freeze and take a fucking restart on me. Like a dick. Good morning. Welcome back. I'm back now and I missed you. How are you doing? Good morning. I'm moving chat so I can actually see you guys. So it's not the fuck way over there. Good fucking morning. Am I talking? Now I am. Can you hear me? Oh, thank the lords. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing? Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday? Who fucking knows? Fully recovered, no shit, Kona. Like, totally. Oh, I'm so fucking happy. That was relatively quick then, yeah? That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. Fuck COVID. Vextra Penguin, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving Nana swings for 20 fucking months in a row. I fucking appreciate you and love you, and thank you so much. And Rod Johnson with that fucking 35 months in a row. That's how long we've been friends, and that's pretty fucking crazy. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving Nana swings for so fucking long. I appreciate you. Fucking David Boyfruit. Holy God, that's a lot of months. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving Nana swings for 50 months. Wow. Big wows.
Big wow!
That's a long time, and I really appreciate you. Thank you very much for the resubs and all the fun fucking shit. Thank you for being my friends. I love you and appreciate you. Did I miss fucking BDO? BDO, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it 8 swings. I said it in my eyeball. Fuck. Thank you for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it 8 swings. I fucking appreciate you. That's such a long time. 43 goddamn months. What the shit? Y'all remind me of how long I've been around, and it freaks me out. Good morning. How are you? Yes, Zach surprised me with 2 days in Baltimore for my birthday. So I was in Baltimore for 2 days. And literally, I woke Zach up at 8 o'clock every morning, and I made him walk until his feet literally were so painful he couldn't walk anymore. And I didn't do that. I didn't walk him to death on purpose. I just had so much I wanted to do. I had to eat myself stupid. Yeah, I have a ton of friends over there, and I apologize if anybody's like, why didn't you come see me? I really only had 2 days, and it was just like, it was a birthday thing with Zach, so I will be coming back. Don't worry. But I just ate myself dumb. You know what I'm saying? Ate myself dumb. It was wonderful. I travel for food, let's be completely honest. There's a convergence bullseye of misfortune painted on my house right now. Oh God, $1,000 plumbing bill to fix our main, blown out by excessive water pressure to the city? From the city. What the fuck? That was Sunday. Today, water feed to our water heater blew out from the steam pressure flooding the basement. Wait, so does the city fucking pay for that? Vibes to anime. That's some shit. If the city blows your water out, I feel like that's on them, yeah? Tell Hubs Viata I say hello and thank you. I feel very good to be back. I missed you guys a lot. It is a lot of months. We get to consider ourselves old hags now. I think we are old hags. You know, David, I once looked up the origin of the word hag, and it didn't have a negative connotation at first. It literally meant like a very intelligent woman who was a healer, and then it became a witch. So I'm down. Let's take it. Let's take it back. Take back the hag. What the fuck, Katie? Good, Jesse Robbins, thank you so much for the gay biddies. I appreciate you.
Thank you for the biddies! Holy dicks.
I don't have a bowl pact or anything. I knew I messed with this content for a reason. Is it a thing? It still looks pretty good, right, Vespin? It's definitely growing out, though. The blackheads are... I mean, it's not blackheads. It's my head. I think my black roots look like blackheads at first. It's crazy how fast hair grows, to be completely honest. But it still looks pretty damn good. I'm pretty impressed with it, considering I've washed it a lot. Good morning, Cake, my love. How are you? Good morning, Mickey. Oh, no, you got... Do you know how? Was it the Petri dish of the evil children? No! Good morning, Kit. How are you? Good morning, Mel. Good morning, Ressa. If I missed fucking anybody, I apologize. Thank you for being here, and good morning. I missed the fuck out of you. Oh, you had your first official date. Was it wonderful? Was it wonderful? I learned the word spinster came from the word spinstress because they earned good money and didn't need a man and thus developed negative connotation. Another one that has to do with that, seriously. So this is one I looked up really recently. What were we watching? Oh, we were watching the newest Doctor Strange movie. The names of all the fucking Avengers movies escape me because they're all bullshit. The Madness something blah 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 whatever. Madness something. But I noticed that Scarlet Witch had black fingers. And then when Doctor Strange starts to go evil, he gets black fingers. And I've noticed in a ton of other witch movies, they tend to have black fingers. And I looked it up, and it was because women who could read would get blackened fingers from the ink of the pages of a book. If you could read, you were a fucking witch. The world is so broken. Thank you for the goddamn hype train, you fuckers. God damn it, I don't deserve it, and I appreciate you. My P.O. Box. I haven't been to my P.O. Box. We literally, Zach and I have not had 2 seconds to do anything since we got home. It's kind of like, I was like, if I wasn't selfish and just missed you guys so much, I would have taken today off just to, like, clean my house and do laundry and, like, unpack my life from being in Baltimore and, like, but I don't care. I just missed you guys too much. I can't. No, it was no shit. It was an inconsiderate 8th grader. How do you know? Did they like cough literally in your face? Multiverse of Madness. Thank you. That one. Yep. Hmm. Been wanting to explore Islam forever. Very, very fascinating world. I took a class on Islam in college. Literally, it was just called Islam. Google and most Dutch people instantly jump to extremism. That's the world. Seriously, that's America too. Ever since 9/11, it's been terrible. I hate Islamophobia. Same. Yeah, 100% yes. But now I have a Muslim social worker, and she's sharing things when she found out I'm interested. That's so cool. So I'm finally learning about Islam. I'm so excited. I also already got the Quran. Can't wait to deep dive and learn. Dude, it's fascinating. Seriously, it's a fascinating, beautiful culture that has been just like the Christian Bible, taken and spun to be evil in many different ways, but it's fascinating. It's seriously really, really fun to learn about. When I went to college, because I grew up in the era of 9/11, everything was just like anti-Middle East, anti-everything that had to do with anything over there. And so when I went to college, I was like, I saw a class, it was literally just titled Islam. And I was like, I'm going to educate myself because I'm tired of this fucking rhetoric I've been fed my whole life. I blew your mind. Wait, how? What happened? On accident? I did it on accident. I apologize. Oh, wait, the ink? Isn't that weird? I know. I looked it up because what the fuck? But it's a constant thing, and there's a lot of little things like that that makeup artists will pull from history and apply to today that they just, you gotta look it up on your own. I think we should consider witches to be role models. They're self-sufficient foresting for ingredients. They run their own businesses and get paid. If you wanna walk on land, you're paying for that work, but witches be like them.
Be a witch.
Amen. David, I saw a really funny meme recently that said, if anyone tells you they don't believe in witchcraft, ask them for a piece of hair. I can't wait. Kit, I love Buddhism. I don't consider myself like a part of any religion, but Buddhism's probably my favorite that I've discovered in just my journeys of, theology. It's wonderful. It's beautiful. They're all beautiful. I actually oh my God. Kit, I don't know if you've gotten to travel to visit any monasteries or anything, but I got the privilege and honor and wonderful experience of getting to go to Thailand a few years ago. And we made a point of going around to as many of the giant golden Buddhas as we possibly could. So if you guys didn't know, in Thailand, I can't remember how many there are, but there's a certain number of these literal enormous fucking golden Buddhas. They're as big as a house. They're bigger than a house. They're as big as many houses. They're huge. And a lot of them are, destroyed, or like the temple they were in was destroyed because of so on and so forth. But you can go around and see them. And they are still, like, the monasteries are still practicing. I love going and seeing stuff like that because it's similar to the feeling I get when I go see Arlington Cemetery in DC. Every time I went to DC when I lived there, I would always go to Arlington Cemetery. It's quiet and peaceful, and I really dig that. But there's just this really weird, not weird, but like a foreign sense of respect that you do not experience anywhere else in the world. Anywhere. And it's crazy because it's like, there's people from all different fucking walks of life traveling to Thailand and, going and visiting these Buddhas. And there's always like an outdoor area where you can walk around and see like the I don't know what they're called in Thai, but they're like funeral pyramids on top of graves. And you can walk around and see those, and then you can go inside the monasteries. You have to take your shoes off. You have to be covered from neck to feet, and you can't have you can't have your arms, you can't have any tattoos showing. I know that because I had to wear a long sleeve. But there's Buddhas in their practice. There's monks in there practicing actively, like chanting, and you are very allowed to go in. You can actually get little coins, do the prayer coins and stuff like that. but it's so fucking respectful and so quiet and just like it's amazing because you see these people outside and you just, we're all tourists, we're all piece of shit Americans. I don't know, I'm part of them. I'm not going to say I'm not. I try not to be, but I'm part of it. And you see them and you're like, God damn it, if they go in there and like if one American goes in there and does something stupid, every American in there is now embarrassed of that. That one stupid person, we're all like, don't be a fucking idiot in here. We'd like to enjoy ourselves. No one. Everyone is just so fucking respectful. It was really, really cool. Really, really cool. The hag stuff, right? It's fucking interesting. She was coughing and snotting all around me. No. I am so sorry. That is gross. Ew. Good morning, LZT, my love. That is fucking disgusting. I am so sorry. Ew. Do you want, like, Cake, you've seen Waterboy, right? That always reminds me of that meme with Frush Bulk. Want me to kill them? I'm 35. 9/11 happened when I was 14, I believe, and I'm very ashamed, but honest that at first I sadly fell for all the media propaganda. I think everybody did. Everybody did, at least for a second. You can't, that's not your fault. Our country was attacked. I mean, a massive death, horrible, horrible thing. I think all of us for a second, but then, most of us had at least someone decent in our life to be like, "Ooh, that's not what we do," which is thankfully my parents were like, we don't hate the Middle East. Stop that. I don't want anyone's hair, just putting it out there. Emma, I only want the hair of people that challenge me. I'm not religious. Then again, I am a AAA battery. I just keep going and going and going. It all goes well with my love of quantum physics. Very much so. The only thing that like is my personal qualm with some iterations of Buddhism is reincarnation. I don't want to come back. I'm so done. I just found out that Blackcraft is located in Salem, Massachusetts. Oh my god. Oh my god, Kona. Google their shop. I've always wanted to go. Seriously, like it's a life goal of mine. Their shop looks so fucking dank. They have witches hanging from the ceiling, like wrought iron witches. It's dope. Well, they're like pyres. I have pictures of them. It's really interesting because they look like little temples. Because the one I'm thinking of, I can't remember the names of each site individually. Unfortunately, it's been like 4 years now, which is really sad. But when you're walking around the temples, it's like, hold on, I'm just gonna try to pull a picture of them up. It's like all around, it'll just be like this open area with these temples that are like this. Or little pyramids, you know what I mean? It's not like this kind of pyramid, it's like the and they stand like 4 or 5 feet high, maybe, and maybe 4 feet across. Like they're pretty small, and they look like mini temples to me. But we were informed by the locals that they are actually, in fact, graves. But they've been, ransacked and destroyed by years and years and years of people in, ransacking and destroying shit. Which is sad as fuck, but it's amazing how much has actually remained and lived. It's so worth it if anybody ever gets a chance to go to Chiang Mai, Thailand. I firmly believe anyone would have a blast in Chiang Mai, Thailand in November. Just do it. Just fucking do it. I don't care who you are, just do it. You will it's magic. You're in a Disney movie. Pure fucking magic. Not enough gun. How are you, love? Ooh, CK, new girlfriend. I went on her first. How was it? How was the date? How was the date? I want to hear. The inky finger stuff, which connection is wild. Reminds me of being punished in elementary school because I'm left-handed. Oh, hard same. Did you have to sit on your hand? Did you have to sit on your hand? Most of the world's literally made for right-handed people, even scissors and like doorknobs. The buttons on the side of your phone. No, 100%. I'm with you. I went to Catholic parochial school as a youth, a little one, and there was no question. It wasn't like, are you right-handed or left-handed? It was when you learned penmanship, you would put your left hand under your butt cheek behind your back, which forces you to sit up dumb straight. Like it literally jacks you straight up. So I couldn't hunch if I wanted to. It's impossible. And then you sit there and you write like this. So I didn't know I was left-handed for years. I just had horrific handwriting. But now I can write with both hands. It's like a step pyramid, yeah, but they're very small. Okay, so like the energy that is you will always exist, and I like that. So you won't come back, but the energy that you will be reborn is something else. And I like just my experience with death in my life. I try not to say I believe because believe sounds so solid. Like I'm always open to new ideas and new concepts and growth and spirituality and stuff like that. But I used to be a respiratory therapist in a hospital for those just swinging by or if you didn't know. Used to literally unplug Nana for a living. So I've been a part of and or been present for thousands of deaths, hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands. I don't even I literally don't know anymore. Innumerable. And 100% of the time though, the largest thing I ever noticed, and I'm a recovering Catholic, put it that way, was that yes, I'm a child of science and energy can never be created nor can it be destroyed. We know that and no one has disproved this yet. And when you look at a human body, even if it's in a medical coma, there is something so viscerally, distinctly different between a body that is alive and a body that is not alive. I don't know what it is, but I'm not an idiot and I know it's different. It's a feeling. It's a feel. You feel it. There's something in your core humanity that knows when a body's alive and when it's not. And we all know we're just a big battery. Like we are electricity going through water all the time. Your heart has its own little brain of electricity nodes and Purkinje fibers and shit that makes your heart like work even if someone chops your head off for a few seconds. Where does that energy go? I don't know. I don't know shit. But I have witnessed and I know there's something different between a dead body and a live body. That's all I can say in personal experience. Like there's something so distinctly different in the feeling of but I don't know. I don't know if it's like us. I don't think it's like a soul or a ghost hovering out or anything like that. No shit. We got more than a foot of snow. No shit. And both ferries are broken. Oh my God. You're stuck with COVID on the island. Oh no. Oh my God, Emma, same. Well, I have some human teeth, but they were ethically sourced. Good morning, Kinger. How are you, love? Good, tired, but good. It was amazing. We went to Cheesecake Factory where I ate the most delicious New York strip. Oh, yum. Yum. Did you have cheesecake, though, and what kind? The stupa. Stupa's from Sanskrit for heap, is an important part of Buddhist architecture. Oh, is that what those are? The stupa? Stupa. Hold on, I'm going to Google it because I think you're right. That sounds so familiar. Yes! Yeah! Oh, it's so sad though, like how decrepit they look when you go see them versus what they are supposed to look like though. Wow. Oh my God. So I don't know a lot about these things. However, I can tell you from this picture. So when I was in Thailand, basically when you're walking around, you only see this part poking out of the ground. And I don't know if this used to be visible or if it's been destroyed or if it was buried. I have no idea, but everywhere there's like gardens of these. You'll just see the top. And the top is the part I was talking about that's like maybe 5 feet tall, 4 feet across. Yeah, it was really interesting and very sad. The difference between a temple and a stupa consists in the shape of the building and their purpose. Temples are places where Buddhists go inside and meditate, while stupas are usually closed buildings. Yes, that's what I was told as well. So as part of the job, have you ever seen someone come back to life, as in they seem dead for minutes and they somehow come back on their own accord? Like without anyone coding them? I don't know, Katie, you have too much energy. Once you're done, I think the universe should like settle down a bit. I know. I feel like the Energizer Bunny sometimes, David. Sleeves, I agree. Religious schools should have guessed. Yeah. Yeah. They don't, it's not a question. That's the energy that gives the body the soul. Yeah, the energy has resonance frequencies. Exactly. And that's why I think it's really fascinating I think like the concept of Buddhism like really does meld with science very well in a certain way, you know? Hi, Heltar, good morning. But thermodynamics also dictate that we go from higher order to lower order energy. So in the end, you end up as heat. And that's the other thing. Like the moment, literally, guys, I mean, I'm not going to talk about death all day because I know it's not a fun conversation. However, literally, the moment you die, you start to decay. The fucking millisecond. It is insane the amount of effort your flesh sack is going through to keep you up and walking all day and not dying. It's phenomenal. And literally, the moment you die, and by decomposing, I mean all that bacteria that was waiting for its chance starts to eat you. And that is heat is produced from that and the breakdown of your body and like that is energy as well. Heat is energy, the energy of those bacteria, the energy they're creating by eating you, blah blah blah. Like it's such a complex machine that's why I don't like to say I have a belief because it just feels really solid and fuck dude. Who knows? Nobody knows. The exact moment my grandma stopped breathing, something about her vibe being just instantly changed, but you couldn't see it. It was like I was staring at a doll. Yes. No, 100 Shireen, I have the craziest experience. Like, I've told you guys before, I've never seen a ghost. CJ, you silly fuck. Thank you so much for subbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it any swings. I fucking knew we had to resub. I'm trying to catch up on chat, and I apologize. I missed you guys so much. I just want to talk to you. When my grandfather passed away, he was sick in the hospital. I've told you guys this before. My grandpa survived a AAA heart attack, like, way back in the 90s sometime. Thank you, Kit, for the fucking sub. Don't forget to use your Prime subs! Every time you forget your Prime sub, a $5 bill is firmly shoved in the G-string of Jeff Bezos. For the love of all things holy, stop it. Find someone who deserves your Prime sub and use it. I appreciate you, Kit. Thank you. You don't have to use it here, but just use them. Bless your holes. Aren't we just slowly decaying while we're alive? Kind of. We're like fighting off decay a little bit, yeah. Oreo Dream and I had key lime. Fucking yes. Yum. Yum. I love Cheesecake Factory. I'm so basic that way. So anyways, when my grandpa died, years before he died, he survived a AAA heart attack. We had to fly to Vegas in the middle of the night. He had like open heart surgery, all this crazy shit, but he survived it. Like to mostly full recovery. And like 10 years later or something, I don't fucking know. I was young. He had another heart attack, did not survive that heart attack. Went into the hospital, had a stroke, couldn't talk, blah, blah, blah. We knew he wasn't going to make it this time. So my whole family's medical. Everybody's medical for some fucking reason. I don't know if that happens all the time. But because of that, they all felt very confident. They were like, can we just take dad home and we can take care of him until he passes? Like, my family was hospice care, basically. All my aunts are nurses. My mom's an RT. We've got doctors. Like, we had the whole team in the room. So they were like, absolutely. So we got a hospital bed and just like had him in the living room of my grandma's house. And I remember there was a certain amount of time where he was communicative and then he started just like he was not there anymore. His heart was still beating, but he was like starting to rigor. And I was like, I was really young. I was 12, but growing up with a family of medical people, watching your dad die when you're 7, da da da, I was well aware of what was going on. It wasn't like this freaky thing to me. And two of my aunts kept like trying to crack his hands back open and being like, Daddy, Dad. And it was just freaking me the fuck out. I was really having a hard time watching them do that. So I went in the other room. I'm sure everybody's grandparents had this at one point, but my grandparents had one of those fancy ass living rooms that I've never seen anyone sit in ever. Anybody else have that? Like an entire probably the biggest living room, like nicest room in the house, the biggest, most spacious. No one's allowed to sit in it, go in it, touch it. That was my grandma. She had this huge fucking front room that was the biggest room in the whole house and no one could go in it. But the day that my grandpa was dying, no one was watching. So I went out there and just sat there drawing on a pad of paper. I was just like arting, whatever. And I swear to God, how do you describe it, man? It was weird. I was sitting there drawing. I think I was drawing a devil. I remember it very clearly. I was drawing a devil. And I had this feeling of something rushing up my body. And I'm not a woo-woo person. I love woo-woo. I just don't make it up. If I experience woo-woo, I'll tell you. But I ain't going to make up woo-woo shit because I want it to be real. I love the woo-woo. I felt something like up me. Like a weird just, that's all I can, like wind came out. Like just up my body. I don't know. And I was sitting there and I like kind of did this weird like shake it off. And at that exact moment, my mom put her hand on my shoulder. She had like come around the corner and was like, your grandpa just passed. And that's the one like wooey thing I've ever had in my life. But I swear to fuck, pretty sure I felt my grandpa die from the other room. I don't know. I don't know shit. But I was literally 25, 30 feet away from them and felt a weird thing. I don't know. That's my only experience ever with the wooies. I wish I had more. I want to. Oh, Dread. I hope your kitty's okay. Mickey, that was oh my god, that was such a hard lesson to learn growing up. Let me read what Mickey said. I could get so many bones since I hunt, but carcasses are very much needed in nature, so I leave the non-edible remains. That was one thing my dad taught us when we were kids. Like, if you find a desiccated carcass, you can take the skull, take the horns, whatever you want. But anytime it was like a fresh carcass or anything like that, like, because we lived in the country too, hunters, we lived on a road where people were hitting deer all the time, coyotes and bear, things were killing deer all the time. So literally there was always deer carcasses, deer parts in the woods. You'd find horns and shit. But we had to learn that as kids, and it was so hard for me. I'm like, I don't want it. I don't get it. What's eating? I don't get it, Dad. Just give it to me. And he'd be like, don't touch that shit. I had a girl over this weekend. Ooh. Oh, it was a good time, though I spilled beer on my keyboard. That sucked. Oh, dude, I've been there. That sucks. Is your keyboard okay? If you're a believer in quantum immortality of information, then you technically never really die because the universe only exists when you observe it consciously. It's such a crazy concept. I think about that stuff a lot. Like, time's kind of happening all at the same time, but like our minds perceive it as like this linear journey. It's really a mind fuck. It's really fun to think about though. We are the universe observing itself. Isn't that fucking fucked? When you die, another universe where you haven't died, or yeah, have you seen everywhere? What is it? Everywhere, everything, all at once. It's easily one of my new favorite movies ever in the whole world. It's all that. It fucks my brain, and I love it so much. If you like reading a really really good book, it's an old book. You might have read it before. It's by Michael Crichton called Timeline. I swear to God, I have bought that book for more people that it's ridiculous. Like, people might think I'm trying to push this as a religion or something. I literally have just, like, suggested this book to someone so hard that I just went and bought it for them and gave it to them. Timeline fucked my brain up in the best way ever. I love that stuff. Like, do I concretely, like, define myself by a belief in any of it? Absolutely not. Do I rule it out? Fuck no. I'm not an idiot like that. It's interesting. Erica! Oh my God. K Wild Donut. I got that. I'm into it. Quill, do you want me to call you Quill? Quill Donut? K Wild Donut. Quill Donut. What do you want to be called, Erica? Because I'll call you whatever the fuck you want. Good morning, boy. Well, how are you? I'm sorry. I'm really trying to catch up on chat. It's terrible. Wait, the bacteria eating you when you're dead is already on me? Yes. It's in you and it's on you. It's all around you. Uh-huh. They're just waiting because they're actually eating you right now. So like your skin is covered in bacteria right now, and it's there for multiple reasons. A lot of the little bugs and critters that live on us eat all the dead skin that we're shedding, eat dead hair that we're shedding off our bodies, eat the oils that we're secreting. That's why pimples happen. Pimples happen because you have a bacteria on your skin that feeds off of sebum, your natural oil you secrete. And if you are a really greasy, oily person and you don't clean out your pores regularly, then that sebum builds up in the pores and those bacteria have a fucking smorgasbord and you get a pimple. They're there all the time for really, really good reasons. But when you die, suddenly everything's dead tissue, so they go to fucking work. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like maggots. You can put maggots on a wound of a living person, and maggots will not go into the living flesh. Maggots will only eat the dead flesh. They will literally go, like, no surgeon can see where the line is that a maggot can taste. If that makes sense. It's really fucked, but it's fascinating. Fuck. You made my day with the boss comment last night on Twitter, so you went, oh. Bless your heart and thank you. What up, Claw? How are you, love? No mayo, because I had my fucking period for my birthday. It was great. According to the newest estimates, there are 1.3 bacteria cells to every one human cell. I believe that. It's crazy. It's fascinating. That's how we did it for my grandpa. Hospital bed in the living room. He went out with dignity, surrounded by family. 100%. We did it for my Nana, too. And that's how I want to go. Who the fuck wants to die in a hospital? Nobody. What is the woo-woo? Woo-woo is my word for supernatural. Supernatural anything. Anything. That's my word for it with the woo-woos. The woo-woo. I don't know where I got that. Oh my God, High Ren's amazing. Have you guys I'm not kidding. I just found High Ren like a week ago. Did something happen? Because I've noticed a couple people have mentioned High Ren in chat. High Ren is in my playlist. High Ren's amazing. They're in the playlist. Like if you guys type !playlist, !playlist in the chat, it'll pull up a link to my playlist that's like the effervescent playlist I've been building for the past 8 years of streaming. They're in there. Oh, Ren's amazing. There's multiple songs, but High Ren, it fucking blows your fucking guts out. It's heartbreaking and wonderful. I remember seeing studies done about that. We produce an energy in the form of a toroidal field, correct me if I'm saying that wrong, which is a reoccurring energy form in nature. When people expire, those fields dissipate. I remember experts talking about how they don't exactly know what happens, and I find that fascinating. It is fascinating. It is. I mean, it's just like, it doesn't like keep me awake at night, but it's fascinating. Maybe a static difference in the air. We are, after all, nothing but energy, no? Like literally your grandpa's energy leaving. I mean, a difference in air pressure and water pressure is felt too, right? So why not energy difference that needs to be replaced? It's true. It's interesting because like as well as being someone that like, I unplugged Nana for a living, quote unquote, as the most horrible, simple description of my job. I was also present for thousands of births. One of the hospitals I worked at in Seattle, every time there was a C-section, it was considered a high-risk birth, and a respiratory therapist had to be present. And I'm pretty sure they were using us just to do a nurse job because they didn't want to pay a nurse or they didn't have the staffing or something. Because literally, I caught the baby, which is a nurse job. If you are unfamiliar with the terminology, catching the baby. So when they do a C-section, they use a hot knife and they like cauterize, burn your skin open, peel it open, and then you've got the fucking sack that a baby's in. It's like this little like jelly ball inside your abdomen. Sometimes they'll literally lift that whole thing out of you and then cut it open. But most of the time, they cut it open while it's in you. They yank the baby out and they throw it to someone. And the surgeon's jobs and the nurse, everybody else in the room, everybody who didn't catch the baby, their job is to keep mom good. That's it. Because they have just sliced her womb open. You know what I'm saying? Like they've done some serious fucking cutting. So their job is to keep mom alive. My job was literally, I would stand there with a heated, sterile blanket that was like draped over my face, over my shoulders and arms, so there was no chance that this brand new baby out of a pussy could fucking touch my flesh or any part of me. And I would stand here like this, and they would plop the baby in my arms, and I would go over to a warmer, and I'd do the until the baby went, meh, and then I'd scare the dad by making him cut the umbilical cord. But there is a feeling there too, because there is no other fucking time that I've experienced where there's two people in the room and then no doors open, no doors or windows opened, and now there's three. You know what I'm saying? I personally cannot equate that to any other experience in the fucking universe. And I'm not like, I don't want kids and I don't find them that mystical. They're cute. I like them, but I'm not like, oh, baby. It's just like, there's three people in the room and now there's four. No doors opened. There's something. I don't know what it is though. I don't know. I don't have answers. It's just interesting to think about a lot, I guess. Oh, God. I can feel you all around me, thickening the air I'm breathing. What song is that? Why do I know that? Yep, the bacteria helps clean our dead parts, and when we die, they just take over. Exactly. Are there bugs in my booty hole? Jay, did you know that everyone has E. coli in their booty hole? The only reason you get E. coli poisoning is if you get someone else's booty hole E. coli in your mouth or your eye. So if you get E. coli poisoning, someone put their shit in your shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all have our own brand of E. coli swimming around. You know what I'm saying? Hmm. Mucus is one of the most essential things we produce. It, like, literally lubricates everything. Why did the music stop? Why are you a dick like this? Don't do that. We weren't doing that much. Fuck you. Anyways. I use antibacterial soap. I'm killing my symbiotic bacteria. As long as you're not, like, bathing in it every hour on the hour, I guarantee you are still fucking covered in bacteria. It's pretty fascinating. Sexy! Thank you for the happy belated birthdays. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for summoning the class. Keeping the class alive and giving names so fucking long. How are you, love? Good morning, Cocky. I never expected to go into a stream and just hear what a maggot can taste. Oh, man. You know, I really should stop to think about what comes out of my mouth, thinking that, like, not everyone here knows what's up. What's up? How are you? And good morning. I apologize if I grossed you out. I used to work in a hospital, so I have a gross mouth. Gross! Kick the baby! Why do they eat the baby instead of handing it off? What do you mean? I mean, they don't actually, like, throw it, like, they, like, plop it in my arms, but, I mean, it's all about time. Surgeons are, like I'm not a surgeon, so this is just from working with them for many years. Surgeons are some of the most type A people you'll ever meet in your entire life, and it's for a reason. Every single thing they're doing during surgery or while they have someone open is timed to a fucking T, because every moment that you're open to the open air, you are susceptible to infection, and we don't want infection in your abdomen where all your good parts are, you know what I mean? So it's all about, like, timing. So it's not necessarily like they fucking, like, yeet a baby at me with umbilical cord and everything. They, set it down and just they trust me to care for baby, and they're gonna keep mom alive. Because essentially what we've done is we've created a wound in mom this big that had she been able to give birth naturally wouldn't be there, and your skin is your number one shield against infection. Anytime your skin is opened, all that little bacteria on your skin goes wee into the wound and tries to do bad shit. Does that make sense? DC was beautiful. I think I walked Zach to death, though. I feel a little bad. It is witchcraft. Childbirth is witchcraft. But if there were 4 people and 1 died, then one was revived, someone left and came back without opening a door or window. True. I mean, you got me there. Gut biomes are fucking fascinating, dude. You know, Zach I didn't know. I take for granted that what I have upstairs isn't, like, common knowledge. I don't know why. Because I have a medical family. Like, most of the stuff a lot of the stuff I regurgitate to you guys isn't stuff I actually learned in school. It's like stories my mom and my aunts have told me and my uncles that were doctors and so on and so forth. Like, I've just grown up in this medical atmosphere. And I don't remember why this came up the other night, but I was like, careful, we're gonna have to get your mom's poop and do a fecal transplant. And Zach was like, I'm sorry, what? And I was like, yeah, like, if the bacteria in your butt dies because you take too many antibiotics, they have to put your mom's poop in your butt because that's who gives you your gut bacteria. And he had no fucking idea they actually do take your mother's shit, shake it up into some water, and then turkey baste it up your own asshole. Did you guys not know that? I'm not, like, is this, I try not, I think it's cool. That's what they do. Fecal transplants, man, they're crazy. C. diff is a whole other breed. What up, nerd? How are you? I'd like for a surgeon to be a type A person. 100% yes. Yeah, me too. I mean, that's the thing. Like, most surgeons are assholes. They have major god complexes that are really, really hard to be around sometimes. That being said, I want a surgeon with a god complex. I want a surgeon with confidence. I don't want no surgeon fucking shaking inside my guts. Fuck that. Just picturing the baby giggling as it flies through the air. It's pretty, I mean, it's just so fast, I guess, because it's like you have seconds to make sure that baby's breathing, and if they're not breathing, I gotta start getting to work, you know what I mean? Like, human beings get an anoxic injury in minutes. Babies get anoxic injuries in seconds. Anoxic injury meaning a lack of oxygen to the brain, causing part of the brain tissue to die. Oh my god, Rod, they were so fucking tired, and thank you from the bottom of my soul for loving my dogs and caring for them while we were gone. They were so tired. They're conked. They are so fucking done. The surgeon got their hands full putting mom back together fast as that can be done safely. Yeah, literally, that's what they do. The surgeons and nurses are far more concerned with mom, even in regular childbirth, natural childbirth. It's all about mom because mom is the one that is most at risk. Most of the time, babies come out fine. Most of the time, it's pretty rare that there's something wrong with baby. Kimchi is really good for your stomach. Anything fermented because it is live bacteria. So essentially, by eating fermented foods, you're replenishing your own natural gut biome with bacteria. You're eating bacteria that can survive the heat of the tum. Fucking fascinating. Only you guys didn't know that? Oh my god. So get this. So, okay, I know I said it kind of fast, so I'm sorry if I did. So basically, if you wipe out your natural gut bacteria, when we say gut biome, essentially what we mean is the village of bacteria that makes up what your gut is. So, depending on your diet and your mother's gut biome, that is what your gut biome will be. So, like, we've talked about, I told you guys when I went vegan for like 6 years way back in college, I was dating a guy who couldn't eat meat. It wasn't a big thing. But when I finally wanted to reincorporate meat and dairy products back into my life, I had to do it literally in increments as big as my pinky nail because it is an actual case of if you don't use it, you lose it. You have a whole gut biome that is built and evolved around what you eat, how you live, how you sleep, your mom's asshole, so on and so forth. And so, if you don't eat a certain food group literally your entire life or for a certain amount of time, the enzymes that live in your stomach to break down those molecules die. They starve to death. So, you have to slowly rebuild that biome if you have to re add something back into your diet like that. So basically, if the main reason it happens is someone comes in with some fucking nasty infection, like they're septic or something like that, and we have to put them on full spectrum antibiotics, like they've got IVs coming out of their toenails, and we're just pumping them full of antibiotics because whatever the infection is more dangerous than what we could be doing with the antibiotics. But what happens with antibiotics, and this is really good advice for everybody, anytime you're on antibiotics, at home, anywhere, anytime someone puts you on antibiotics, make sure to have a yogurt a day. I know. That doesn't go with that. Those don't make sense because antibiotics, what an antibiotic is antibiotic, anti-life. Literally antibiotic, no life, kill life. That's what they are. And to today, we don't have a way to give a motor or a mind to that antibiotic as to say like, all right, we're going to put you in this body, but you're only going to kill that one very specific thing. There's no way for us to do that. So when we give you antibiotics, those antibiotics kill everything. And so one of the main side effects of taking antibiotics is people with vaginas get yeast infections. People with penises get smegma going on their dickhead, and then they'll get yeast infection. Y'all can get yeast infections because normally what yeast infections are is a buildup of dead skin and moisture and disgustingness from your dark crevicey places, and it starts to cause a sore. What normally is going on when you're not taking antibiotics is all of that bacteria that lives on your skin is eating all that dead skin and consuming it so it doesn't build up and cause these problems. But when you kill all that natural bacteria with antibiotics, suddenly we don't stop shedding dead skin. So now you've got all this dead skin, no one's eating it, yeast infections. What can help prevent that is eating a yogurt a day because yogurts have lots of probiotic bacteria in them. Weird, right? But if you're on a full spectrum antibiotic for too long, it will kill all of your bacteria in your butthole, which can lead to you getting C. diff, i.e. peeing out your butt until you die, or you get a fecal transplant. And you do, in fact, as far as we know, you get all of your your gut biome you have at birth, you get from your mom. So we can literally replenish your gut biome by injecting your mom's watery shit up your ass with a turkey baster. Amazing. Science. Fucking science, bitch!
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I
Wild,
guarantee you'll
right?
be able to go as smooth as velvet.
Without all those little bacteria, we would be nasty, nasty, nasty fucks. Nasty, nasty fucks. You know, Sex, I'm like hit or miss on a lot of fermented foods. I stick to yogurt and stuff because a lot of the fermented foods are really vinegary, and vinegar turns my stomach like crazy. I don't know what it is. But only you would be excited about a shit transplant because it's fucking magic. That's shit that literally a witch from 1740 would do. She'd be like, now we're going to take your mom's poop and put it in your butt and you're going to be better. And everybody would be like, witch! But it would work. That's great. It's cool. I think it's fucking fascinating. Hello, my baby. Kefir is amazing. I love kefir. Not at all. There's no such thing as overkill. Literally, your body will only take what it needs. Yeah, you'll be fine. I mean, obviously, there's overkill with calories and shit like that in dairy, but no, you'll be fine. I try to take a probiotic every day. I actually have it somewhere near me. Oh, no, it's in my bedroom right now because I just unpacked. I take a probiotic every day just in case. Kills the good and the bad, kills it all. Yep, exactly. Keep your privates clean. Antibiotics are like doom guy for bacteria. They really are. And it's unfortunately for all the bacteria. What if your mom isn't around anymore? It could be your grandmother if she's around. There are other ways. Like they have so if you don't have a mother that's alive or present or willing to give her shit for a fecal transplant, they do have just, how do you say this? Stock poop in the hospital. that they have isolated, cleaned out, isolated the good bacteria, the ones that we're trying to replenish, and they can try with that. It's not always going to work though. It's almost 100% guaranteed going to work if it's your mom's poop though. And also destroyed it with trauma. What a nice lady. I like vinegar too. Pickles are my favorite thing in the world, but if I eat too many, I get a stomachache. It's weird. I love cottage cheese. Fuck yes. Candida albicans is an amazing yeast, not affected by antibiotics, but will colonize any mucous membrane. Ooh, isn't that thrush? Isn't that thrush? I think that happens from taking antibiotics as well. They also help treat overweight with frozen poop. No shit. They kill your gut bacteria and then make you swallow frozen poop pills from slim people. Oh, nuh-uh. Wait, is this like experimental? That's fucking science. I mean, that's all cool, CK, but just make sure it's really necessary before you squirt poop at me. Should we have like a written contract? We'll only spray poop if. I think I can do it. Yeah, Kona, for real though, you should get some fucking yogurt and kimchi. Anything fermented would be a good plan, to be honest. The unironic case of inject that shit into me, for real. So unironic and so weird to say. I have heard that hospitals have some wild shit, literally. No shit. We have wild shit. So in theory, a daughter would be a possible donor as well. That's a really good question. I can't say. I don't know. I've never seen it. That's a really good question. I have no idea if your daughters would work. I mean, I have no clue. Because theoretically, it would be a port. I mean, it would be like a fraction. I mean, yeah, possibly. I don't know. I've never thought of that. That's fascinating. I have no idea. They're starting to relate gut bacteria or lack of with spectrum things like sensory. I mean, I remember when I was in high school, they were starting to look at constipation and the issues chronic constipation lead to, i.e. like acne. One of the main causes of what we have been calling hormonal acne is actually chronic constipation, because your body doesn't know the difference between nutrition and rotting shit. So the longer your poop is sitting inside your intestines, your body just starts to absorb all the toxins. And I've told you guys, I've had patients come in and literally have 20 feet of necrotic intestine because they were just chronically constipated for so long. And those toxins leach out, and then your body tries to get rid of them somehow, i.e. pushing them out of your skin sometimes, which can then lead to acne. It's crazy. They use a significant other. I mean, if they had a healthy gut biome, like I'm saying, like they do have stock ones at the hospital. I think it's just like, if you possibly can, they always want you to bring your moms in because it's like a guarantee work if it's your mom's. Oh my God, Nihilist, you should look into it. Picturing some guy in the hospital who eats nothing but Taco Bell in order to continually provide poop. I'm saying, like, we have sperm donation clinics. Are there people that shit for a living? No shit, experimental, but it works. I believe it works. I mean, I'm not challenging it at all, Mickey. Like, I'm fascinated people haven't thought of that before. There are links between gut bacteria and mental health. 100%, yes. And absorption of different vitamins and minerals and stuff like that. Yeah. I have one fun fact with the name of a disease in Norwegian. So I know about shingles. Shingles is called Helvetesild. I am probably American butchering that, and I apologize. Helvetesild. In Norwegian, translated hellfire. Oh my God. Shingles in Norwegian is hellfire. I've never had shingles, but from what I hear, that is fitting. That's like painfully fitting. No pun intended. Oh. Who was the first person to hear eat shit and took that as a personal challenge? I know, and then just had like the healthiest stomach for the rest of their lives. I need poop from a skinny, well-adjusted person. I don't have the same body as my mom, so I really don't know. Like, if my mom was tall, I'd be able to be like, oh yeah, her gut bacteria, but my mom's literally like 5'4" and short and stout. My sister and I are long and lanky, so I got nothing. I don't know. We didn't end up like my mom. Kills, you fuck. Milestone achieved. Oh my God. Those watch streaks are weird. If you guys ever are like, wow, watch streaks make me feel like shit for missing a stream, please turn them off. This is the amount of fucks I give if you guys have a life event that makes you miss a stream. Are you kidding me? I never want anyone to feel guilty for not hanging out with us. God damn, that's so stupid. Absolutely, Cake. Healthy digestive system is a reason why you probably have a lot of good things going on. Good hair growth as well, yeah. Necrotic intestine, damn, is that treatable? No, we cut it out. Oh my God, Power, no shit. I had a patient come in one time who was chronically constipated, like most of her life, to the point where the necrosis in her intestines spread to every organ in her pelvis. And I'm not exaggerating when I say they created a term for her, the pelvic ectomy. They scooped her out like a fucking pumpkin. And she walked out of the ICU on her own feet. Riddle me that, God. From here down. Bitch lost 35 pounds. That's the scary shit about necrosis. Necrotizing tissue, necrotizing fasciitis, or Fournier's gangrene. Both the bacteria that cause these kind of infections are they're a positive feedback loop, so they just spread. Like something necrotic in your gut is going to spread to the rest of your gut. No matter, it's just like, let's go. It's wild. Where was her insides? They were gone. They were black. It was black goo. I watched it. It was black sludge. I've never seen anything like that in my life. It was black sludge. They were scooping black sludge out of a human being. I have no idea. I imagine that we just grow the cultures in the lab rather than collecting poop from people. No, we actually, I mean, if it's your mom, it's literally poop. It's, David, I know. It sounds like, I mean, it's up there with leech therapy, but we haven't found a better way to do it. It's almost guaranteed to work if we put your mom's poop up your butt, that your digestive system will recorrect itself. I don't think your dad's is the same, though. I think it has to be your mom's. There's something about that. Because you and your mom literally shared a digestive system while you're in the womb. So you guys have the same gut bacteria. You know what I mean? That's why. It's essentially the difference is introducing a foreign gut bacteria that may, take up residence and be fine, or reintroducing literally the clone gut bacteria you were born with. Your body's going to take it on. It's like getting like an organ transplant. If it's the same blood type, you're less likely to reject it. It's kind of the same concept. Nothing to do with blood or anything, but same concept. Women are badasses. Fucking A, dude, Viata. That one, it will haunt me for the rest of my life. But seriously, I guarantee she's probably still walking around. Exactly. And Mosey has said it exactly. If it was necrotic, she wasn't using it anyways. And that's the thing. Once your tissue goes necrotic, it's dead. Necrotic means dead. So there was no difference between when she came into the hospital and when she left. Everything was dead already. Like, she just lost 35 pounds. And now shit's in a bag in her side the rest of her life and has to go on dialysis and all sorts of other. I mean, her life is fucked up. Don't get me wrong, but she definitely walked out, which is wild. Don't let yourself be chronically constipated. Eat fiber, go to the doctor, drink some fucking water. Thank you. Doctors hate this one weight loss trick. Pyroblade, thank you so much for summoning the class. Keep the classy life and giving it an. It's been so fucking long. That is a lot of months.
Hail the dank lord.
I fucking appreciate you. Imagine someone seeing black sludge in the 1400s. Witchcraft. It's literal poop. Yeah. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself. It's poop. And they just like shake it up in a jar with water and turkey base that shit up there. Yep, they freeze it to preserve it, and then they shake it up with water to put it in you. It's wild. Stool softeners at least keep constipation under control, so stops the necrosis. Yes, absolutely. So, stool softeners, the problem with stool softeners is you don't want to depend on them to have a healthy digestive system, because what stool softeners do is they suck all the water out of your body and put it into your intestinal wall and then into the poop as fast as possible. And then the poop just fucking like, vasodilates. And what can happen is your body can get stuck in a negative feedback loop where it suddenly can't shit without it. You know what I mean? Same thing can happen with Afrin nose spray. It's another dilator. It vasodilates all the stuff in your face so you can blow your nose. But if you're using it like you're depending on it, it's the only way to blow your nose or the only way to shit, your body will actually never be able to shit again without it. Your body will start to depend on it. And that's that's why laxatives are really, really fucking dangerous. Also, I mean, your body knows if you're eating a good diet and you've got water and fiber in you, whatever, your body is moving poop through at the appropriate speed. Meaning, so basically digestion starts here. Your saliva actually has enzymes in it that start to break down your food in your mouth. And then chewing is the first digestion because essentially, like, if this is an apple, it's made of macromolecules, meaning it's made of a whole bunch of nutrition that I can't digest I can't use in its current form. If I was just to swallow this apple and I didn't have the gut bacteria I have, it would just go through me and come out my asshole. But what your gut bacteria does is your gut bacteria breaks down the macromolecules that you're chewing up and swallowing into tiny enough molecules to be absorbed through the intestinal wall. Digestion all happens in the intestines. Your stomach is literally a holding tank / breakdown tank. Bile is injected into your stomach if you eat fatty foods or protein foods because bile helps break down those, because protein and fat is the largest macromolecule, literally the hardest to break down, and it takes the longest period of time to digest. And without those enzymes, you don't break them down into absorbable molecules, and they will just come out of you'll just shit them out. I mean, that's why people who took ally pills fucking just leaked oil out their asshole. You know what I'm saying? So if you are, getting a good diet and your body's moving those things through at the appropriate speed, your intestines are like wet tissue paper in terms of durability. So by the time your sphincters at the bottom of your stomach and at the top of your intestines start filtering broken down food into your intestines, it needs to be broken down small enough and soft enough to go through a tube of wet tissue paper for quite some time, like 24 hours. And when you're taking laxatives, it can thrust that feces through you at a speed that the feces isn't ready to be pooped out yet, meaning it hasn't been broken down and it's hard and rough and has rigid edges, and it can literally tear your asshole open. I have had patients die because of chronic laxative misuse because a cracker tore their fucking intestines open and they just died. So laxatives in an emergency, great. You do not want to leave yourself constipated, but you don't want to depend on them by any means. Like if you're constantly constipated and you're eating salads, you're drinking water, you can't figure it out, go to a doctor, please. But doctors are hilarious. They're very much into it. Heck, I pooped in her. Were you a Mac baby? Hi, Ellie. How are you, love? Woman walks in a hospital saying, "Doctor, I feel so dead inside." Then pelvic ectomy. Really, though? Really? No, it's not cold when they put it up. Well, it might be cold. I don't know. I've never had a fecal transplant. Yeah, nose sprays. I told you about that, Mickey. My brother got addicted to nose spray when we were in elementary or middle school. It was terrible. Scope. What are they aiming at? Everything. Hi, Bobo. How are you, love? Fat is huge and very, very difficult to digest. Yeah, I think bile is mainly meant for fatty foods because that's what basically. So your stomach grumbling sensation. That's actually your biliary duct squirting bile into your stomach because you smelt something tasty. So your stomach is preparing to digest before you even start to eat. Smells the first. That's why you salivate when you smell something tasty. Your body's getting ready to digest. That's literally your body like, we're ready. Let's go. I'm down to digest. It's pretty weird. Bodies are weird. Fascinating, but really weird. I remember reading somewhere that if your constipation gets bad enough that you can back things up until you're literally puking shit. Have I never told you about Shit Mountain? 9 less. That's really smart, actually. A lot of people don't have a gallbladder. I'm gonna remember that. That's really smart because a lot of people ask me about that. Carbohydrates and proteins are very dissolved when they exist in the stomach already, unless it's red meat and then you need a lot of intestine. Red meat takes a long time to digest, right? Good morning, Mayo. Mind your assholes. Magnesium citrate is a good way to get things moving if you take enough, or just magnesium is limited doses. Honestly, if I couldn't shit when I was a kid, I'd just drink a warm cup of lemon water. Instant. Death by undigested cracker. This is the content that keeps me coming back to your channel. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but I'm going to take it. Butt docs are hilarious. Like, they are so fully fucking aware of how hilarious their job is. That's why I take a probiotic and eat yogurt every day, and I eat a fuck ton of veggies. Me too. I don't think I've ever been constipated, and I just seeing the results of it, like, oh man, this is not. I will tell you guys shit fountain. I think we need to take a break, but before we take a break, just I cannot tell you the sheer amount of times that I have seen a person come into the ER short of breath because their poop is up to here. They don't know that. But when you're short of breath, we pull in the fucking portable CT scan and we get a CT of your lungs immediately to see what the fuck is going on. And I'm not kidding. So, like, I'm gonna give you a body I don't have a fucking, I wish I had, I need to get a human body that I can break apart to show you guys shit. So, your lungs terminate about here when you're not inhaling. This is where your diaphragmatic muscle is. You've got a diaphragm muscle here, and that diaphragm is connected to the apex of your lungs. And when you inhale, it pulls your lungs down, and that's how you expand your lungs. It's not expanding really this way, it pulls them down. And then when you exhale, it relaxes and your lungs crunch back up. That's how you inhale and exhale. They're not really doing this very much or this very much. It's this. And this is all your guts. This is all your intestines. And so we'll do a CT scan of here to here. And I should see your lungs at rest about here. And then I'll see all your intestines. And I'll see your poop or whatever that's in there. I'm not shitting you. No pun intended again. I've seen people's intestines at their nipples. And what it looks like is a big black snake inside their body. A big black lumpy fucking snake. And then their lungs are here. And they're short of breath because they literally can't. They can't because there's so much poop in their body. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, they take a deep breath and it goes. Like, that's it. Oh, yeah. No exaggeration. It is fucking wild. Before I started working in a hospital, I had no idea the capabilities of the human body and what it could fucking hold. They're literally, I mean, we've had patients where we've pulled out 40 plus pounds of shit. No. The best was 80. I'm not kidding. I think it was literally the patient came in and I was going off shift, so I had to hear about it when I came back the next night. I didn't get to care for them, but they went into surgery and had over 80 pounds of shit taken out of their body. I didn't see it. I don't know. That was just what I got from day shift. It was fucking wild. That's the most I've ever heard ever taken out, though. The only times I've been constipated was when I was preggers with the boys. Oh, God. Does that happen a lot? Because it's probably... Oh, my God. The prenatal vitamins they had me on were too high. Oh, iron is terrible at that. Yep. Why do you have to poop when you start making coffee, open the bag of chocolate, or snort a line of cocaine? This is the thing that I've experienced firsthand. Because all of those things, anything that's a stimulant tends to be a vasodilator, meaning all of the vessels that transport blood in your body go from this to this really instantaneously and start delivering whatever the fuck they're transporting really, really, really efficiently, really quickly. So anytime you consume caffeine or a stimulant that is possibly a vasodilator, it starts flushing water and oxygen to your intestines. Like we were talking about earlier when you're constipated, what it does on purpose to try to get you to poop. It's basically what laxatives do, but like on a way lesser scale. And what can happen is you're basically Pavlov's dog. So there's memes about it. If there weren't cigarettes and coffee, would we even shit? I've seen that meme so many fucking times. But literally the smell of coffee can instigate the feeling of you're going to go shit now because you are it's been every day, your entire life. You drink a cup of coffee, you go take a shit. Bodies are weird. Pretty fucking cool though, huh? Hexmare, you fucking sick fuck. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive and giving it any swings. I fucking love you. I felt you spiritually. Hex, it was a surprise for me. Honestly, and I was only there for 2 days. That's what I was telling people. Zach surprised me with a 2-day trip to Baltimore. Literally, that was it, which was great, but it was not enough time to do anything or to see anyone. So I literally kept him on his feet and just walked and went everywhere I possibly could as much as possible in 48 hours and then went home. But it was fantastic. Went to Miss Shirley's, had amazing chicken, Wawa, ate bagels. I ate myself stupid. I probably gained 10 pounds. I don't fucking know. It was great. But it was a blip. The plot twist. Plot twist. I know, it's fascinating though, right? Wait, so people can literally be full of shit as a medical condition? Absolutely. Yes. CK, is that breathing down thing why stretching up makes it easier to breathe? Absolutely. Also putting your hands over your head. So if you've ever, like, you remember in PE as a kid, you would run the mile and then you'd walk around like this with your hands over your head and you're like, ugh. It's a natural instinct of us to put our hands up because it opens up our rib cage and allows for better expansion. Absolutely. Yeah. It's something we do without even thinking of it. You can get a bodysuit that shows all the organs, vessels, and bones. A body? Well, I think I'd get in trouble, though. That's why I kind of want, like, I just want a body that I can point to stuff on. If it was on me, I think I'd get in trouble. They'd be like, she has nipples. So all the shit puns come from real life. Shit really does run the world. Shit runs the world. I'm not kidding you. I'm a respiratory therapist by trade. Nurses and respiratory therapists go to all the same schooling until the very end, and then nurses get way smarter, and I learn how to run a ventilator. But what I learned about nurses working in hospitals is the number one thing they are most concerned with is, are you peeing and are you shitting? And if you're not, oh, they'll make you. They're going to get you to piss and shit. They're going to get you to shit, boy. You better be ready. That nurse will get it out. Like, they are hyper vigilant about that stuff. But it's the most important thing. Because if you're pissing and shitting, it means you're processing. It means your body is processing whatever's going in. But if you're not pissing and shitting, something's wrong. Like, that's the first sign something's wrong. I thought for a moment you had literally seen some shit. I have literally, that's Shit Fountain. A lot of my community has heard Shit Fountain before. It's a fucking gnarly story. I try not to tell medical stories that are either, just horrifically sad or the patient died because I don't think it's very fair to laugh at a patient who's dead. But if they lived, we can laugh because that's amazing. Pavlov's coffee, yes. So you're saying doing a line of coke can cure constipation or kill you? You know a lot about bodies. Can you explain IBS? And I've been told it's connected to me being autistic because my brain literally works differently completely, and then it might affect my gut bacteria, so it literally affects all. Well, Shireen, I can agree and disagree with that. I'm not a specialist when it comes to gut stuff, so I can't like super specifically. However, 100%, your body is an entire picture. That's the most important thing I think you learn once you start like working in a hospital. Is that like, yes, I went to 9 years of school to specialize in your heart and your lungs and your circulatory system. I'm the blood bitch. That is my game. I can do it to this day. I haven't worked in a hospital in 5 years now. And I could whip it out of my ass right now. It is my fucking core of my human being. I know everything about blood. However, none of my intelligence would benefit me in any way, shape, or form if I ignored the rest of the body and all the other systems if I was just like, nothing matters except your heart and your lungs and your circulatory system, I would kill everybody. You know what I mean? Everything is a fucking whole picture. And so even though I specialize in the respiratory system and the circulatory system, it is highly beneficial of me to learn the entire body system as much as I possibly can. So I was always talking to doctors, talking to surgeons, talking to nurses, absorbing as much as I can because everything has to do with everything. I don't know anyone that's like isolating body systems and being like, nothing affects that one. Everything affects everything inside. Like, it's one huge story. It's seriously like the rate at which you're metabolizing whatever you're consuming can actually tell me things about your respiration rate, things about the CO2 you're putting off, things about the oxygen you're taking in, so on and so forth. So digestion is really actually integral to my career, even though I am given nothing about digestion in school. Like, I have to do that. But you know what I mean? So like, yes and no. I can't say whether IBS is caused by autism or strictly caused by a brain thing. However, abso-fucking-lutely. I mean, we've all been. Anybody here, when you travel, you won't shit? Anybody? Anybody here travel and can't poop? It's okay. No shames. I know a lot of people that can't poop when they travel. That's literally your brain telling you we're not safe. Do not sit and shit. I know people that can go 3 weeks without shitting if they're on a traveling trip, and their body never wants to shit. Like, they never get the feeling to poop, ever. Their body will protect them because pooping, that's why your dog stares at you while they shit. It's a very vulnerable position. It's the one moment where the T-Rex can come through and chop you up. You know what I'm saying? Your body will protect. That's your brain protecting you because you don't feel safe in another bathroom. So how can I say no? You know what I mean? Like, maybe? Oh, I'm so sorry, Billith. I just smacked Billith right in the nose. Yeah, IBS is very unexplained. It's one of those things, like, I can tell you the general modality of it, of IBS. Essentially what IBS is it's a chronic irritation, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody in chat that knows more than me. This is my understanding. It's a chronic irritation of the mucous membranes inside your body, right? I.e., your intestines, so on and so forth. It's like an inflammation of the mucous membrane, right? And so what can happen is your entire intestinal tract is a mucous membrane, and if it's inflamed, it will overproduce mucus, which causes diarrhea. It just causes, like, too smooth of a movement, you know what I'm saying? Oh my god, that's so cool! Would I get in trouble for that? That is really cool, I kinda want that now. Sally, seriously, I know a lot of people that can't. I've traveled with so many people, and it's your brain telling you, so I can't say I mean, how can anyone say your brain can't do that stuff? Brains are amazing. You got the runs? Oh, that's so not fair. That's not fair. I don't mean to be mean, but I think you misunderstood my name. I say Shireen. It's either Shy, pronounced Shy, or Shireen, pronounced Shireen. My name is Persian Arabic. Oh, that's beautiful. But since I trust you and feel safe here, I'd actually love Shy. I would love to call you Shy, and that's never rude. Every single one of you can always correct me and or tell me to call you something different. That's your name. That's your right, man. I don't get to fucking dictate what the fuck to call you. Bullshit, bitch. I love you. Thank you. I will call you Shy. 100%. I get constipated after a plane flight. Think that might be different. It can be the same thing, but plane rides actually cause they can cause, like, it's not that it can cause what plane rides do is it causes that abdominal pressure to be weird. So, like, we do kind of depend on gravity for a lot of the processes in our body, and when you go up in the air and all that weird gravity changing and the pressurizing in the cabin, it can make your digestive system get a little fucked up. Magnissimo, thank you so much for some of the class, keeping the class alive, getting in swings 53 fucking months in a row. Jesus Christ, that's a long time. Do we need to take a break? Is that what's up, ma'am? So you don't poop because you don't feel safe, but if I'm sufficiently scared, I shit myself to allow me to evacuate after my evacuation. Yes. Yes. Yes, and IBS is irritable bowel syndrome. I'm sorry if I didn't say that. Gotta keep an eye out for them pesky Rexes, I'm just saying. I wouldn't. You never know, because it looks like a bathing suit and they're weird. I'd need, like, a hot tub. Ma'am, what's up? What are you doing? What are you doing? Being weird? Yeah. I missed my dogs. They're so annoying, but I love them. I need you to call me the Lord of Ham. Deal. Deal. I need you to call me Fairy Foot Fuck Princess. Absolutely, Shy. It's your name. I mean, it's like pronouns and shit. Like, how the fuck am I allowed to dictate what I call you? That's bull. You are always allowed to correct me on that shit. Same thing happens to me. Taking a flight will back me up for about 24 hours. Yep, and that's it's kind of the same mechanism. We talked about this with plane flights and people getting blood clots. Because, you know, we depend on our blood pressure and the pressurization and gravity of the earth to maintain our blood pressure and the blood being perfused to different areas of our body. And when you go up and down and that pressurization and the weird changes of altitude and shit in a plane, it can cause the valves and general state of your vessels to be a little confused, and you can get blood clots really easily. Fairy foot fuck princess, let's go! I'm just kidding, please no. I hope they're happy to have me back, because I miss them. Oh my god, Bubblicious. I've told you guys the story about my friend, the infectious doc I traveled with when we were in Greece. Oh my god. Let's take a quick break. I gotta tell you guys, shit fountain and then the Greece. I have a lot of poop stories, which is weird. None of them involving myself. I have kind of a miraculous digestive system. I don't know what it is. I need to write it down though. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. Brain needs stuff. I have so many fucking notebooks. It's ridiculous. Sammy! You fuck, I love you. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an 8 of swings. How are you, love? Good lord, that's a long time. Yes, trouble, absolutely. That's why honestly, it's the same reason why I always tell you guys when I take a break, you should stand up. Stand the fuck up. You don't have to walk around. You don't have to be that weirdo, like, pacing at the office. But just the act of standing up and changing the gravity of the vessels in your body and stuff can help prevent a lot of issues that have to do with circulation, 100%. I know I'm really worried about it because it's literally my life with circulation for a very long time, but it's serious shit, and I don't want you guys getting in trouble when you have someone here giving you free fucking medical you know, I'm not a doctor, but when you have someone, like, telling you some commonsensical shit, And then you get sick because you were like, nah, like, I ain't gonna deal with that. I'm not into that. You know what I mean? Shit fountain. These are great. They're both not sad and both people lived. I refuse to tell the sad ones because it's just pointless. I tried doing shy as a username, but for some reason, people pronounce it as she. I would not have pronounced that as she, which is wrong. And I don't like spelling of shy as a username. My dad once randomly shortened my name to Shy, and I felt such a special feeling that I stuck to it to honor him. I love that. But only people I trust and feel safe with. Others call me my full name. I'm fucking honored that you're willing to let me call you Shy, and that you're. Seriously, it makes me happy when you guys are comfortable being like, hey, Katie, like, not a big deal, but like, my name's actually this, because I don't ever want to come. I hope I don't come off as like one of those intimidating people that's like, fuck you, I'm gonna say your name out of the fuck I want. Fuck you and your weird spelling. Fuck you and your yeet speak. Because what's the point? You know what I'm saying? We got enough fucking irrational bullshit in the world. I'm not into it. Quick break. Stand up, stretch your legs, get some fucking blood moving. I'm gonna take my dogs out and get some more coffee, and I'll be right back. And then I'll tell you of shit fountain. Come back. Sorry, the ad was fucking running. Thank you for the goddamn hype train, you sneaky ass fucks. Hold on. Anonymous Demon gifted a lot of subs in the... What the fuck? Anonymous motherfucker just gifted 5 subs in the chat while I was gone, you sneaky bitch. Thank you so much for something in my eyeball. I'm going crazy. Thank you for gifting a sub gifting 5 subs in the channel, Satan. Shad. Jesus Christ. Wait, hold on. What the fuck? Magnissimo gifted a sub to Dread Pirate Robert. Thank you so much for gifting a sub in the channel. Magnissimo, you're fucking crazy and I appreciate you. I mean, Sir Ham. Lord Ham. Fuck. I fucked it up.
Fuck! Shit. Balls. That's on me. Thank you.
Fuck balls. Shad, thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving 8 swings for 2 years and some change. Jesus fucking Christ. It's a long time and I appreciate you. Fuck. I don't deserve you guys, but thank you very much. An anonymous gifter for gifting 5 subs. Again, thank you. Jesus God. Cardawampus, JS, Sky High Gaming, Echo Scope, and Special Sauce. You're all but wizards, the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways. Because nothing is sexier than pure, sober consent. Period. Amen. Halla fucking Lula. Lula? Yep. Something's making my eye blurry on this side, but I don't know what it is. Why am I blurry? I keep saying like a blur, like a film. Jesus, I'm dying. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. So, shit fountain. Let me tell you I have 2 stories, and then, yeah. Before I forget, let's smoke some pot. Shit fountain. So, I've told y'all that when you work in a surgery unit, a lot of your patients come out of surgery at a rapid rate, meaning, basically, if a surgery is not going well, they don't want a patient to die in surgery because then that gives the surgical center a bad statistic. So they oftentimes keep surgery. Well, they do this for many reasons, but surgery center, the surgical operating room, the theater, is usually insanely close to the unit where the patient is going to be staying. And the way mine was literally like a 10-foot hallway between 2 sets of double doors. This set of double doors was my unit. This set of double doors was the OR. So patients would just come straight to the department all the time. So one time, apparently what happened was this patient had an ileostomy reversal. So essentially what happens is if something's wrong with your stomach or your intestines or something, we do this for many different reasons, they will disconnect your intestines to a port in your side where you shit in a bag for a while something heals or they do something, and then they'll reconnect your intestines once it's healed. Very layman's description, essentially what goes down. So this person had the reversal, meaning put back together, and apparently was doing fine. They were on the floors, they were eating, they were drinking, totally fine. This is just what I hear because I'm not on the floors, obviously. The nurse tells me that out of nowhere, like in a 20-minute period of time, this very tall, thin, older person, their stomach went from here to here. Just like pregnancy belly, like that. Very, very quickly. And that's usually a bad sign, especially when you've just had an intestinal surgery. So they immediately are like, okay, we're going to take you up to the unit. We don't know what's going on, but we need to take you to the ICU because obviously this is more serious than we thought. And on the way, like while they're pushing his gurney to ICU, he just codes. Like his heart stops. And so one of the residents, who was this little 5 foot $110 chick, climbs on his body and is sitting on the prego belly and trying to do compressions while they're pushing this gurney as fast as possible through the hospital to my unit. And so I'm in the unit. I see the double doors just burst open and this gurney comes flying through the double doors. That's automatically, we all just go, okay, emergency, something's happening. Everybody rushes to the area. We assess the situation. And as soon as the gurney stops, the doc, the resident kind of sits up to get good compression strength because she's real small and this is a big person and doing compressions is hard. And she goes to do one good compression and apparently this released whatever was causing his stomach to blow up or whatever was blowing up inside of him. And I shit you not, no pun intended, this patient had C. diff. So we were all in the patient room, but because the patient had C. diff, we were all already gowned completely. So if you have C. difficile, i.e. you're peeing out your butt because of a really bad bacteria that could kill you if you didn't come to the hospital, it is highly, highly contagious. And if like a nurse was to, not be clean and carry C. diff from one patient to another, C. diff is so serious that if someone who was already deathly ill got it, it's enough to tip them over and kill them. You know what I'm saying? So C. diff is serious shit. So when someone has C. diff, they literally have a special room that's a negative airflow room. And we fully gown, like full fucking the yellow gowns, masks, helmets, gloves, everything. So everybody's already gowned, thank fuck. But she does one compression. And I can't even tell you how many seconds because it was such a fucking blur. All I remember is I see everyone like a cloak. Like I did at the same time. It was instinct. All of us with our gowns at the same time. We're like, no. And a fountain of feces erupts from this human being's mouth. A fountain. It launched in the air. Launched. It was shit. Because he had eaten and drank and it was being processed and where the ill reversal had happened hadn't gone right. So it was just building up inside of him to such a point and such a pressure that doc doing one compression increased the abdominal pressure to a point where all sphincters said, I'm out, bitch! And he fountain. But honest, no! Every fucking yellow gown in the room was slow-mo like that. And I did not get shit in my face, thank fuck. But damn. I've never in my life seen that before. That was shit fountain. He lived, by the way. Patient lived. I will never tell you something more than that was shit fountain. Can happen. Does happen. Very fucking gnarly. I don't know if anyone told him his mouth was full of shit. I hope so. I wasn't there for it. Hallelujah. Did you know her? Shad, I don't know about that. Just considering the story of if a medical professional ever says blow it out your ass to me, I will take it much more seriously. 100%. Is the hospital the ultimate place to get a super infection? I wouldn't say this. I wouldn't say anything specific. The hospital is where you will get sick if you are immunocompromised. You should not be going to the hospital unless you're dying. We keep, and I'm not saying the hospitals are dirty, like we're not cleaning them. We keep them as clean as possible, but humans are gross. We are constantly shedding shit. I mean, there's no way to keep anything that has so many humans going in and out of it casually sterile. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, it's a combination of family and just staff. Like, it's inevitable. Like, I've told you guys about neuro. I've told you guys about neuro. Hello, Dr. Neuro, my love. How are you? I've told you guys about, like, MRSA, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. That was created in the hospital. And it's a deadly bacteria. But it was created in the hospital environment via the overuse of antibiotics. So you guys know how, like, hand sanitizer and shit says, kills 99.9% of all household bacteria. Well, we were all using those, like, through the 80s and 90s, like, bathing our children in hand sanitizer. And what happened was that 1.1% of bacteria that survived hand sanitizer went on to fuck and made MRSA, so on and so forth. So that's how it happens. And, literally, like, I'm not trying to say any of you are stupid, but if you think about it commonsensically, like, walking into a building with hundreds of thousands, potentially deadly virus-infected people, Like, I wouldn't go there unless I desperately needed to go there. You know what I mean? There's nothing magic about a hospital. It's just a building that we fucking bleach a lot. You know what I mean? How are you, Neuro, my love? I've seen this shit out of the mouth before from a serious backup, but not to that extreme. It was the worst. I've never seen anything like that in my life. It was a fountain. It was wild. Did you ever hear about shit fountain, Neuro? That was one that happened like 5 years ago in WikiU. It was fucking epic. Every precaution's taken, exactly. But like bacteria and viruses and shit, like they're still kind of just a crazy mystery to us on a certain level. Like, you guys know, I've told you, I've lost 5 different friends, all in their 30s from COVID at the very beginning of the pandemic when we didn't know. Like, we just did not know what to do. We were treating it like any other infectious thing, but people were sharing keyboards outside of the rooms. And yes, when they were inside the rooms, they were washing their hands, they were hand sanitizing, they were wearing their entire gear. But like, we do our best. We do our abso-fucking-lutely best. But like, there's always the chance that shit, unfortunately, we're humans. We're gross. We're animals, you know? Super bugs, right, Frem? Yeah, it's wild. Goldblum voice, life, finds a way. It's true. It's facts. Life finds a way. It's just true. You did? Oh, that makes me so happy. Is the dog fine? Good. I was one. You know, I thought about that resident for years. That little resident that did the compression that started Shit Fountain. Like, is she okay? Did she ever do another compression in her life? Ensville, I mean, I can do my best. You're always willing to ask a question, and I will always tell you answer honestly whether or not I can even answer it. When you kill 99% of bacteria on your hands, but you could just remove your hands to kill 100%, I mean, facts. No shit. No pun intended. She definitely did not pursue a GI fellowship. No shit. Who the fuck would? Oh god, that's great. Nah, dude, I appreciate it, but absolutely. Wait, what was the story? It was Shit Fountain, Frem. You've heard Shit Fountain, right? We had a patient, their illy, I believe it was an illy reversal went wrong. And so they were taking the patient up to the unit and they coded in the hallway. So our resident jumped on the bed to start doing compressions, and the pressure caused the patient's stomach to erupt a volcano of shit out their mouth. It was insane. They lived. I don't tell stories where they're sad and they died because that's not fair to the person that died. But yeah, fucking, yeah. Wild. It was my most visceral memory is the slow motion of every person in the room with their gowns going, no, at the exact same moment. Because it was wild. But Neuro lets us know she's fine. The doc's fine. Does not work in GI, but is fine. Life finds a way. Goldblum's amazing, I know. It's homework time. Boo. But get your shit done. That's important. Cheers, everyone. So, good reasons why someone would be a bad candidate for epidural or spinal sedation instead of general anesthesia. Honestly, that usually depends on the procedure being performed. Not necessarily like, I've never seen them consider an epidural instead of general anesthesia because of something like, how do I word that? Like, the only reason, like, the reasons anesthesia wouldn't be viable is blood pressure. And then like the patient history, but there's so much that goes into it, and it's not necessarily always a be all end all. Yeah, exactly what Neuro said. Yeah, blood pressure, intense bleeding if you're on blood thinners. Exactly. And then like, for instance, if you're a cigarette smoker or there are various other things where if we put you on general anesthesia, what happens is you end up breathing really, really shallow, more shallow than normal. And when you're under general anesthesia, we usually intubate you and you can't cough. And people who smoke cigarettes, I'm just going way too deep into it. I'm sorry. I'm such a nerd. But essentially, every time you smoke a cigarette, let's back up a little bit. Ignore that last phrase. So your entire breathing, non-conducting airways, i.e. your bronchial tubes, are lined with microscopic tiny little hairs called flagella that just like wiggle 24/7. And their purpose is to catch dust and debris that you're inhaling in the air, because no air is perfect, but also to help mobilize shit out of your lungs that does get down into there. Mucus, dust, debris, etc. Every time you smoke a cigarette, it paralyzes all of those cilia. Literally, I don't know. I smoke a cigarette, paralyzed. So now that mechanism, that like passive mechanism to help get shit out of you that doesn't involve coughing, has been knocked out of the equation. And on top of that, we've knocked you out so you're not coughing because you're on a ventilator. Mucus and shit starts to build up. That's why smokers tend to have a smoker cough in the morning. If you've ever known someone who's a smoker, cigarette smoker, first thing in the morning before they've had a cigarette, they tend to cough a lot and have to hawk up a bunch of loogies because while they were sleeping, they weren't coughing and all that shit was just building up in the base of their lungs because their cilia aren't mobilized doing it for them. Whereas anyone else that's not smoking cigarettes, their cilia moves a lot of that for them. So we tend to not like hawk up fucking gray loogies first thing in the morning. So, when you go under general anesthesia, it just compounds all of those issues. So a lot of the things we take into effect is your lifestyle, i.e., do you smoke cigarettes, et cetera, et cetera? Do you have a lung issue? Do you have a restrictive disease? Blah, blah, blah. Because a lot of that can complicate either keeping you breathing adequately while you're under anesthesia and waking you up. A cigarette smoker takes 50 times longer to wake up from anesthesia. It's crazy. And a lot of the time, like, so basically, if you take, sorry, swear to God, there's something in my eyeball. Take the deepest breath you can possibly take, like hold it right there. Now try to breathe on top of that, like without letting it out. That's what it feels like to have emphysema, to have COPD. So if you've smoked for a long period of time to where it's actually caused damage to the alveoli of your lungs, to a certain extent to where you have been diagnosed with COPD, i.e. emphysema, that's what it feels like to breathe all the time. And they do it, subconsciously. They do it without even realizing it. One of the things you'll notice with some people that have really bad COPD is they do something called pursed-lipped breathing. So every time they exhale, they do, and they exhale for like 2 minutes. That's actually a natural coping mechanism your body does to help your body have more time to try to get as much oxygen out of that last breath as possible. So you'll take a breath and then forever. And it's stifling the airflow coming out of your body so it has more time to circulate, i.e. So that's a lot of backstory basically to explain that being on a ventilator is like a fucking vacation for someone with COPD or emphysema. So for normal people who have like relatively healthy lungs, if we're awake and unsedated on a ventilator, we're going to do something called buck the ventilator. We have a natural breathing syncope. We sigh, we cough, we choke, we sniff. We do all sorts of things that's not just like a constant perfect flow of the exact volume of breath. But a ventilator doesn't do any of that shit. Ventilators, I set the pressure, I set the volume of air, and some other things I won't fucking bore you with, and that's it. And if you try to sigh or cough or try to alter it in any way, the ventilator bucks you. It literally blocks whatever you're trying to do, stops you. So imagine someone slamming a hand over the front of your mouth. That's what the ventilator would do every time you try to do something that isn't just the exact same volume over and over. So for normal lungs, we naturally start to buck a ventilator, which is why we keep you sedated. We try to relax you because you naturally, it's not, I don't want to go, it's too much. I'm sorry. I get way too into it. But that's basically the backstory on a ventilator. So you can imagine someone who has to breathe like an emphysemic, i.e., and then breathe on top of that. Like how once they're on a ventilator, it's their whole body can suddenly relax and focus on other things. And it's so, they don't want to come off a ventilator. They don't buck a ventilator. They ride a ventilator. Their body stops breathing on its own. That natural rhythm, their body's like, I'm fucking tired. I'm done. I'm out. And so you guys, I've told you guys before, there's a certain amount of there's a little course of tests I put my patients through before I extubate them, i.e. take that tube out of their lungs and let them breathe on their own. And these tests essentially prove to me that you can breathe without the tube, because some people cannot yet, i.e. some emphysemics will literally just stop breathing and look at you like, because it's easier. They're exhausted. Their body is fucking at its peak. So that's That's the respiratory background on general anesthesia. I'm so sorry if that was too much. My brain vomits sometimes. But that's where my background on it would come from, and your blood pressure and blood thinners. Absolutely. But for me, it's like, can I get you off the ventilator? Because ventilators are not good for you. Ventilators cause barotrauma. You can only, I mean, imagine. It's just something shoving air into your body and sucking it out without any regard for what you actually want. Nowadays, they do have some more advanced ventilators that do have, like, they learn your rate of breathing. They have a sigh mechanism, meaning they learn how often in an hour you sigh, and they will actually start to program a sigh into your breathing. It's crazy. There are some really nice ventilators out there. There's something called a Trilogy. There's some new, oh god, I can't remember the brand. There's a lot of brands of ventilators, but there's some new ones nowadays. Most hospitals don't have them because they're expensive and brand new. Most hospitals get like used machines or whatever by the time they can afford them. But they're fascinating that we are developing the technology to allow people to much more comfortably be on a ventilator. And the more comfortable you're on a ventilator means the less we have to sedate you, which leads to a way faster extubation, which is always the goal. I want that tube out of you as fast as possible. There's like a tube in your throat is like a catheter. And if any of you have had a catheter, I'm sure you hear your nurses and the team talking all day. Can we get it out? Can we take it out? Because what a catheter and what an ET tube is doing is essentially holding open a straight highway into your body for bacteria to go. And we don't want that. Now, obviously, nurses and respiratory and your entire team are doing a lot of things to prevent any bacteria. Like I've talked about the little balloon that blows up around it and all this stuff. Like we make an airtight seal, so we try to do everything as much as we possibly feasibly can to keep you safe while you have a catheter and or anything in your body. But even IVs, every day in rounds, there is someone going, can we get that out? Every single day. And the nurse has to go through their notes, read everything, go through the chart, and make that like, is it safe? Like, can they? We never want to keep it in you, like ever. Sorry, that was a lot. I talked too much. I want to read this because I'm excited. I love learning. For those who don't know, if you're new to my channel, Dr. Neuro is an actual neurosurgeon. A doctor of the neurosurgeon science, whom I did work with at Johns Hopkins. They now work with the CDC, trying to help them keep us safe. You know, banging his head against a brick wall sometimes, but he's still cute. You should give him a follow. If you like these kind of cool sciencey nerd fuck talks. Pale Brew, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class 11, giving it swings. I fucking appreciate you. How are you, Pawn? Dude, ends. I mean, we're lucky Neuro's here because Neuro's fucking 50 times the brain I am. Smokers, drinkers take longer to recover too, right? Like, I keep being asked if I'm a smoker, drinker. Absolutely. But drinking and or any narcotics, painkillers, stuff like that, also absolutely are a factor when it comes to whether or not you're going to be a candidate for anesthesia. But for many different reasons. Totally different modality, but absolutely. So my mom smoked for like 50 years. Now she's 8 months off cigarettes and on to vapes. Bless her. Wow. That's actually that's an achievement. She's also overweight, which is a whole thing. Overweight, that also is a thing. Yeah. Her blood pressure and all her vitals were apparently fine. About a year ago, she had a surgery to tighten some things so she didn't have to have another old lady come hold her shoulder in support when she sneezed, like in the commercials. Oh yeah, absolutely. Incontinence. Yep. She got a spinal epidural, one of those then, and everything was fine and good. And now she was going for some polyp removal. Reason she didn't get general anesthesia last time and didn't plan on it this time was that she almost fucking died when she had her appendix out because they couldn't intubate her. Do you know why they couldn't intubate her? Lung shit is exhausted, dude. Cake, you're one to talk. Good lord. Shy, I love you. You have a beautiful day. Thank you for being an awesome, honest, wonderful human. I'm blessed for knowing you. I hope it's kind of interesting. I try not to get too fucking. My brain just vomits the shit though. How much does the altitude in places like Denver tend to affect people with lung damage? So it's actually really interesting. We do have lower oxygen here. So general room air, like, theoretically perfect room air is 21% oxygen. The rest of it's other shit. In Denver, what I've read is that it's around 20.4%. which, isn't a huge difference, but it's enough of a difference that your body actually changes living here. And they've done multitudes of studies living here, and athletes actually come to live here and train here to actually do their sport in many other places in the world. Because what happens is when you live in an area like this, your body acclimates to the environment of less oxygen by maintaining a regular higher level of red blood cells, so that it can transport oxygen the way it would if you were in a richer oxygen rich environment. You know what I mean? Baltimore, I mean, I had a great time, but damn, COVID killed a lot of my favorite places. That was heartbreaking. That was really heartbreaking for me. But yeah, a person with a lung injury, I mean, unless they had also a disorder with red blood cell, production or something along those lines, I would assume they too would adapt to have the additional red blood cells. Because basically what happens is, athletes will come here and train for extended periods of time to the point where they adapt to have those extra blood cells. And then when they go down to the lower altitudes where there's actually more oxygen, oxygen rich environment, their body is like over oxygenated. Like they're getting an extra kick. That's what I hear. I don't know. When I moved here was the height of COVID, and every time I've traveled, I haven't been anywhere long enough to like run. I run here, and it took me a year to get back to my normal running distance. A year from living in Baltimore. When I lived in Baltimore, I could run like 3 miles every day. Like that was easy. That was my run. And when I came here, I could run a half a mile, and I'd have to walk a half a mile, run a half a mile, walk half a mile for a year. Took me to get back to my normal. And I'm not an unhealthy person. Like, I smoke a lot of pot, but other than that, I eat pretty fucking good. I'm a little weird about nutrition and shit. Like, I think I'm pretty healthy, but damn, a year. Just to feel like I wasn't, like, sucking fucking air. I felt like I had asthma. It was weird. So this is what Neuro said. So she most likely was asking for an epidural anesthesia for the polyp removal. Most likely they probably did not recommend the epidural anesthesia, assuming that there's no issue or what we call a contraindication. Good. I love that word. As that would require her to stay overnight for observation. But again, I don't know her history just as much. Me too. Yeah. I don't think anyone can answer unless we see the yeah. And that HIPAA. It's interesting to talk about, though. It is a really interesting topic. Catheters are a huge source for infections, absolutely, especially when first being put on dialysis. They always want to map out the location and get the fistula in as quick as possible. 100% yes. Yeah, and they want it out as fast as possible. Possibly, or can even come down to that there was no anesthesiology on staff. Sometimes this happens, and if it's not a critical procedure, which in cases of polyp removal is also common to do without anesthesia. So, yeah, and I think it's probably cheaper, right? Actually, I don't know. Epidural's pretty crazy. Actually, I don't know. Nope, just kidding. I just know anesthesia is really expensive, but no, epidurals are pretty expensive too. As one would expect, her having a cave against general anesthesia in her records and pointing it out would be a solid contraindication against the general anesthesia. I mean, her having a cave? Wait. Every surgery or procedure I've done that requires anesthesia, I stress repeatedly that I'm a heavy marijuana user. I want them to get their math right. 100% yes. Same. You never lie to your medical staff. They don't give a fuck. They don't want to kill you. If your medical staff is like, what drugs do you take? Say them all. If you take heroin, please say that. They're only asking because we're about to pile more drugs on that. We don't want to kill you. That's it. It's so infuriating when people lie to your doctor and then we almost fucking kill you because you lied. Like, I am not interested in getting you arrested or anything. Like, I'd love for you to not do heroin, but I just don't want to kill you. That's it. That's why anesthesiologists are paid big bucks and have bajillions on their head in liability. I have no idea. Probably more than neuro, I would assume. Definitely more than me. Actually, we might be on par. I don't know. It's so confusing. Everybody's in charge of a life. What up, sheepy? How are you, love? Ensville, this shit's fun, man. I mean, neuro, I think I could speak for us both when I'd say, like, we didn't do it because we hated it. Like, human bodies are fucking cool. It's frustrating beyond reason sometimes trying to do your job, but human bodies are cool. I'll talk about it all day. That shit, it's like so fucking burned into me. It never goes away. Oh my God, Damien. I went and voted today in Oklahoma to allow recreational weed. Oh my God, I will send all my vibes. All the vibes. Yes. I'm glad I don't require anesthesia at the dentist to get my teeth fixed anymore. Why'd you require it before? At higher altitude, At higher altitude, there's less O2 in the air, so your body makes more RBC to compensate. Yep. If you're lower alt again, that gives you an edge in sport. Yep. I don't know how long it takes you to like lose those red blood cells once you go back down to lower altitudes, so I have no idea. I've got MOD severe pulmonary fibrosis from ILD, and I'm supposed to go to the conference in Denver next month. Oh shit. Been trying to figure out if I'm gonna get knocked on my ass. I mean, like I've told you guys this before, but Zach and I we're vaccinated and boosted. Neither of us have gotten COVID yet. We still wear a mask. We wear a mask in the airport and on the airplane. If you're flying anywhere, like even if it's not COVID, like you'll probably get a cold. The amount of like the first flight going into Baltimore, there was 2 toddlers in front of us, and I swear to God, the amount of that I listened to for 3 hours, like just 2 feet in front of me, I was just sitting in my seat like, you fucking breeders. You fucking breeders! But I didn't get sick. I don't care. People can look at me funny all they fucking want. I don't want to get sick no matter what it is. If at the end of the day, getting sick means a bug that was on someone else in a fluid got into one of your holes of your face, and that's fucking gross just to begin with. Like fucking ew. Olympic athletes train in Colorado for that exact purpose. That's what I was saying from. Yeah, exactly. Getting used to the thinner air makes it easier when you're at sea level. Yeah, but it's crazy. Like for me, and I'm not an Olympic athlete. For a normal person, it took a year though for me to get back to normal, like my regular athletic ability, and not feel like I was literally sucking air. She ended up having to stay overnight this time too, since they had trouble intubating her and trouble after she was extubated. What is the trouble intubating her? Do you know? Is it like anatomical, or is it that they can't get her anesthetized? I'm just curious. Just make sure you'll pay your copay. That's in the form of a tier 1 sub to Katie, or please use your Jeff Bezos G-string money on my friend Dr. Neuro, because doctors don't make as much as you think they do. And he's hot. He's a hot husband too, and a cat. Like, it's just like eye candy. Eye candy. Just like eye candy all around. I'm a child. That's so funny. People are like, I'm gonna get in trouble. It's like, no, you aren't. They just need to know what's going on in your body. Exactly. It's seriously, I just don't want to kill you. I'm here to get you better, not kill you. Same, yeah. It's so wild. Yeah, they're not trying to judge you. They're just trying to do their job without killing you. They don't want the paperwork, right? We don't want the stats. We don't want the paperwork. Like, never lie to your doctor. They'll only suggest treatment if you ask for it. Like, we're only there to keep you the way you want to be, really, at this point. Records say, oi, oi, no general anesthesia for this lady, probably unless you can help it, because she almost died last time. Old lady points it out repeatedly because she's scared of fucking dying. They ended up putting her under again so she can almost die again. Shit's just confusing. She also might, some people do get a sort of psychosis from anesthesia. I don't know if I've told you that before. There's many different names for it depending on how it presents itself. Sundowning is one way. Just anesthesia psychosis. Fentanyl psychosis is one of them. I've had patients who come out of surgery. I extubate them. They are awake and speaking to me, and they think I'm the devil and that they're a horse in a horse stall that's going to get shot because they broke their leg in a race. I'm not kidding. That's an exact story I've literally heard out of a little 65-year-old lady in Maryland. After she came, like after the fentanyl was completely out of her system, she was like, oh my God, I thought you were the devil coming into my horse stall to shoot me because my leg broke during the race. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit affects, some people go crazy. Sundowning doesn't even have to have any drugs involved. Just the sun going down while they're in the hospital makes them cuckoo, because hospitals are weird. They're 24-hour, machines. So the sun might go down outside, but the hospital never stops humming. And so your brain starts to not realize when day is happening and when night's happening. And it's quite literally the moment the sun goes down. The person who was the nicest little fucking Nana teaching you her family chocolate chip recipe is now screaming at you about how you're Satan and you're coming out of the clouds to, like, eat her hair. And you have to 4-point them and knock them out with drugs. You cannot control. They're dangerous to themselves. There's many different names, many different, like, types of weird psychoses that are strictly in the hospital due to various things that can happen. And yeah, if you act out when you come out of surgery out of anesthesia and it makes it dangerous, i.e. more difficult to extubate you and get you better, then we're much less likely to be willing to put you under, because that's our license under. I mean, we're basically being irresponsible, right? It's like, hey, we did this thing and it was not a good outcome and it was really dangerous and really hard to come out of that thing. Let's do it again. You know, the world would be like, that's not like we should look into that hospital probably, because that seems okay. You know what I mean? But it can be for a lot of different reasons. Oh, it's horrifying. I've never personally experienced a psychosis like that, but I definitely have had a lot of patients who it is literally night and day. It's wild. It's really, I mean, thank fuck for masks, because half the time I'm smiling because I'm just like, wow, the sun went down and your fucking werewolf came out. Like it's the one of the weirdest phenomena I ever experienced in the hospital. My hospital keeps asking, do I smoke? I never have. I feel like they want me to say I do. Which is weird because they can do a test. They can do a CO2 test to see if you actually do. They can tell if you're lying or not. Literally, there's like a fucking a little breath test they can do, and they can see your CO2 numbers and tell if you smoke. Reed, don't lie to your doc. Wife was telling me last night that people are now taking some oh my god, I've heard about this. I don't even want to talk about it because it scares the shit out of me. I've heard about this, yeah. Some people are taking a diabetic med for weight loss, but slows digestion is causing people to aspirate because they'll still have food in them past 8 hours. Oh, I didn't hear about that part. But I have the reason I heard about it is apparently if you're rich, you can just buy this diabetes medicine in bulk en masse, and it helps you, like, it decreases appetite or something and helps you lose weight. But now people with diabetes can't get their fucking meds. So people with diabetes are going months without this medication. It's fucking insane. I heard about that. Yeah. Dude, Pawn, I mean, at this point, it's like, especially if you haven't gotten COVID, or if you have, you got it really bad, like, why kick, the metaphorical God in the dick? Like, I'm not taking chances. I don't want that. I don't want it. I know, cake, same. Oh my god, when we got to the airport, the fucking TSA line was pretty long, so we were, like, hoofing it. And when I got to the gate, I think I could feel, like, sweat in my mask, and it was, like, sucking in. But fuck, I didn't get sick. I'm not saying it's a fail-safe, but I'm definitely not gonna stop taking the precautions now. I was on a flight sitting next to some wannabe influencer girl that was coughing the entire time. I would've said something. This shit is nope. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. We're still waiting for a full report and having a meeting with the anesthesiologist coming up, but she talked to one of the nurses, and they said they tried intubating her nasally at first and had trouble and then went orally. I wasn't free for that talk, so I'm working with limited third-hand information. No, it's totally cool. It's honestly, like, I'm surprised that you're able to relay as much as you have been, because it's a lot of fucking shit. The language and the words and the nonsense that gets tossed around in a hospital room, like, oh my god, I completely get it. Even working in it for an extended period of time, like, my brain sometimes was like, slow the fuck down. You're repeating yourself in different ways. What? Like, absolutely, I get it. Like, it's honestly very impressive you were able to absorb that much. Unless you're going in with a weapon, they could give two shits. That's probably the best advice ever. Seriously. Mom doesn't remember jack shit this time. They asked her if she noticed how they called, like, 10 people into the room to help. She's like, what? Oh, God. I wonder if she doesn't breathe afterwards. Mainly because of my needle phobia, but I think partly because of my neurodivergency. I've tried laughing gas a few times, but also has issues. I have needle phobia. I just faint every time. It's great. I know, Bolvie. Neither did I, technically. It was a surprise. It was my birthday present from Zach. It was like a surprise birthday present. So he took me to Baltimore for 2 days, and it was just enough time to eat myself stupid. And I did. And I went to the water, but it was good. But I didn't get sick. That's the moral of the story. Wore a mask, didn't get sick. Washed my hands, had hand sanitizer. What are you going to do? Everyone gets asked about smoking at the doctor hospital because of a thing called meaningful use that came with Affordable Care Act, when they have to take specific metrics for all patients, Medicare and Medicaid. Is that thing where, oh my God, I think I remember when this went into effect. Because everyone in the hospital had to go do the little smoking test and prove you weren't a smoker. Because if you were a cigarette smoker, you had to pay an additional, like, $5 a month on your insurance, right? Oh my God, Jack rocks. Somebody's
Jealous!
Did you take your
Wrong one. Calm the bitch down. Uh,
Ask your mom for a hug and have a lovely day. I know, it's just But the thing has been informative. We've gotten has been limited. It all feels like a TV drama conspiracy cover up. That's honestly, it feels sometimes that way to us too. Like trying to put together the story of a patient with every single different chart from every single different specialist that charts on that patient can be a fucking mind farm. It's insane. A minefield. It's literally insane. Same. Or like, especially if a patient's been to multiple hospitals, multiple different hospitals, and we have to piece together charts from different hospitals and different systems. Like, some hospitals use Cerner, some use Epic, some use their own fucking localized system. Oh my god. That's what I mean. It's impressive what you got. Because seriously, that's it's a lot. I'm not being condescending. It's actually impressive. That's a lot to take in. I try to help my patients be an advocate for themselves because a lot of people, families involved included, kind of check out because it can be really overwhelming. Absolutely, you can always pick my brain. I do nothing with it anymore. Once on a flight, I had to loudly announce, "I'm not contagious, don't worry." You know what I always do? I if I'm stuck like on a bus or something and I have to cough, I literally just be like, "I smoke a lot of pot, dude. Please don't worry. I'm vaxxed and shit. I just smoke a lot of weed." And they always laugh at me. 'Cause I don't know what else to do. Like I would never go out if I had COVID, obviously, or like was super sick. So that wasn't the Affordable Care Act. That was just your hospital deciding they wanted to get their employees to stop smoking. Oh, no shit. Okay. The meaningful use thing is specifically related to the patients so that hospitals can be eligible to take Medicare, Medicaid, and any other federal aid. Interesting. So they will always ask that no matter what. Interesting. It freaks me out that some anesthesia doesn't knock you out, just blocks short-term memory. Well, yes and no. So, what's the word? Neuro, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, ethically, morally speaking, I've never seen anyone only hit someone with a paralytic and not the sedation slash anesthetic or amnesic. So normally, and this again, every hospital is different. Normally, if someone comes through the ER and you have a broken bone or something, we're gonna cast up or reset quick. You're not going into surgery or something like that. What we give you is a little cocktail of fentanyl and propofol. Propofol is the white milky shit. If you've ever seen the little white milk bottle hanging, that's propofol. And then we've got our fentanyl. Propofol is it's how do I explain it? It's just the perfect little cocktail combination. It's a sedative, it's an amnesic, and it's a paralytic. And that combination keeps you safe mentally and physically because we don't want you to experience and or remember the pain we're putting you through when we're resetting a dislocated shoulder, a dislocated knee, a dislocated hip. It's not necessary for your growth as a human or the healing of the bone for you to be cognizant for that. You know what I mean? And also, it's a way for us to not just pummel you with sedation. Because in order for us to do some of the procedures we do that aren't like in an OR, like stitches, stuff like that, there's going to be a lot of pain involved. We're going to be sewing your skin. We're going to be pulling a bone out and re-putting it in. We're literally going to be causing excessive amounts of pain. And the amount of just sedation painkillers that we would need to pummel into your system to completely numb you to the point where you would absolutely not react to whatever we're going to do would borderline, if not just kill you, because it's not only just blocking the pain so you don't have this horrific experience, but if you react physically, there's a chance we can cause more damage, right? So if we're resetting a hip and suddenly that person thrashes their body in the direction we don't want them to go, we could fucking throw their hip joint up their back. You know what I'm saying? So the paralytic sedation and amnesic combo is a combo to keep you and me safe while I do something that is deemed by the doctors not going to be a procedure that takes an extended period of time, because that normally that little cocktail only lasts max 15 minutes maximum, and you just naturally start to wake up. Does that make sense? I tried not to get too like nerdtastic on that one. Nope, I was just talking. Oh no, I didn't. Frem. I think Twitch might have borked out. It did not go through. Is Twitch being a bork? Uh-oh. Hi, Zoe. Puts you out completely. Absolutely. Yes. So if you've ever had a procedure where you suddenly just woke up and it was over and you're like, where did time go? You had that combo probably. There's also I've only seen it really utilized in children prolifically, but they do use ketamine in kids sometimes to do the same thing. So like if a little kid comes in and just needs stitches because they've knocked their face on something, we'll give them ketamine and it it's effectively keeps them still for a short amount of time, is mildly amnesic and a sedative so that they kind of just go, and their eyes glass over and you can sew their cheek up and they're not going to like swing their head so you don't stab a fucking needle through their eyeball. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not to be cruel, it's literally to keep you safe. Same reason why if you are ever intubated in a hospital for an extended period of time, i.e., you're in the unit on a ventilator, you, by law, in the United States, as far as I know, I've never seen a hospital that doesn't do this. By law, by regulation, you have to be what's called 4-point restrained, meaning I have to have restraints on your wrists and your ankles, sometimes across your chest and your head if you're a spicy motherfucker. Because if you, for some reason, even if you claimed you were totally off, like if you were the most lucid person in the world, you could fall asleep and have a dream and reach up and try to rake that ET tube out of your mouth, literally rip your vocal cords out of your mouth and die, suffocate and die. Before I could run across the unit to get to your room, all of that could go down. So, by law, to keep you safe and my license safe, we 4-point restrain you. And if you fight those 4 points, I'm gonna fucking restrain you in every way I possibly can to keep your hands the fuck off that tube. Period. You know what I mean? And if you're a person who we've previously had for surgery and you're constantly reaching for your tube and fighting things because you're crazy when you're on sedation, I'm going to put in the notes, do not sedate this person anymore. No more. They need something else because they're going to kill themselves. It's terrible, but like we never do any of that to be cruel. Like, we're not amnesiaing you so you don't remember horrible conversations or something. It's all about the safest way we can possibly do that procedure, get you better and get you the fuck out without putting you at risk for yourself. You know what I mean? Sorry if I missed any chat. I talk too much. Propofol is my favorite game. I try to stay awake as long as I can. Oh my god, I do too. I literally, not even a second. So that's what I was gonna say. The Propofols, like, once they start pushing Propofol, usually what we'll do is like, the nurse will either just start talking to the patient or be like, okay, count back from 10. And they'll be like, so do you have any kids? And the patient will be like, no, wild. Instant. Propofol is also what Michael Jackson abused, OD'd on, and died from. I hope, Modi, I never ever aim to scare you. I always, whenever I'm educating or telling you guys about stuff or ever answering your questions, I'm always trying to be educational and reassuring. Because for the most part, I mean, I would say 100%, but you can't generalize personal experience. I've never met anyone malicious in a hospital. The only concern we have is the person in front of us, our patient. You are the number one thing in my life. Like, I've seen people literally trip over a gurney, break their leg, stand up and continue compressions on a patient, and they didn't realize they broke their leg until the code is over. The type of people that work in that environment have a different thing than most of us that clicks them into a mode. It's like moms lifting a car off a child, you know, that crazy fight or flight thing kicks in. And you will be, there's no one who's going to like stop compressions to push a hair out of their own eye. You know what I'm saying? In the most basic sense of it. I will. Oh my God, Theory. Did I ever tell you guys? I think I've told you guys the story about the guy's brain I put my fingers through on accident. I had a patient who attempted to take his own life while insanely high on drugs. And he put a shotgun in his mouth, but like, and all he managed to do was shoot his eyeball out and like the top of this right here, the skull, the skull pieces came out, but no brain. His brain was fine. But he shot out the roof of his mouth. And I smiled. This patient was a fucking asshole. I would never do, there's no justification. There's no reason for malpractice, and that's not where I'm going. I smile because he was just an asshole and the memories make me laugh. But when we got him, obviously, we got him in this condition. We had no idea who he was, what his history was, anything. And I know we were talking earlier about like contraindications for anesthesia. And someone was saying it also can have to do with if you take drugs or if you take narcotics or painkillers. And that is absolutely true, because when we give you the nice cocktail of anesthesia that's going to knock you out for whatever we're doing, that is going through the same body systems that painkillers and narcotics do, i.e. your kidneys, liver, etc. And the more abused, used, twisted, and fused those fucking organs are, the less effective our anesthesia is going to be. And we never know how it's going to be. We can't guess it. You could tell me you're a regular taker of opiates and you shoot heroin every hour on the hour, and I still don't know what anesthesia is going to do to you. And so that's another huge contraindication. If you regularly take painkillers, please, anything, seriously, tell your doctor. They don't care. We're not interested in getting you arrested. We just don't want to kill you. But what happens is, I've seen it one of two ways. Either, and this is how it happened with this patient, was we give you the anesthesia to go into OR so we can like immediately fix up and block blood, so you don't bleed out and die. Do the emergency stuff. What happens is either the anesthesia works as it should right away, but wears off in a fraction of the time it does on anybody else. So the way that the anesthesia team, your anesthesiologist, the nurses, etc., the way that they calculate how much you're going to get is by your body weight. That's it. Your body weight is everything when it comes to that. And I think some of them can be gender specific just because hormones, like depending on whether or not you have lots of testosterone, lots of estrogen, that can change the modality of some things. Don't quote me on this. It's not my area. I know little. But what happened with this guy was those drugs lasted just long enough to do that emergency surgery and get him to the OR. We set him up on the ventilator, still totally knocked out, totally fine. But the nurses and the team in charge of the drugs that they're giving, I don't give drugs like that, so that's not me at all. They have a schedule based on your body weight and anything else that they need to take into account. They have a schedule when drugs will be administered to keep you under or to wake you up, depending on what their plan is. It can be all over the place. But essentially what happened was guy came back, ventilator, fine. And it's like 6 in the morning, 5:30 in the morning, something like that. I work night shift. And usually around that time is when I go do my like big final circle, go see every single one of my patients, make sure like, is there anything else I can do for you? Anyone, just make sure they're totally fine, clean, set up, and ready for the next shift. And then I go retype out my sheet and my notes and whatever for the next shift that comes on. And so I'm doing my circle, just walking around looking at patients. And the way that our OR was, or our OR, the way our ICU was, and every ICU I've actually worked in, is that it's just glass walls with huge glass sliding doors, and there's no privacy because we need to be able to see you at all times. We need to make it so when you're in an ICU, you literally can't be out of our sight. If you're in an ICU, that's your health status, is you are that unhealthy that we need to be able to see when you're going to crash at any time. So when I'm walking by, I can, my periffs, I can see everything in every single patient room. And before I reach the door of this patient, I see in my periffs, his bed was like parallel to the door up against a window, probably like a good 25 feet away from me. And I see in my periffs, literally, his head is back. And all I see is this. I just see arms like this coming up in the restraints. And the problem is that if you're like kind of narkied, the 4-point restraints are enough to keep you down because you're so like out of it. You don't quite understand that you can sit up and grab. I'm not advising it. I'm just saying for some reason that normally they try to grab and then they sit up and then they try to grab and then they sit up and they never do it at the same time. So they're usually very safe. However, because this person that we didn't know was an avid fucking drug user, like every goddamn party drug narc you could ever imagine, just like was pummeling himself with drugs all the time, they wore off so fucking quickly that he literally went from 0 to 10 and woke up. Your instinct, I mean, imagine waking up with a tube the diameter of my thumb all the way down into the carina of your lungs. You don't have nerves in your lungs necessarily, but your body knows something's going on because you can't close your epiglottis. Your epiglottis is now blocked open. Everybody's instinct is fucking, it's like Neo in the Matrix. Rake the fucking shit out of your mouth so you can breathe. Our biggest instinct as a human being is to keep our airways clear, and we'll do anything to keep them clear. So I try not to fault patients when this happens. However, it's fucking just infuriates me. And I've never had a patient self-extubate. I just have to, thank you, Katie. Anyways, so I see his arms fly up and I don't even all I remember is slamming my hand into the gel, dispenser so fucking hard that the flap snapped off on it. Like I broke it, but I got foam and I did this. And then I jumped. I don't even know how far I got in the room. I could have Supermaned across the room. I have no idea. But my panic went in and I flew across the room. And normally when this happens, if you see a patient self-extubating, the first thing, you don't go for their hands, because if you grab their hands and they already have a hold on that tube, you're going to just help them rake their fucking vocal cords out of their mouth. So you never go for the hands. You're normally what you're taught is hand flat on the head and slam their head into the bed. Put their head back, as long as you're aware they don't have a fucking neck injury or something like that. Like, just, poo, get their head the fuck away from their hands as fast as possible. And usually their hands will go with it because their whole body goes with it, so they're not going to rake it out, blah, 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 so on and so forth. However, instinct in this moment wasn't thinking, which patient is this? Is this the gentleman who shot part of his skull out? Guess I shouldn't slam my head on his... mine was just like, oh my God, my critical patient who tried to end his own life is about to self-extubate. So I went flying in there and slammed my hand on his forehead and slammed him back down. But he didn't have, this part. So my fingies just went like... into it. But he was fine. Again, I don't tell sad stories if they die, because that's not fair to the dead person. He was fine, and he was a fucking dick. Also, they replaced the roof of his mouth with a piece of his hairy thigh skin, and to this day, I wonder if he shaves it. Cheers! He got 6-pointed, by the way. Dude, can you imagine? Man, I've seen some crazy plastics work that kind of is enough to blow your mind. Like, you kind of wonder if Frankenstein might be out there. Seatown! Is it your oh my God, shut up. It is Pisces season. Hold up. Happy birthday, happy birthday. This is your day. She's gonna crack. Fucking voice is ruined. To have a lot of fun. We're waiting for the celebrating. This is your day, so happy birthday to you. And a pinch to grow an inch, wherever you want it. I love you. Happy birthday. I'm sorry. Coming back to the dry air has fucked my face up and my voice is ruined. Happy birthday. I hope it's wonderful. Ever have someone come in that was part of a hide and seek accident, given that you were in the ICU? Oh my God, shut up. No. Shut up. Fucking leave. How are you, love? Oh God. That's amazing. Hello, Taco. How are you, love? I'm sorry if I missed anyone in chat while I was storying. Bro, I've lived a very secluded, introverted life, so every Katie story is like a TV show. Dude, I do too. Like, if I didn't work in the hospital, I wouldn't have shit. Well, I travel. I guess I'd have my traveling stories, but that's it. You work in a hospital, and it's like, I only worked in hospitals for 13 years, excluding my clinical years. If it was clinical years included, what is that, like 21? No, that's way too long. No. 13, 15 years. But, I have enough stories for the rest of my existence. I firmly believe you need to work in an emergency room for a year and you have enough stories for the rest of your fucking life. Because every night is 500 different stories. Like, it never fucking ends. You know what I mean? Adrenaline's crazy. I did live rent free in his head. That was fucking weird. Then he oddly developed an Irish accent. That would have been amazing. That would have been incredible. Nothing cool happened. He was just a dick. Like, we ended up extubating him. He was fine. They reconstructed. He didn't get an eye back, obviously. He had, like, a fucking dent in his head. But he insisted on sitting in a chair directly outside his patient room, and he would wave at you like this until you waved back, and then he'd go. And he just talked shit about every nurse, and he was super demanding, and he was just a fucking asshole, and his family were assholes, too. You can see why he was an asshole. I don't care what happened to you. If you're an asshole, you're an asshole. And I have a lot of fucking empathy, man. I'm an asshole. Like, you have to be really asshole-ish. My God. But I was going to say I had one patient similar to the thigh skin one. No, not the same, but similar. This one was fucking sad, though. What was it? I think they had developed tongue cancer, and never chewed tobacco a day in their life, didn't smoke. Like, it was just one of those freak accident, genetic things. But they got cancer in their tongue, and fuck, I'm trying to remember. They had to remove it all the way down, like all of the tongue. And it's just so weird to say out loud because it doesn't make any sense. But basically, what they did, what I got back from the OR, let's put it that way. The wordage is what confuses me. What I got back from the OR was a person that looked like they had a blondie brownie, half of a blondie brownie sticking out of their mouth. Until you got real up close, and then you were like, wait, is that like that super fatty piece of bacon that you like fry in oil and chop up and eat with sauces? What is that? I just blanked on the name. That's what it looked like. Like you could see the striations of skin layers and fat and shit in it. What what is that fucking, oh my god. You guys know, my brain died. Seahorse, it's very sad. Have you been since COVID, dude? It's literally like dead. Hamden is shut the fuck down. Almost every single place in Hamden is just dead. It's so sad. Got your coffees? Good. Good. I love you. I hope it's a good birthday. You better eat something delicious. Was that Late Street Drive that you stopped playing right before that beat? I don't know. Was it? That was the end of a playlist. Hold on. We can go back. I have no idea. This was Disclosure. Help Me Lose My Mind. The Black Keys, Gold on the Ceiling. Lake Street Drive, Mistakes. Is this a good... I can't even hear it. It was so low. Is this a good song? I apologize if I skipped a good one. I just need to pick a new list after this one because it's at the end. Fatback. Is that it? Pork belly. Looked like pork belly. Yep. Looked like pork belly with less fat. And it was a chunk of her thigh flesh that had been grafted to the base of where her tongue was. But what the plastic surgery team, we call them plastics in a hospital. Usually they're just reconstructive surgery type team. What they explained to us was essentially to reconstruct a tongue in her mouth. They had to just take this huge chunk of flesh, attach it, wait for it to completely heal. And I'm not exaggerating when I say it literally looked like a brownie blondie sticking out of her mouth, half of it. She could not close her mouth. It was like huge. It was disgusting. They said that had to heal, and then they could go in for a second surgery and carve it into a tongue. However, it had no muscle in it at all and would not function as a tongue and was hairy. And the unfortunate part about working in a hospital is we work 12-hour shifts, so you only work 3 days a week. So a lot of the time, you don't get to see the end of these stories. Like, I have no idea where that went. I saw Brownie Blondie and went home. Wild. It can make anything. But then, like, you have those, like, these are, like, horror things that stick out in my mind, as in, like, oh my god, what if I had to shave my own tongue? But then I got to also be a part of one of the very first female to male, like, transitions where they created a penis out of forearm, like, pieces of that person's forearm flesh. And it was the most epic, perfect cock I've ever seen in my entire life. And, like, those are the things that I'm super proud to even be an accessory to. You know, let alone having to be actually been able to take care of that patient. Like, there was a whole, like, they did an interview. Don't worry, we're not breaking HIPAA. Like, they were very, very open and very proud. It was amazing. Like, so it's like, yeah, there's a lot of sad shit, but then you get to be a part of that. You get to see someone's life just be changed for, like, literally, like, I'd say the better, but could it ever be changed for any better? I don't know. Like, the joy you see in these people's hearts and souls when they finally get the body they deserve is pretty fucking wild. So, I don't know. It's a give and take. You guys just always remind me of the fucked up shit. What can I say? That's on you. Hamden, yeah. Done. You literally, I almost didn't recognize where I was driving because it was just dead. It's so sad. Brain guy was fine, but somehow tongue lady just made my tum-tum unhappy. Man, I mean, I think it's because, like, I don't know. She's going to have to learn sign language. Like, you don't speak. Your tongue is the only muscle in your body that's only connected at one side. It's like a free-flowing. All your other muscles are always connected at two different apexes, except your tongue. Weird, huh? Tongues, they're kind of one of those things that, like, what do you do without it? You know, like, it's also a big part of chewing and moving food around in your mouth, sucking a dick. Like, fuck. Should have asked how many eyes there are in Mississippi and answer with a hell of a lot more than you, dude. Oh, Seatown, good. I'm glad. That makes me happy. You deserve that. This is a beautiful song. I'm sad I skipped it. I just didn't hear. I really had it so low. Tongues are human tentacles. They really are. They are fucking weird, dude. If you ever see someone split their tongue in half and the fact that it could just, like, the moment someone does that surgery to split your tongue in half, the two sides immediately just work independently of each other. Bodies are weird. My company cured leukemia by reprogramming HIV to inject genes into cancerous cells. Frem, no fucking shit. I don't remember the name of, I know what company you work for now. I don't remember the name. Don't worry, I'm not stalking you, but I know shit. I, read about this. When I was working at Hopkins, I read about this being in production. I read about the dawning of these ideas. That's so crazy cool it's like a thing now. I'm not shitting you. I think I was required, I think we all were required by the hospital to go to a huge seminar at Hopkins about it because it was a huge deal. They'd already done it in trials with mice and stuff like that, and literally they were injecting the HIV virus into leukemia cells, and it was curing leukemia, it was obliterating leukemia. Wow. Yeah. That's fucking amazing. Wow. I can't believe it's already at that. That's just amazing. Science is fucking beautiful. Bifurcated tongues, they're amazing. I mean, to each their own. To each their own. They creep me out. I have a lot of snakes and lizards, and I just could not separate the two, but to each their own. I have a lot of tattoos, and a lot of people think those are gross, so. I've learned too much about my body today. I know. I'm trying to think of okay, I have a body fact that will make, I guarantee, at least 2 of you feel better today. This is probably one of my favorite body facts. So, you know how spiders molt and bugs shed that exoskeleton once every couple of months or something once a year? So we kind of do the same thing, but little tiny bits over extended periods of time. I.e., I'm sure you guys have all heard the stupid statistic that is false, but not completely false, that 75% of household dust is human skin. There's no fucking percentage. We all know people just make up percentages all the time off the top of their asshole. However, a lot of dust is human skin. We shed a shit ton of human skin, and I think on average 80 hairs in total off of any part of our body at any given moment all day. It's pretty wild how much we just shed shit, but also that's happening on the inside of your body. So, did you know only about, give or take, not a made up percentage, about 30% of what you push out of your butthole in terms of shit, not anal pearls, I see you, in terms of shit, only about 30% of it is actually made up of what you've consumed with your mouth. About, give or take, about 70%, give or take, is dead blood cells, dead skin cells, the sloughing of the inside of our body. What's happening on the outside, but on the inside, it can't just blow off in the wind. It has to go somewhere. So that's why people who are starving themselves or, doing these intermittent fastings or whatever, they still shit because you're still processing stuff. Your body will literally start to eat itself. I've told you guys that anorexics, sometimes their body will start to eat their own heart, start to metabolize their heart muscle as food. So having that in mind, this is the fun. Those are just facts. This is a fun fact. So, having all that in mind, the average person has a new flesh sac every 7 years-ish. That's how long it takes for your body to turn over about 100% of the cells. So, if someone has ever touched you without your consent, or put their fucking flesh on your flesh for any fucking reason without their permission, without your permission, or in a negative way, even if you initially gave permission, then you were like, nah. In about 7 years, you'll have skin that they have never dreamed to graze. So if you're 14, it's already happened twice. If you're 21, it's 3 times. What's up? 28? 4 times. That's a lot of turnovers. Unless you're one of those weirdos that has hair down to your ankles, in which case you got some dead cells hanging on. Or those long fucking woo nails To each their own, I'm not judging, but there's poop under them nails. Cool, huh? I love that fact. As someone who is a survivor of assault, I have a new body now that person has never seen nor touched. And that gives me some sort of solace in my heart. Seahorse, thank you for the biddies, you fucking selfless hoe. I appreciate you. All that shed hair is in my shower drain, and why I need to buy one of those plastic drain unclogger thingies? Dude, they're amazing, but fucking nasty. What you pull out of the drain... Damien, have you ever seen Doom Patrol? There's a character in Doom Patrol. What is he called? The Beard... I don't know. I don't remember what his super name is, but essentially, he can learn everything about a person by consuming a beard hair of theirs. The show's ridiculously amazing. Please give it a try if you've never seen it. Doom Patrol. But there's a scene where he pulls the, when you use one of those uncloggers and you get like that hair goo bacteria sticky ball of, gelatinous, probably alive thing out of your drain. We've all done it. Don't fucking look at me that way. Literally, I can't. I don't know what they did to recreate it, but what he pulls out of the drain looks exactly like what all of us have pulled out of the drain. It's mysteriously kind of gray and weird. And they like macro shot on his fucking tongue, like shivering as he sucks on it and eats it. Because he's trying to eat someone's beard hair to figure out where they are. And it's just like, and then he like comes in his pants from it. And he's just sitting there like, and it's like hanging out his mouth. And I mean, they make it as fucking gross as they possibly can. It is, I can't. I've seen it twice ever, and I vow to never watch that episode again. It is so. The character is fucking hilarious, though. Worth a watch. But Jesus Christ, that episode. So your taste buds and your allergies change periodically throughout your life. However, I don't know if it's for the same reason or not. Because your histamine response is kind of a different system inside your body. It's kind of you aging out of your butt, kind of. Yeah. I've seen that on TT before, people celebrating their 7-year freedom. Abso-fucking-lutely. It's one of my favorites, and it's scientifically pretty correct. Aside from, bones, like, obviously our teeth aren't fucking shedding. There's a few things, but, like, for the most part, we get new skins, and that's pretty cool. Oh my god, hair on your ankles. I did not mean hairy ankles. And I'm sorry if anyone out there feels like I made them feel bad for having hairy ankles. The show Titans had a little crossover? No. Beard Hunter, is that his name? Yeah, he's fucking hilarious. The whole show is. The show is genius. It's really funny. I don't know, was it? I don't think it was canceled. I think they have at least one more season coming out. I think. I love this song. Shower drain hair is so gross. Oh, it's so fucking foul. And watching him like, it is just, oh, it's visceral, dude. Trouble, right? We have to have, I mean, even if we had a grid, because I give the dogs baths and they have human hair and it's like long ass curly hair, it just knots up instantly. So I have one of those like long plastic things with the spikes on it that you put down there and twist and pull out the fucking goo ball that Beard Hunter would. It's a lot to take, that. It's a lot to take. The whole allergies thing, change thing is bullshit and could suck my dick. I never had a single allergy my entire life. Then I moved here and suddenly Goldenrod hates me. Well, I mean, that means you can also gain allergies. As someone who suffers Goldenrod their entire life, welcome to it, bitch. Every time I see that plant bloom anywhere, I'm like, oh no! Mom, the Flonase! It's the fucking Satan plant. I hate it. And it's always like on the side of freeways and shit. I'm like, why? You couldn't think of anything else but piss yellow plant? Cool. Okay. My ankles are one of the only places I don't have hair. Man, I don't have hair on my ankles either. I know a lot of women have hairy feet though. Why on earth did I go watch that Doom? Oh my god, why would you do that? No, Damien, you have to like fall in love with the show first. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh. Haven't you learned not to look up things I talk about yet? Fuck you, I don't want it. Keep it, bitch! Take it. The one time he flexes and everyone in the immediate area has an orgasm. Oh my god, I love that scene so much. We're fucking coming, man! God damn it. Jane's my hero, but also scares me. Trigger warning for that show, by the way. Heavy themes throughout, like across the board. But well done. It's in terms of superhero shows, that one and God, what's the one with John Cena? I always forget it because it's relatively new. Peacekeeper. They're on the same level for me. Like, I like them. They're like that dark humor. It's not the cheesy Avengers shit. Sorry for all y'all that are like, Avengers. Respect. You like what you like, I like what I like. To each their own. I'm Doom Patrol, so it's fine. No judgment. But like, you know what I mean? It's just a different tone of superhero show that I like better. I can't stand the, like, just commonsensically, your everyday American person suddenly gets superpowers and they're just, oh, I think I'm going to protect the earth at the behest of everything I love and care about. Nah, dude. Nah. Villains asunder. I'm sorry. No. It's just not realistic. I'm sorry. The Boys is also up there. The Boys, too. Same tone, if you've ever seen The Boys. It's kind of like, it's like a darker Deadpool. A little less humorish. But Peacekeeper's pretty fucking funny. I don't know. Maybe I'm just really fucked up. Am I? Those are funny, right? Those are funny, right? Those are comedies, right? I'm not laughing inappropriately, right? What up, worst, you fucking A? The blah blah. What up, Honeybean? How are you? Thank you so much for subbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it so fucking long. I appreciate you. That's our baby.
Wow.
We shall feast upon its flesh. I appreciate you. Peacemaker. Hi, Genova. How are you, love? I really liked it. Wait, hold up. Hold up. What would you do? Get up on my feet and stop making tired excuses. What would you do? 'Cause girl, I know if my mother can do it, maybe you can do it. What would you do? Get up on my feet and stop making tired excuses. 'Cause boy, I know if my mother can do it, baby, you can do it. What would you do if your son was at home, crying all alone on the bedroom floor 'cause he's hungry? I'm so sorry. I'm a machine. I appreciate you. I don't know when the next that's what I'm saying, like, Peacemaker season should be coming up pretty soon. I think that's been gone for a bit. That, and also I wanted to ask you guys, does anybody know if Why the Last Man, are they getting a new season? I really hope so. Because that's another show I really liked, and I was like, oh, I don't even want to look it up. I'm afraid it's canceled. James Gunn's. Is that someone who's involved with those ones? I'm really bad with names. Hold on, I'm gonna look them up. I recognize them. Yep. Wait, what do they make? What did they make? Which ones? Suicide Squad, Guardians of the Galaxy, Peacemaker. Fuck yeah. Yep. Okay. Brightburn. That was a decent one too. Now I know. James Gunn. I always try to remember their names, but God, is my brain so stupid. James Gunn. Slither was terrifying too. That was a fucking creepy ass one. Yeah, The Boys is great. Did anybody see? Oh God, I don't remember which season it was. I binged it after it was all out, so I don't even know. Is The Boys coming out with a new season? I don't know. The scene when fucking Homelander pushes his kid off the roof because he's trying to see if he can fly, and the kid just goes ah! Face down on the ground. I can't remember the last time in my life I've laughed that hard. Like, I almost vomited. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen ever in my life. The kid's fine, by the way. It doesn't fly, but it's fine. Me too, Viata. Me too. I'm kind of over superhero shit in general, but when it's funny, at least, and has like a more realistic, darker turn to it, it's at least more entertaining. It keeps my attention, I guess. Worsey, but you still come and hang out. That's the most important thing to me, is that you want to hang out. That's an honor, dude. You could be getting subs all day long and fucking never come here ever. I've never, ever heard of anyone allergic to any of the goldenrod genus. Wonder if that's an American-specific allergy. It might be, because that's literally an insanely common allergy here. And I don't know what it is. Like for some reason, I don't know if it grew wild there or whatnot, but at least in Washington State and Oregon and Northern California, it lines the highways and freeways. Huge clusters of it everywhere, and you knock into them, and like plumes of dust come up. And this is crazy. One year, actually, I was walking on a trail that was like going through an open field of this shit. And Millie, because of her fat little pug neckhead, got out of her collar and like went out into it. And I had to run into it to get her. And I watched all that shit come up in the air. And within 5 minutes, and this had never happened to me before. Like I've gotten pollen in my face and stuff. You just sneeze. You usually sneeze uncontrollably and your eyes water and whatever. But within like 5 minutes, my eyes felt like they were on fire and my airways started closing. I was literally having like I was probably having a real reaction. I was just being a dumb fucking kid and didn't do anything about it. I just went home, chugged water, and took the hottest shower of my life. But it felt like someone had shoved a hot metal rod up into my nasal cavities and scrambled it around. It was insane. It was and that wasn't the first time I'd been allergic to it or anything. It was just like, I'd never been exposed to that extreme dumpage of the fucking pollen in my face before. But it was like pain. Like real, like my body started, I don't have any allergies that actually cause anaphylactic shock where my airways shut down. And I think that's the closest I've ever come. And that was fucking creepy shit. No shit. Jeremy Carver, who created Doom Patrol, is working on Peacemaker. That makes a lot of sense. I like Peacemaker better, to be honest. But I enjoy shows where they don't have a huge cast, simply because I think they do a lot better. It's kind of like, you can be mediocre at, this many things, or you can be like really good at a couple things. Like I feel like when they focus on one or two people, the writing tends to be like deeper and just more. Versus like, there's nothing wrong with Doom Patrol. It's amazing. And some of the characters are written really, really, really fucking well. I mean, heartbreakingly fucking like, wow, trigger warning on a lot of it. Seriously, Doom Patrol, all across the board. But it's really good show if you would like to give it a try. But damn, I just think they do better. Like you just get more. I don't know, maybe it's because you're focusing. Due to James Gunn taking over at DC, Peacemaker is postponed? Oh, postponed without date? I read the reason why in my head, and I don't want to read it out loud because I'm upset with it, Genova. I'm angry. Do you feel angry about this, or is that a justified reason? Due to James Gunn taking over at DC, Peacemaker is postponed without date. He said he has to work on writing the next Superman movie. Then the show centered around Amanda Waller, the lady in charge of Suicide Squad. The lady that nobody cares about. And I mean, I like the actress is phenomenal, but like, what? So? Why do we need another Superman? Same. I don't get it. What? Why? 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 Wow, speaking of, like, we're not getting Peacemaker because he's working on the epitome of goody two-shoes Superman remake. Or just, franchise fuckery. I don't know what the fuck. Okay. Literally, when I was I'm not kidding, earlier, like 5 minutes ago when I was saying, no fucking, American-bred human that suddenly realized they had superpowers or suddenly got superpowers would just out of nowhere be like, I guess I'm just protecting the whole earth now at the behest of my own mother, lover, and everything I've ever cared about and that I hold dear. I was quite literally referencing to the idiotic fucking concept of Superman! Fuck! That's like saying, oh, give anyone billions of dollars. They'll stay good because we've sure
witnessed that, haven't we, kids? Look at all those good billionaires out there doing all that good. Like cock rockets and Twitter.
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing? Sanity-wise. Nope.
Calm the bitch down.
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Hard same. Hard same. Superman pays the bills, making everything else sad as is. Ugh. Amanda Waller, she's just really boring to me. Like, I'm all about a bitch character. Bobalicious, like, I am there for it, and I really like that actress. What is her name? I'm just terrible with names. It's like on the tip of my dick. She's in so many things. She was later, I think she's in that, like, African Queen, I think was the new movie. Oh my god, she's amazing and I worship her. However, like, Viola Davis, thank you so much. I fucking adore her. If I was to say to anyone, hardcore fan or otherwise, hey, you know those Doom Patrol movies? Who's your favorite character? Does Amanda Waller even end up on the fucking roster in your mind when you're thinking through the characters in the movie? Because I forget she exists until I watch them again, and I'm like, oh yeah, she's in this. And then I go watch The Help, because that's my favorite. Woman King, thank you. Woman King, not African Queen. Woman King, thank you. Thank you. I'm terrible. That was terrible. Thank you. Sometimes brain's okay, but sometimes brain is not okay. I gotta grind up weed. I love Viola Davis. She is a queen. Like, hands down a queen. Yeah, look at all these billionaires trying to make the world a better place. We're going streaking! Come on, don't worry. We're going to the quad. Streaking. Gunn is charged with basically rebooting DC movies. No shit. He set the tone and then ensured the same level of continuity that Marvel has enjoyed. Sadly, that means he has to write damn near everything. Oh. It's a bummer, but if it means DC movies are no longer emo sad fests, I mean, same. And I'm just being a bitchy little bitch right now. I hope that's very apparent to everybody. Like, I don't know any better and I can't do any better than anybody. Like, I'm just a bitchy little consumer. Bitching about the shit I consume. I'm grateful to get anything decent at these days, to be honest, because I feel like there's just so much being pumped out, and the vast majority of it's crap. Just crap. It's just like the same story being written over and over and over again with different people or something. This music video brings me joy. Fiat, I haven't seen it yet. Isn't it amazing? Oh my god, I'm gonna write. Thank you. I have it on my watch list. But literally we just got home. I just haven't had time. But you're the first review I've gotten, and I'm very excited. I would have watched it regardless, just because I fucking love her. Viola Davis is a goddess. If you've never seen anything with Viola Davis, it'd probably shock you to know you've probably watched something with Viola Davis in it. You just didn't know. She's amazing. Henry Cavill's fucking hot, but he is literally the vanilla pudding Superman that I can't stand. Just so boring to look at. So symmetrical. Like, you know what I mean? It's like looking at, a painting that makes you look at it for 15 minutes versus a painting you just kind of walk by and go, Just not interesting. Just bored. Bored. No offense to Henry Cavill. Like, fuck, dude. I bow. Am not worthy. Am not worthy. Woman King, right? No. Woman King? Hold on. I want to make sure I write it down because I'm a fucking idiot and I make up names. You're my boy, Blue. You're my boy. Woman King, yes. Woman King. Thank you. I love Brightburn. Yes, I have. Yes. I always confuse it with Bright, the Netflix movie, which was also very good and had, what was it? Get my wife's name out your mouth in it. Sad that I can remember that and not his name, huh? That's how my brain works, and it's a terrible place to live. Welcome. Brains are stupid. Brains are Will Smith. Thank you. I literally just watched Legend like a week ago. My brain's just broken. Broken. She's a broken bitch. It's emo. Yeah, it's the writing. I mean, it's always, yeah, I agree. It's definitely the writing. ETX Lost Soul. X Lost Soul. I hope I'm saying your name right. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. My name's ClassyKatie. It's wonderful to meet you. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. DC movies have been crap for a long time. 3 good movies total. Batman, Superman, 1978, and the first Wonder Woman. Couldn't agree harder. Dude, do you guys remember the first time you heard the fucking Wonder Woman music? That shit lit my... I don't even remember where or how I heard it, but it lit my fucking loins ablaze. When the guitar kicked in, I think I came. That shit got me fucking emotional when I heard that. But I grew up with Superwoman, like I was Wonder Woman. I was just really into her when I was a kid. So that's just not nostalgia. I mean, not quality, probably nostalgia. I don't know. Bright, did you like Bright? I thought it was pretty good. I thought they would definitely give us a sequel, and they did not. I was trying to pull up this one. Yeah, this person. This is Tina Go. I want to say is how you pronounce her last name. Is Guo. I think that's how you pronounce it. But this is her covering the Wonder Woman on her fucking cello, I believe it is. But it's fucking incredible. I figure I can't. I know. Oh my god, the Reigns of Castamere is really good too, though. Not to bring back terrible memories of that series that doesn't exist anymore, but probably one of my favorite songs in the whole thing. Dude, right? Can you imagine? And that's like I can't play a string instrument. I've really tried for the life of me. I got this fucking these dangle dudes here that don't work independently of each other. But piano, I remember getting not calluses, but like my finger, like you know how you kind of have like a bump. Most people, I guess I do. My fingers would be like swollen. Like my fingertips would look swollen after playing piano for an hour. It was crazy. I don't miss that at all. I'm weird. Oil, food, anything. Dude, honestly, it just adds like more dimension, I think, to something we already love, right? And more shadow and shit to its hit. Yeah, no, I get it. 100%. 100%. Bad chat. Where's my spray bottle? Hands down. Protect yourselves. I think my dogs have to go to the potty because I can smell their farts. And he's just, I don't know if you can tell my little void. My little cyclops. There's one shiny little eye. He's come to summon us. He's summoned. Is it break time, Bubba? Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Did you miss me? I missed you. Joe. They love Rod so much. Seriously. It's like such a comfort, but also I'm like, God damn it. How dare you love anyone else? And there's our Bill over here being a nosy bee. I see you, Bill. We'll go out. You guys need a potty. My beautiful void boy. Oh, you showed us big, beautiful teeth. Yeah. It says Bob brushes them, but I hate it. It's not fun when Bob brushes my teeth. She puts things in my mouth I can't eat. I don't get it. Since we're bringing up this topic, it frustrates me that the writers, directors, etc. have some sort of hard-on going against the comics and completely butchering it and hollowing it out, filling up bullshit and making Frankenstein's monster. I completely agree. I feel like I don't know if not to bring up Game of Thrones again. I don't know if Game of Thrones was like the beginning, but I remember when Game of Thrones came out, it was like the first major book series to television series that I ever really watched. The fuck, hold on. And Zoe.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5. CK, when I woke up this morning, a giant albatross grabbed me and took me to a tropical island with pickle crab sandwiches and creme donuts where the Furby native people rejoiced their pudding butts and furry Furby pusses and stale garlic bread. Ooh.
Not the gummy donuts. You're giving me horrible flashbacks to that one movie with the dog and the donuts and the man who eats the donuts and he's like, oh, that's a familiar flavor. I don't wanna do it. Oh, thank you. I don't wanna do it, baby. Ew. Now I wanna die in my own mind. Thank you, Zoe. I love you. Fucking what the? Can you imagine a question movie? Use the personality of JLU and use the Montoya. Oh my god, though. I'd be in. There's so many, and that's the thing. Like, there's so many other This, you guys want to know my favorite, like, off-brand superhero when I was a kid that I used to try to find comics about was God, I'm trying to think of her name. She was the magician chick with a giant rabbit she walked. I blank on her. I loved her though. Why did I just blank on her? Because my brain's a stupid place. Oh, I hate my head so much. She was the daughter of someone, but like that, a movie about her and her dad, and like that would be really fucking cool, is all I'm saying. Zatanna! Thank you. Look her up if you don't know who I'm talking about. She was badass because I had a bunny when I was a kid. I had a stuffed bunny and then I had a bunny rabbit, and that was like my thing. And I was like, bitch, she's got a bunny rabbit. She can walk. It was the dopest shit ever. I mean, give me, like, maybe dabble into that instead of just fucking Superman. I don't know. But I get it. It's like a guaranteed title that people of literally every single age group, like, either the original fans that are, like, on death's door will go, or they'll drag their grandchildren who were just born to go. So it's like everyone will go see them, so it will pay the bills to make the exciting things like Peacemaker. I get it. But I'm immature and bitter about it. And Trick agrees. So, favorite dinosaur? Oh my god. All of them. Stegosaurus. Spike from Land Before Time. I don't know. I like lizards. Dinosaurs are really fucking cool. I wish I knew more about dinosaurs. It's weird that I love animals more than anything in the world, but I know more about human being bodies than anything in the world. Not really into humans. Very fucking weird. Did you watch the Jon Stewart interview with the OK State rep? No, but I heard about it. I have not watched it yet. I literally have not had 2 seconds to myself since we got home. It's just been like a nonstop, like I'm trying to just, do all of our laundry and get unpacked and clean the house and get the dogs and all that stuff. So I have not had one moment to do anything, but I saw a like YouTube clip about it. And I heard he like verbally shuts down a Republican in a very impressive bonerific way. And I'm excited to eventually see that. They want the name recognition. Look at Zack Snyder. There's a fan base that just want more the Snyderverse. Yeah. Well, then, I mean, I feel like Snyder could go off and make anything. Like, he should be responsible and pick out something cool like Zatanna, however you want to pronounce it. She was badass. The baby from the TV. Oh my god. Not the mama. Dada. Not the mama. Poosh. My dad loved that show when we were kids. We watched it all the time. They could do a Zatanna movie and make it 100% talk nothing about DC Universe proper. Then the tail trailer to the Cthulhian magic fuckery is her being approached by Batman and the scrolling credits. Oh my god. Treat the movies not like DC movies, but movies that tie into the DC Universe. I love that. They just tend to, that's my biggest qualms with Avengers. Like, they're good movies. I'm never going to say they're not good movies. They're just not my style of movie because I'm bored with them already. I feel like every single Avengers movie that comes out follows the exact same very generic recipe. And like, you guys know, I say it, I bitch about it a lot, and it's a stupid thing to bitch about, but like, you've got a room full of superheroes who have superpowers and like super skills, but like every single battle ends in karate in the sky. You know? I don't know. Am I too picky? Am I asking too much? I don't know. Seems like it. Break time. Apparently my dogs need to do things like make a sheet. Would you like make sheet? Would you like sheet? Scheiße, ja? Mierda. Fecal deposit in the yard? Do you want to go outside? Oh. I gotta teach them fecal deposit in the yard instead. That'd be funny to say out loud. In public. But super karate. And by karate, obviously, I'm just saying, like, ignorant person who doesn't do martial arts. Visual, just all martial arts is karate to me. I'm sorry. They end it with martial arts in the sky. Like, stop giving me a bunch of. I just don't care anymore. If you're gonna take a bunch of superheroes with superpowers or like super abilities, even if it's not magic, if it's super abilities, like having a fucking Iron Man suit, etc. I don't want to see people punching each other in the final fight. Get the fuck out. I will not be the last Jedi. Pfft, stupid ending. I'm sorry. I could go. I'm a bitch. I'm a fan of the old fan bases, and I'm the bitch about it. Quick break. I'm so fucking sorry. Big fuck cancer. I hope your baby is not in pain. It's the most we can ask, right? That is the worst. Sorry, the music was really loud. I am so sorry. That is just the worst. This song, for those wondering, it's Dead Mouse and Lights, When the Summer Dies. I'll give you a link. It's in the list. It's in the tits list if you have the tits list, but I'll give you the link just in case, because I know that list is huge. It's big and it's intimidating. Wow, that's a big link, and I apologize. But that's the song we were just listening to. This one's "Color of Your Soul" by Grizz and Closey. I know Mickey likes Colsey. Colsey, Katie. Her name is Yin, and she's around 14 years old. And considering where it's located, it's a counter in. Oh, poor. I mean, I'm not justifying anything, but like that's a really, really good lifetime for a baby. I would have loved to have Millie for another year. I bet you gave. I mean, I just hope she's not in pain. Really, I hate it when aminals are hurt or something like that. It's like that's the only thing I ask is like, please don't be in pain because they can't tell us, and that's my worst fear. I never understood the whole DC's darker argument. Both comics have dark storylines when you actually look into it. I feel like people truly forgot Marvel's owned by Disney. The only people who say DC's darker are people who have never read the comics and only watched the movies. That's my opinion. I feel like people truly forgot Marvel's owned by Disney, which by default has to be tame as fuck. Someone creative can work past that, but not every single one has the skill. That and the majority of the super people they choose to make movies about tend to be bright and shiny. Bright and shiny. But no, there's a ton of, yeah, I agree. They're both dark as fuck. I mean, there's definitely a difference between DC and Marvel. I don't know how I would summate it, though. I don't know if you could, really. They're just different. I like them both for different reasons. Dude, I know. I'm so bitter about Star Wars. When we were home, I drove Zach past a theater, and I was like, that's the theater I saw The Last Jedi in. Twice. I'm still so bitter, and that was how many years ago? Terrible. She had a really good life. I don't keep her comfortable until she isn't. I know you would. I mean, honestly, I get it. It's just my heart goes out to you, man. That is just, I supremely wish there was anything anyone could say or do to make any feelings about that be better. I still cry about my moose. Why? It's not bark o'clock. It's not bark o'clock. No, it's not bark o'clock. Nope. Oh, no. You little shit. Maybe it is bark o'clock. It's a little past. Stop! You unplugged my keyboard when you walked away. Lay down, you silly fool. We must sing the song of our people. Oh my god, if anybody got to see the QT yesterday, did you hear her in the background? My Lilith, what a fucking Dorcas. Right in the middle of QT, literally, I'm talking to a character, and the character goes to speak, and Lilith in the background. I'm glad you could hear her, because I was cracking up, because it wasn't her, like, you guys know Lilith's weird, like, something's outside, Mom. She doesn't bark. She, like, stifles her own bark by, like, going, like, chokes on it. And she was, she's such a fucking dork. I love her. But damn bad timing, Bill. Oh my god. I love her to death, though. She's a good dog. She's just a fucking Dorcas. I wish. You know what? I figured out what it is. So they bark almost literally. They did it yesterday, and Zach heard it. Zach came out here and was like, "Oh my god, it's 1:30 on the fucking dot." Almost. Today, obviously, it was at 1:45 my time. But it's usually between 1 and 1:30 every day. If you guys are ever here, I guarantee you, I'd put money down that at one point during that time span, Lilith will, and I could not for the life of me figure out why. Because, like, by all rights, abrupt noises and screaming should not be alarming my dogs. They live with myself and Zachary. Literally, I don't know, like, 12-ish hours a day. Plus, if Zach's playing a game on his own that's violent and he's angry at it, of just screaming and abrupt noises. So it was baffling the fuck out of me. Like, Zach's not doing anything unique at 1:30 every day. I figured it out. My neighbors across the street have a group of pit bulls, wonderful dogs, but pit bull barks by definition are horrifying and loud. And my neighbor comes home for lunch every fucking day between 1 and 1:30 and lets his dogs in the yard, and something lights them up and they bark, and that scares my dogs. I figured it out. It's my neighbor's fault. And it shouldn't. It shouldn't, Rod. I just don't get it because their life is loud, weird noises. I mean, seriously, even when we're not streaming, there have been times where I literally think Zach is in mortal danger because he is screaming at something in his office or in the bedroom because he's playing a video game, not streaming. That is very genuinely who that man is. He ain't putting on a show for nobody. He's a screamer. Trick does a different talking. So what Trick does, Trick's actually talking. So Trick's not stifling a bark. So what Cake's talking about is Trick does this thing. He actually did it this morning a lot. It was really, oh, there's a fucking piece of resin in the neck of my thing I can see. He did it intense this morning, I should say. I don't know if it's because we just got home. This is like our first morning back with him. But usually what happens is when Zach gets up in the morning, he's slow to get up in the morning. Slower than, he's probably normal to get up in the morning, let's be honest. When my alarm goes off, it's like an alarm for my soul, and my body's like 0 to 100, and I'm up and I'm out, and I'm up with the dogs, walking them and doing shit, you know? But Zach takes a while, so they know when his alarm goes off, they hear it out here, and they go back there to the bedroom, and they lay with him while he, like, wakes up and stretches and stuff. And if he gets up and sits on the edge of the bed and goes to put his socks on or something and is taking too long in Trick's eyes, Trick talks to him. He literally goes, it's definitely nothing like Lilith is going to bark like instinctively because something shocked her, and she's choking it away because she knows I don't like it. So she goes, like, it's almost like someone trying to pretend they didn't say what they just said. You know, like just mumbling over themselves. That's what she's doing. It's fucking hilarious. She does it in the yard too. I watch her because she'll go to, and then she'll look at me and go, they're weird. They talk like huskies, but for different reasons. Definitely different. Lilith is more just like, she knows I don't like it, so she can't help it. She's a dog. It's instinct. And then she like, I didn't do that. Don't look at me, Mom. I didn't fucking do anything. That's literally the look I get. It's great. Ooh, on Newgrounds, remember Salad Fingers? Oh my god, I quote Salad Fingers all the fucking time. I like it when the red water comes. I like rusty spoons. You smell like soot and poo all the time. Dude, yes. I've not watched him stream, but I love me a good Scream gamer. Better to rage. Dude, that's Zach. I mean, and I get it. I just don't play the games he plays. I would rage. Like, I've played through all of the Dark Souls games on stream. Not on Nightmare mode or whatever the hard mode is, because I don't hate myself at that level. I've never played, what's the one on PlayStation, simply because I fucking hate hooking up a console to my stream setup. It's annoying. So I haven't played that one on stream, but I played all the other ones. That's about as ragey as I've ever gotten, I think. It's exhausting to scream and be just openly furious for that amount of time. It literally, your body just dies. It's weird. I give her a little nose boop. Good. And she give you those looks. I know. I do the same to her. I'll flick her nose if she's being a little bitch. Yeah. I will never hit my dogs, but you have to correct behavior. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know how many he had out. Are any episodes new? Because weird. My dog's Chastity Dog. He fucking hates when I so much as cuddle Mickey. Oh, jealousy. I mean, Lilith and Trick, they just want to lay between us, like, and be squished. My clips from Sekiro, I scream like a maniac, right? And I get it. Bloodborne. Thank you. I don't know why my brain wouldn't come up with that name. Bloodborne. I've played it, but I played it off stream just on a TV because I have enough fucking problems with my setup to deal with a console. Do you ever play him with King Kong's dick in your ear? How did you know? Wait, I took it out, didn't I? Rod, you promised you'd tell me if I left that shit in my face. Elden Ring has been the only game to ever make me rage hit my desk. I haven't delved into Elden Ring yet because I watched Zach play, so I have to like wait until I forgot what the game's about to play it. But he screamed that and God of War. Oh my god. And there were parts where he was playing God of War in our bedroom, and our house is real small, so it's like the hallway is basically an echo chamber. You guys know you can hear him streaming sometimes. And the game, like on cinematics and stuff, he would turn it up real loud, which understandable, I would too, because he didn't have his headphones on. And then he'd be playing the game, and I swear to fuck, there were times where I would be sitting at my desk out here, like doing a craft or something after stream, and I would hear scream like a blood curdling male scream come from the back of the house. And I actually had a few moments where I was like, I don't know if that's him or the game. Like I couldn't tell. And I did check on him a few times, and I was wrong every time. Like it was always the other one. Like it's intense. It's passion, man. I get it. I'm there. My stupid capture card stopped working. No. What one do you use? No shit. Oh, I'll have to look at them. 2022. Gross. That's an old Z quote. Like how people are like, if you didn't play with the Keycog's dick in your ear on Nightmare Mode blindfolded, you're not a real gamer. I know. I borrow it from him sometimes. Cheers. Cheers, Viana, and everybody else who would like to join us, but no pressure. Dude, I was thinking about getting a wrist brace for this wrist because I still wake up with a dead arm sometimes, and I heard sleeping with a wrist brace can help. I just can't figure out why I'm waking up with a dead arm because I stretch and do a lot of yoga, man. But it's got to be the way I sleep. I think I must like crush my arm or something. I don't know. But this one, I just wake up with like those horrible pins and needles in my hand, and I have to like in the middle of the night, completely wake up to like rub it out because it hurts. It sucks. But I've heard this, at least sleeping with some sort of brace on your wrist can help that. I don't know why though, or how. I'm not an osteo. Bones freak me out. It's an Elgato 4K internal capture card. So for real, I was an Elgato stan for years. If you end up needing to get a new one for any means, and even if you're not getting it right away, the brand that Zach got me on that he's been using literally since the dawn of time, it's kind of an unknown brand. At least I'd never heard of it before, but it has worked more consistently than anything I've ever had before. And I've had Outer Media and Elgato, multiple different forms, external, internal, etc. But the brand's called Magewell. Has anybody heard of Magewell? I don't know. Before I'd met Zach, I'd never heard of the brand Magewell in my life. And he handed me this little fucking thing, and he was like, that's the Magewell. Like, just, it works perfect. And it literally has. Barring, weird Windows updates, things that are probably me and my magnetic force, whatever the fuck's going on with me. That Magewell works. It's just been flawless because there's no software, there's nothing needed. It's literally a little silver cube. You just plug and go. It's basic. It does its job. That's all we fucking want, right? I have to use a splitter with it, but I think everybody has to use a splitter with a capture card just to make sure that it's only taking the one signal and not like everything, whatever. I don't understand everything. Cheers, Mayo. I love you. I have one for both hands. My job and entertainment are not doing my carpal tunnel, and I've heard that like what I'm experiencing, this weird numb hands while I'm sleeping because I'm like rolling over my arms or whatever and pinching a nerve can be like an very early sign of developing carpal tunnel. And I've heard from literally not hundreds of thousands, but like every surgeon I've ever known that where carpal tunnel, the topic has come up, they say, do everything you possibly can to never have the surgery because the surgery does nothing. All they do is literally snip a tendon in there that's causing tightness, but it doesn't actually solve anything, and most people have wrist issues the rest of their life. And so I've tried to do like yoga stretches, and like my massage therapist told me this one thing is to like slack arm dip your wrist like up to the middle of your forearm in ice bucket water until you can't handle it anymore. And that can help like loosen up those things and loosen up whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to do everything possible because I do not. I try to avoid surgery at all costs. I think most of us do, right? Gun, and I think I sleep all over the place. I wish I could pinpoint it, but I wake up on my face, on my back, on my side. I don't know, dude. It's weird, and I still can't figure out the right position. Like it's kind of a dealer's choice what's going to make my hand numbness come, like the feeling come back. It's not like, oh, just move my arm here and it'll come back. Like I kind of have to sit there and do this for a while. So I think I'm like curling my arm in like this while I'm sleeping, and something in my armpit's getting pinched. That's what I think. That's all I can come up with. I know, right, Cake? Isn't that weird that I can finger someone's brain, but like the idea of a broken leg makes me vomit? But brains are stupid. I know. I have a memory. I don't have a memory foam mattress, but I do have a memory foam topper. I might try it. I feel like I need to burp. Ooh, gun. That is weird. I didn't know about that one. I'm sure you guys have heard about the weird tendon in your wrist. Like if you touch your middle finger, I think it's your middle. What is it? Your middle finger, your pointer finger? I don't know. I have it. That little tendon right there. Some people don't have it. That little guy. And like if you injure, I think your Achilles tendon, they can take this out of your wrist and use it to fix your Achilles tendon, and it doesn't disadvantage you in your wrist. But it's like people have evolved to not have this anymore. I don't know what it's called, but crazy. Weird. Only some people have it, and it's just like unnecessary, I guess. That extra little dingly in the middle. I don't know. Weird. I don't have carpal tunnel, but I've had pinched nerves in both wrists and the brace several times. Did they really? Fuck, dude. I might have to grab one. They're not expensive. It'd be worth it. Just to have a full night's sleep, because I'm worried it's gonna you guys know. I'm not treating you like you're I don't assume you're stupid. But like if you interrupt your REM cycle via pain or waking up for one reason or another constantly, you're never really getting a full night's sleep, and it can affect your long-term memory and short-term memory. I got in the habit of moving my hands into my lap when I'm not actively typing or using my mouse. I do the same. That's why, honestly, that's a really good piece of advice, Pon. That's why I try to use a controller as much as possible. Not only that, I can have much better posture than when I'm like this at a keyboard. It's terrible because while I'm playing the game, even if I put my keyboard like right here, I slowly push it away from me. It's a terrible habit from playing MMOs for too many years. But when I have a controller, I can like sit actually against. Did you just knock something over, bro? Is that you? I don't know. Trick touched something. We all heard something crash, but I didn't see anything crash. And he seems fine. I don't think anything fell over, bud. You good? Okay. Cool. I think we're okay. That was Ghost. No, I think he just bumped the table and it scared the shit out of him. Yeah, he's just scared now. Okay, we're good. That made my face hot. I was worried he got like hurt. I freak out about my dogs too much. They're my children. For him, that's trouble. That was one of the best things I learned was like the correct way to sit in an office chair so that you're not, your elbows, like your forearm and your elbow should be flat on your armrest, and that should be exactly level with your desk, right? Which is the point of having that armrest come off the desk. Ghosts, I know. He's just like looking around the ground like, what did I do, Mom? You're good. I don't think you did anything. I think you're good, bud. You're good. You're good. You only have it in your right wrist? No shit. Hold on. No, I have them in both. I have lots. I actually have I used to do this and freak people out. I can like put my hand in there and then squeeze it. I don't know though. I think that's the one, right? It's like put your fingers and then you see the middle one. There's the two outer line and then there's that guy. I don't know. I'm not an osteo person, but it's interesting. It's hard when you're short. Sitting normally in a chair is next to impossible. I mean, I'm not even short and I have the impossible of like the ADD twitch. I just can't sit. I can't. If I'm sitting, I have to change the position of my body 500 times a minute. Like I've probably recrossed and uncrossed my legs and scooted back and forth in this chair and readjusted this one armrest probably 30 times in the stream so far. I don't know. It's a lifestyle we lead. I can never sit still in a chair. Like I just don't sit still well. Plane rides are very hard for me. If I ever needed like some sort of actual relax or like a Xanax or something, it's for plane rides. Simply because 2 hours in and I am screaming on the inside just to fucking run, do anything that's not sitting. Oh, I go nuts. I don't actually scream. It's just on the inside. Dopey voices for Trick all weekend. I just feel bad. I can't do the Trick voice like Zeke. This would. Zeke thinks I do it better. I don't know why. but it's you gotta plug your doughs. So like there's dough air coming out of your doughs. So it's just kind of like out of your mouth. Like you've got a perpetually stuffed doughs. And when all else fails, just dough. 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 That's all it is. Just can you plug your doughs and just like kind of talk like this? That's trick. That's all it is. How many years and humans haven't mastered the chair? I mean, aren't they like technically really bad for us? I've read it in many different variations of people being like, yeah, sitting's really bad, especially in the chairs we have, which is why it's good to invest in like a decent chair if you sit in one a lot. I know about good posture. However, I had one of my chairs with, excuse me, with a bad, excuse me, cylinders. So, excuse me, it would slowly lower on me. Didn't notice until my wrists were killing me. Oh, fuck. Like just so gradually. Oh, that's terrible. Then later I got a new sit stand desk at work that was broken and wouldn't go down far enough. What the fuck? What's my fish voice? Loznay? Oh, you mean the video? Hey guys, am I in the shot? Did I make it in the shot? What do you mean? I'm smiling, smile my way away. Hey, wait, I'm still in the shot? Thank you. I may or may not have walked around the aquarium and narrated almost every fish that would look at me, but that one truly wouldn't get the fuck out of any shot I tried to take, and that made me laugh. I have to show you guys that. Thank you for reminding me. I fucking forgot I even took that video. What a whirlwind of a weekend. I tweeted it, and I know, oh, that's not I didn't mean to take the music away, but I guess I was going to pause it anyways. I know a lot of you don't have Twitter, which I completely respect. It's a hellhole. However, it's the only place I really put anything because I just can't be bothered. There's too many social medias these days. And I think I made a funny. When we went to the aquarium, I just like kept narrating all the fish and I took a video of it and my video made Zach cry. So I posted it because I figured if I could I hate autoplay so much, even when it's in my own videos. I figured if I could make Zach laugh, I could make like maybe a couple other people laugh, right? What up, Lizzie? How are you? How are you, love? I missed you. Your message on my birthday made me cry a little. Fucking fish. God damn that fish! Thank you, thank you. That made me laugh. I forgot. It's the float out. I mean, I did nothing here. The fish is the funniest part. That stupid fucking fish. Stupid fucking fish. Taking all the fucking shine. I actually, this is the picture I was trying to take, just in case anybody wanted to actually see the alligator. It's pretty dope. It was like, there's it's a caiman, so it probably doesn't matter to anybody. That was the top of the caiman, and then that was the caiman underneath. I thought that was a really cool shot. You know, I don't know. I thought that was, sometimes I'm artsy. What the fuck? It's with a fucking phone. Let's be honest. I don't own a camera. But then this little fuck ruined everybody's day.
Welcome to the class hall.
Everyone has that one friend, right? Where they're like, all right, the bridal party over here, please. And that one person who no one knows who just showed up at the wedding standing in the photo, and you're like, the fuck are you doing? They're like, smiling. I'm smiling. Sorry. Welcome to the inner workings of this shit show. Tamood. Fucking A, dude. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, giving it swings for so fucking long. That's a really long time, and I appreciate you. Hail the dank lord. And thank you. I'm smiling. I'm smiling. I mean, that's was anybody else told when you were a kid? It was like your mom would give you shit for not doing your real smile. They'd be like, "All right, everybody say cheese," and you'd be like, and she'd be like, "Don't do that. Give me your real smile." And you're like, "But I'm smiling." Smiling. That's what was. I don't know. I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. Oh my god, what the fuck are we about to watch? Life hack for belly overhang. Wait, are we gonna see Gina though? Am I gonna get in trouble? I bet it's lovely. I just don't want to get busted. There's no like Punon in this, right? My Liz. Oh, thank fuck. Okay. Dry. A wonderful comedic face. Bless your heart. My mom used to call me a rubber face. I think that's another term for the expressive face. I learned at a young age that if you didn't speak behind mom, you could just make funny facial expressions and people still had the same reaction. But you didn't get smacked. I want to get you back. I mean, she's gonna go far in life. That's all I have to say about that. Them just fucking fighting words. That's a mic drop. That was wondrous. Cheers. Cheers to that beautiful human being and their wonderful, wonderful way of life. My God. Poop deck. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the class alive, giving it swings for 29 fucking months. Holy fucking shit, that is a long time, but I appreciate you. Shit. That food truck offering free. Oh my God. Wasn't that the coolest thing? And I mean, to add like cherry on the wonderful Sunday of kindness, the food was phenomenal and like dumb fresh. If you guys have ever had falafel, I'm sure you've probably, if I asked you, what does falafel look like? You'd be like, oh, it's like a ball of like chickpea dough. And it's usually like, tannish white, you break it out, but they deep fry it and you eat it, whatever. But if you eat fresh falafel, like if it's actually like ground fresh on the spot with fresh garbanzo beans, it's actually like vibrantly green. No shit. It really is. And I watched him do it. They like made it from scratch in this little fucking food truck. It was incredible. I've never seen a food truck go that far to make falafel. Ever. I'm not saying food trucks don't do this. Like food trucks are on point these days. Like the DC food truck scene is legendary. I'm not the first person to tell you guys about this, I'm sure. But I'll show you guys the sign again for those that aren't on Twitter because I totally respect it. Twitter's a fucking hellscape. I tweeted a picture of it though. I found this really cool food truck for two reasons. First reason, it was halal, and halal food it gives me a better, I just feel less terrible about eating meat from halal stands because the halal way of butchering an animal ensures it's actually like bled out and dead before they butcher it. And if you've ever seen the way factory farms butcher animals, all I'll say is it's not that. And I just, I came from a hunting family where they're dead before you fucking cut them up. That makes me feel a little bit better. But the coolest part, I thought, was I've never seen this before ever, and I've been to DC a lot. Having lived pretty close, and I used to go, you guys remember my sister did her internship down there. I went down there every weekend for quite some time. I found a food truck that had this sign. There were two food trucks connected. It was like the same business connected. And the first one had this sign hanging off the door. It says, "No one goes hungry. If you don't have money, please just ask. Don't be shy. We give with love." And I was like, okay, that seems cool. And I walk up and I look at the menu, and then they had another sign hanging right off literally where you order, where the guy's like hanging out of the truck. "No one goes hungry in our community. Don't hesitate to ask for a free meal if you don't have the money in this difficult time. We're glad that we can help you out, Master Chef Touch." That's the name of the food truck, by the way, if anybody's looking for those food trucks. And it's like really good, like shawarma and falafel and stuff like that. Phenomenal. Zach had the lamb, I had the falafel, and both were really, really fucking tasty. But I just thought that was the coolest thing. And to be honest, that was their tip jar. I gave them, like, before I took the picture, I put a 5 in there as a tip. And all I can think is, like, they probably make more on gratuity tips because of this sign, then they have to give away then they give away in free food to people who can't afford food. You know what I mean? And I actually got to see them. They gave someone just straight up. They give them a chicken, or I think it was a lamb shawarma. Someone came up and they were obviously homeless and starving. Like they looked like they were suffering. And there was no like, oh yeah, come do dishes for us or whatever. He like leaned over the desk. They had like a very quiet conversation, and he came out with a fucking or shawarma for him. Them, and I witnessed it. Like it's not just a sign, which was cool. I didn't like sit there and stalk. I was just waiting for my own food to be ready. You know what I mean? But that made me happy. I think that's too rare. I think things like that should be more prevalent. Nature has a tendency to evolve things into crabs called carcinization. So what if we go out into the universe and all the other intelligent life are crabs and we are the super weird ones? I mean, at least I know how they function because it's basically a spider. I can help you. Just take me with you, smart people. Have you been to Frederick MD? Yes. What? I went there recently and they had a 50% bacon and 50% beef burger. Dude, critical, no shit. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I can't remember. It's been a whirlwind because we were there for 2 days. We came home and I've been just like mad busy ever since we got home. I think it was the last day we were in Maryland. There was like a gas truck exploded near Frederick, wasn't it? Was it near Frederick? I think. And one person died. I saw someone took a video of it from their car, and it was literally like fire plumes going 3 stories in the air. I'm really bad at judging heights and measurements, but like as big as a 3-story house at least. You could just see it, but it was behind a house, so I did not see the wreck or anything like that. Fucking wild though. That's all. I mean, that was the first thing I thought of when you said Frederick. But that sounds like a really good burger. Gourmet food trucks are hipsters' best contribution to society. And you know what's crazy is that these, like, I think it originally started that way, but I don't see that anywhere, especially in DC, at least in DC. In DC, it's like the same person that's running, you know, the back alley little shawarma shop. It's the same person running those trucks now. It's not some like, you know, 20-year-old kid selling like super expensive, you know, like lamb mint fuck your mom burger. I don't know. I can't think of fancy food because I don't eat fancy food, but you know what I mean. It's very down to earth food these days. I don't see a lot of that fancy shit anywhere because no one's going to a food truck and, you know, carrying that much cash, willing to pay that much. We're not looking to spend $20 on a fucking sandwich at a food truck. That's not why anyone goes to a food truck. You better give me somewhere to sit down and at least a goddamn motherfucking drink if I'm paying that much. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's just me. I just realized it's really quiet, and I'm really sorry. I will pull up music again. I apologize for the existential silence, and I'm sorry you had to sit with your own mortality. For some reason, I always associate falafel with, like, rolled up falafel. Rolled up? Roll out! What do you mean rolled up? What do you mean rolled up? I mean, it is like a ball. It's like a deep-fried ball of chickpea dough. In Montreal, food trucks used to be illegal, believe it or not. No shit. Now they're okay, as long as they're not hot dog stands. What the fuck? Hot dogs are delicious. That stupid law is a bit more complicated than that. Oh, it's probably like, you know, I probably understand what they mean. But that is kind of weird. I wonder if it's like has to do with like the permits of them parking on the roads and stuff like that and the safety of it. That's because more people are generous than not. It's just the few people who aren't are fucking evil and gather more power and cause such great inequality. It makes the generosity of the majority less effective systemically. But that doesn't mean anything clearly, as things like this prove. I 100% agree. I think sometimes it's about the many little acts of kindness, as opposed to one person making one enormous act of kindness. In a really basic way of saying it. You know what I mean? Sorry, music. I apologize. I know, silence. It's the worst. I can't take it either. I apologize. This last week, I saw Food Network for the first time in years. Dude, I haven't seen Food Network in so long, but I used to watch this shit. I used to watch it while I worked out at the gym. Commercials are horrible. Also, there just needs to be a Guy Fieri channel. To be TBH, if I'm like stuck at a relative's house and there just happens to be a diners, drive-ins, and dives marathon on the TV, I'm planting myself in front of that for the next 12 hours. Am I terrible? Like, who doesn't? I can't be alone in this. It's not like I'm seeking it out, but if you're just done scrolling and you see it, you're like, okay. And it's food. I like food. I like to eat. I can't eat much, but I like to eat, and I like food, and I like to watch food cooked. And he's like I enjoy how excited Guy Fieri gets about food. People make fun of him for it all the time. The Leather Daddy! Leather Daddy, what's up? Welcome, Hyde. How are you? To the hole. It made no sense. What up, everybody? Hi, LZT. How are you, love? How was your stream? I hope it was wonderful. If you're tired and need water and need to go to sleep or do your dishes, please do so. Do not feel emblazoned to sit, but also, I welcome you. Thank you. Right, okay. Sometimes I wonder if I talk in circles. I'm high. In Austin, some of the high-end restaurants had food trucks to test new recipes on the cheap before adding them to the menu. That's actually kind of smart. Like, do smaller, like, little handheld portions. Yeah. They didn't charge that much. Tons of backgrounds for for the new owners of them. Just the big change was good quality food versus the old roach coaches that were trash quality. Yeah, I get that. I understand. And I understand them wanting to keep it safe. I want it safe. I want to be able to go to a food truck and know I'm not eating roach coach. Nah, bitch. Kun, you know what's funny? I've accidentally gone to restaurants that have food just in my travels, like literally just this weekend. If you guys ever go through Baltimore or have a chance to be in Baltimore, I know it has a really bad reputation. It's just a city that's not rich. That's it. Please don't be afraid of it. Just treat it like any other city. Be not stupid. But there is an amazing restaurant that is, I guess, a breakfast brunch place, because breakfast lunch place. Brunch isn't really a word I've seen used often in Baltimore, but you know what I mean. It's like Southern comfort food, breakfast kind of food, lunch food. It's called Miss Shirley's, and it is some of the most like flavorful, perfectly spiced. Their gravy on their biscuits and gravy. Like, I actually shed a physical tear out of my face one time eating it on grits. And I am not someone who seeks out grits nor gravy. But I don't know what the fuck it is. It's some of the best food I've ever had in my life. And I just know what I'm getting there. I get the fucking chicken and waffles because their fried chicken is beyond. I just cannot. I'm obsessed with it. And I was looking through the menu because I took Zach there this weekend. And like 3 of the things on the menu had been featured on Diners, Drives, and Dives. I had no idea. So I think I've accidentally eaten some food that's on it. But I have never seen an episode of a place I've been to. Like, I've never seen an episode and been like, oh, I've been there ever in my life. And I've definitely binged some fucking marathons in my life. Such easy TV to fucking watch. It's like putting Law and Order on or something. You know what I'm saying? It was short, but I need to read. Dude, reading's good for your brain. And there's nothing, as long as it was a good stream. I mean, quality over quantity, right, my dude? Welcome, Hyde, to the hole. I just can't stand how Guy sticks his fingers in all the sauces. Oh, absolutely. And he's a messy fucking eater. That shit drives me crazy. But I love his reactions to food because part of the reason today I hate cooking is I grew up around people that if I cooked for them, I could not get a reaction out of them, whether it was bad or good, and it drove me fucking insane. Like, you gotta give me something. I need a grade. Like, was this okay or not? And to my dad, literally, every time I ever cook my stepdad food, it'll make a turd. 7 years later, he'll be like, remember that one time you made that bomb chicken fettuccine? God, that was amazing. And I'm like, Father, why? Daddy, why? You know what I'm saying? It is beyond frustrating. Speak your fucking feelings, my dudes, or make a face. I like to see that same with sex. I don't want to fuck a log. Fuck. Smile, moan, anything. Oh my God. I can't do that. I ain't into that dead fish life. But that's part of the reason I don't cook anymore. I just couldn't take it. But Zach, like his eyes roll back in his head and he moans while he eats if it's good. And I'm like, fuck yes. Fuck yes. I'm all about someone who's just passionate about what they're into, I think. But I can't stand how fucking messy. Ugh. 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 Right, Trouble. Guy Fieri, as far as I know, he hasn't been like in any controversy, and he's not a terrible person, and he does a lot of charity, right? Like, you take him or leave him, personality wise, but he's done a lot of good stuff. He does a lot of good stuff with his money and stuff, which is cool. Either Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives or Forensic Files, same. Oh yeah, that's hotel TV. You ever get stuck in a hotel on like a business trip? You find like SVU or Food Network. Some fucking marathon that is going to be the exact same volume and level and the same fucking theme music for the next like 12 hours so you can guarantee pass out to it and it won't interrupt any part of your REM cycle cuz it's not going to change drastically. I too have insomnia, friends. I too suffer. I get it. Yep. I'm there with you and I'm spiritually suffering. I didn't go to sleep until 3 a.m. this morning. Woke up at 6. I'm feeling great. Not to bitch about. Wait. A few of my good friends were in friend circles with Gordon Ramsay's son. Not to bitch about strangers, but typical sports society lad. What does that mean? Like, is that a bro? Would that be like America, bro? I think I know what you mean, but I'm translating into dumb America. I stick my fingers in everything I cook. There's a sink with soap right there, but I use it frequently. I honestly, it's not for me. I completely trust that my cook has washed their hands to the point where they can stick their fingers in things and it's not dirty. For me, it's not that. I personally don't like touching my food. I cannot stand touching food. Like if I get a cheeseburger, I'm the one that like slowly unwraps it, so I'm still holding it in a wrapper. And if the wrapper's leaking, I get another one to wrap around it, and I hold like I fucking it's. I think it's honestly like a weird hypochondria having to do with me working in medicine and learning what's under your fingernails. No matter how hard you alcohol, bleach, soak, Lysol your hands, your fingernails harbor so much shit. It freaks me the fuck out. It has nothing to do with the hygiene. Like I trust my cook. I've never thought about, oh, my cook's being dirty. Like if you're a chef in a kitchen, I assume you want a good reputation and you're going to be responsible with my food. Like that is not. It's me. Just I can't stop thinking about what the sauce feels like on my own fingers, and I have to look away. I'm just like, oh, gross, ew, grease. Oh God, I need my nail brush. Where's my fucking nail brush? It's a psychosis. One of my dogs just farted, and it's so bad. Oh God, they're smelly. Dogs are horrible. Oh my God, it's 4:20. We missed 4:20 by a little bit. I'm gonna top my bowl off, but cheers, Angel. I love you, LZT. Thank you so much for trusting me with your community. Study hard. You got big brains. Use them. Consensually fuck logs. Positive reinforcement. What a fucking concept, right? It is frustrating. Holy shit. Yeah, I can't stand. I need someone that gives at least words. Like words or a good facial expression that's pick upable. I don't know. I don't know what that is about me. Anyone else like that? Like being around somebody that never ever makes a facial expression to go along with their emotions, I have a really, really hard time communicating with. I really, really depend on facial emotions a lot. Or facial expressions. Facial emotions, facial expressions. He owns them frosted tips. All right, yep, I know. He fucking probably has the little that like it looks like a bingo dauber, but it's actually like white shoe polish, and he definitely does a layer of that on his K-Swisses every morning, or whatever the modern day equivalent of K-Swisses is. I think fashions come full circle, right? Things look like old dad shoes from the 90s again, don't they? Could rightfully be fucking K-Swisses again. I don't know. I think I'm at that age where it's cycled again. Yeah. Fashion's never new. It just fucking cycles. I'm topping off, don't worry. I'm cheersing. I'm gonna hit 426, probably right on the fucking dot. Cheers, my loves. Friends, for some reason, I was not introduced to Friends until like my sophomore year of college. And then one of my good friends in college, she had it on repeat. But I think I was too old. And like, I had no way to fucking relate to that show. Like, having a whole bunch of friends, an apartment, roommates. I don't know. I was very into like Xena. Xena was my shit. I have all of Xena on a box set. I'm a psycho. I loved Xena. Xena the Warrior Princess. Heard of her? Lucy, motherfucking flawless. The gay was in me, and no one guessed it. I don't think what was a sitcom I was into as a kid? I don't like honestly the first like anything that I can even think of that makes me think of a sitcom. I could be wrong. This is not a sitcom. Big Bang Theory. By the time my parents got cable, I was in high school and it was Big Bang Theory, and they were obsessed with it. Every night I came home, they'd be watching that show. It was funny. There was funny parts. I get people have qualms about it. To each their own. That was like the only one until I was an adult, and now I'm watching Home Improvement now for the first time in my life. And Married with Children. I'm catching up. I didn't have TV. Cheers. 426 for those of us who had to repack. Same, Kona. You know what she was really good in, but a series that I didn't really dig was the new Spartacus series. Newer, I guess, the HBO one. It wasn't horrible. It wasn't so bad that I didn't watch it. It was just like tits and ass. You know, it was HBO's whole like, we're gonna make shows where everyone's just bush all day. For some, I don't know what the fuck they were doing, but there was definitely a time. You guys know. There was a time when HBO just True Blood, you know, Spartacus, so on and so forth. Every show was tits and ass. But Lucy Lawless was in it. She was phenomenal as a crazy lady, man. I fell in love with her again. I was like, damn, yes. And she was in Flight of the Conchords. Whoa. Flight of the Conchords. I can't believe my brain pulled that out. I have not seen that show in like 10 plus years. Holy crap. But she was very, very shortly in that one. And Parks and Rec. Big fan, if you couldn't tell. Erican! Go to sleep. No, you're fine. Go to sleep. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. You know, it's not bark o'clock. Lay down. You're fine. Lilith. I fucking love you, Erican. I'm ready to fuck shit up. Let's go. I'll fight a kidney. My fist is probably bigger than your kidney. What's your fucking kidney gonna do? What's it gonna do? Against like bones, gristle, scar tissue, and just like angst. I know. It's just shit's fucking fucked. If you make it to any of the cons this year, respectfully, I will be hugging the shit out of you and maybe trying to fight your kidney. I don't know. We'll be throwing hands. Witchcraft will be done. No. What happened? No, I've been out of town. What happened on Monday? That was actually that was yesterday. Dude, like I had RP and getting the dogs and shit. It was chaos yesterday. No. Your cat? No. Oh. Was it just old age? I hope. I hope not tragic or horrible. Boo! We have to go to town on a kidney, yeah. We have to throw hands. If Erican's kidney decides to turn against him, we've agreed. I mean, we agree. I think I can speak for most of us, like mama bear attitude. Like, fight one of our own, bitch. I'm ready to go. I'm fucking ready to go. None of that. 15 years. Oh. I mean, I've only ever had dogs. So it's hard. I can't even fathom getting, like, most dogs never make it. 15 is pretty long. I had a lab that lived almost that long. But, like, cats live so much longer. And it's like, I'm jealous, but also, you have that much longer to become so much more attached to them. And there's so much more a part of your life that my fucking God, my heart for you, dude. I am so sorry. What a fucking long, amazing life, though. And I bet it was fucking full of treats and being spoiled rotten. Still fucking shit fucked. Got us in, boom. We got three, dare I say, volatile bitches ready to go. The moose. I wish I could dance like that. If only. I love you, man. For real. My heart, dude. I know you'll be fine. You're too much of a fucking stubborn bastard. Like, you'll be one of those people who's like 109, like, Jesus, why won't you take me? And I get it. And selfishly, I'm glad that that's your personality type, but also, it still fucking sucks. And I'm here. I'm here, bro. I'm ready to fight. This shit just sucks. Got a 3-centimeter lesion, something on it, on the kidney. CT scan next week to see if it's cancerous. They're like 95% sure it is. I mean, they can't guarantee anything until they biopsy it, though. For real. They have to do some sort of biopsy before they can ever say, yep, what it is. You know what I mean? So, at the very least, they'll do a deeper scan to look into the tissue of the kidney and see if whatever they're seeing, like the spot, goes into the kidney, if it's in, like, the nephrons, blah, blah, blah. But then they have to do a biopsy before they can confirm, before they can say anything. Literally, that's like cancer 101. They have to biopsy. So they'll do some sort of biopsy. So they will definitely, I mean, they're going to definitely double check, triple check, quadruple check before they do anything. And if they don't, if someone ever tries to diagnose you with something as serious as cancer with a scan, please, please, for me, seek a second opinion. Please. Cake. That's what my Nana used to say. You're born with it, girl. The anger. Because my mom used to say all the time, to me and my sister, because my sister and I both, we have like, we're not, you guys know, you see me all day, every day. Like, I'm not all the time an angry person, but when I get angry, I get angry. Usually it's defending someone I love, fighting a kidney, so on and so forth. And my mom would make comments.
Blood orgy! Yay! Blood orgy!
Nerd Ducky, bitch! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me. My mom would say shit like, I don't know why you girls are so angry. And my Nana would be like, they're born with it, girl. I guess it's a gift. The fury is within us. Welcome, raiders. Welcome to the classiest place on earth. My name's ClassyKatie, and it's wonderful to meet you. We're all just agreeing universally, fuck cancer in not the cool way, yeah? It's the worst. It's the worst. It was wonderful. I had 2 fucking lightning days in Baltimore and DC, and it was such a nice, just like taste of home. Literally, I ate myself stupid. Like, I ate twice a day, which never happens. I am literally still full from the amount I ate. Trouble, right? I wish someone had given me the bravery to do that kind of stuff when I was younger, because I went, 30 years of my life without a bipolar diagnosis, which arguably is the more serious of the diagnoses I probably should have had someone realize at some point. If anyone missed 426, I've been streaming for exactly 4 hours and 20 minutes, and now it's 421. You missed it. That's the Irish in you, Katie. It's the low simmering burn. My Nana used to say shit like that all the time. That was the only like my Nana, she was raised Irish Catholic parochial orphanage. Very, very proper. Don't touch the walls. You do not wear shoes in the house. Children are seen not spoken to or not heard or whatever. Like, very, very classic, that kind of way. However, being angry, leave her alone. Let her get it out. It was like touch my grandma's walls and she'd fucking smack the back of your head. Like, set something on fire in the yard because someone dumped you and you're furiously fucking angry and you're literally burning their Letterman. Like, she'd be like in the window with a gin and tonic, like, fucking wild old women, dude. They are scary, and she lived forever. She might be responsible for deaths. I don't know. She's gone now, so there's no proof of anything. She was a wild woman. Wild woman. Oh my god, Handy Cable, how are you? Welcome, raiders, everyone who chose to stay. And even if you don't, if you've been sitting on your ass hanging out with Nerd Ducky, as you should have been for an extended period of time, I encourage you myself to stand up, stretch your legs, get a drink of water, and exercise your body. Get some blood flow. Blood clots are the devil. But I appreciate you swinging by to say hi. I'm high, if that wasn't apparent. I didn't smoke pot for 4 days. Oh, Kendo, what the fuck? Thank you, dude. I'm trying to think of ways to celebrate, because not only, I know people, you guys bug me about this, about like celebrating my birthday or whatever the fuck, which I try to avoid all the time, but my birthday just so happens to also kind of be like my stream anniversary, like the official day I started streaming on Twitch, which I want to celebrate because I think our community is something really cool, and I love my mods, and I love all my friends, and everything that's, like, for all Twitch is, it's given me some wonderful opportunities and a beautiful life, and I'm very thankful for that. And so my birthday was on last Friday, which, like, is fucking ironic that it was on Faded Friday and I wasn't in town, but I figured we could celebrate it this Friday, like on the 10th, right? Is it the 10th? Yeah, the 10th instead. It's Faded Friday anyways, so it's like celebratory every Friday anyways, because Faded Friday. But I'm trying to think of ways to, I don't know, do something like a charity or something like that. Something fun. I don't fucking know. I'm thinking. Sometimes. What up, Chucky? How are you? Sorry, I missed a lot of chat. 40 years, right, Thark? And you almost wonder, like, did it take them that long, or was it that, like, the psychologists or psychiatrists at the time didn't literally have the training to diagnose something like that? I wonder that sometimes. Kendo, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Sorry, my chat fucking did the thing. You generous hoe, I appreciate you. You don't have to do that. Thank you. Dude, Erican, I would love to. I fucking love Chicago. That's one of my favorite places I visited. One of my favorite. Well, I would say it's one of my favorite cities in America. I don't know. It's just one of my favorites. It's one of the most interesting cities I've ever gotten to just foot it. It's fun. And I eat a lot. Dude, nerd, I wish I got munchies. Weed definitely makes food taste better. But don't touch the walls. No. So this was the thing. So back in the day, I don't even know if this is the kind of wallpaper my Nana had, but back in the day, if you had nice wallpaper, it would show your grease. Like, you know how you have grease in your fingers? Like, if you touch a window, no matter what, no matter how often you wash your hands, it leaves like a weird little print because we're just oily, greasy mammals, and that's what we do. That would like slowly start to actually stain the wallpaper because wallpaper was like hand painted and it was material or something like that. I don't fucking know. Correct me if I'm wrong. It would start to stain your wallpaper like yellowish brown. And so you couldn't touch the walls, and all kids were filthy, dirty, nasties. So like literally we were just locked outside forever. Like my Nana was very old fashioned that way. Unless you were angry. That shit was fine. How are you, Chucky? You're putting dirt on the walls with your oily hands. Boom. Mm-hmm. Grew up with that shit. I still don't touch walls, man. I walk like as narrow as a 6-foot person can. My Nana was a classy hoe, man. I swear to God, the majority of the calories she intook the last 20 years of her life was either from gin and tonics / vodka tonics or whiskey, the whiskey in her coffee. And she lived off chocolate. That was it. I think I saw her. I mean, I don't remember the last time I saw her just eat real food. She passed away a couple years ago at the ripe age of 90. But damn, she did what she wanted. Respect. She lived the way she fucking wanted. Cavernous, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. No worries, dude. Work hard. I'm here all the time. Come chill when you want to. We'll be here just hanging. Normally, I mean, I do want to play more boyfriend game, but today's my first day back from having a couple days away, so I've just really wanted to catch up, and I missed my people. Yeah, I didn't get diagnosed with bipolar until I was 45. Jesus. I can't even fathom, dude. Your poor brain. How tired were you? Which is 4 months after getting misdiagnosed as depressed. Also didn't give SSRIs, some bipolar. Oh, yeah. I think is it SSRIs just on a bipolar person are bad, or is it like the SSRIs mixed with something? I feel like there's something that sometimes they'll give to bipolar people that then when they put an SSRI on top of it, I don't remember. It's been a long time. But yeah, it's all like that. And I think that's the problem with bipolar is there's not one clear ass definition for every single bipolar person that just we fit into. You know, there's 2 types for one thing, and then within those 2 types, it's like a sliding fucking scale as the defining factor of bipolar, which sucks. And like, thank you, Trash. It was seriously, I think I hurt Zach with the amount I walked him. He was such a trooper. He didn't say a fucking thing until we would be sitting at the end of the night. But I run every morning and I just walk a lot because I'm anxious energy. Not for any reason other than that. And I forget that that's what I do all the time. So my feet are like leather feet. Like I'm just built from walking. These feet are made for walking. You know what I'm saying? And I had like literally the day that I took him to DC, I looked at my phone at noon. No, it was 1:30 and we'd already walked like 8 miles. And I was like, you should sit. Let's sit and get a snack. And that's when we went to the food truck because I was worried he was going to get giant blisters and not be able to fucking get to the airport the next day. Like, that's a lot for someone who normally, you know, walks a couple miles a day, not fucking 9. No one's I don't walk that much a day. Like, fuck, dude, I'm not claiming that. I'm not that cool. Thank you, Solipsis. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Hold on, I'm trying to catch. I think I'm Nerd Ducky. Thank you so much for paying forward your gift from Najil and gifting a sub to Wookie. Wookie and Thal. Use a bow with the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways. I appreciate you. Sorry if I'm talking too much. I'm just so excited to be back. I missed you guys. I have a roof over my head, and obviously not. I'm not wasting away, so I'm doing okay. I was literally asking one of my foremost psychiatrists in the country if I was autistic 15 years before, and he said definitely not. I mean, I learned that the major thing that sent me to therapy as a kid is like a major symptom of autism, but my therapist doesn't think I have autism. I used to repeat myself under my breath, like until I was probably 10 or 11 years old. And strictly because no one told me I was doing it until that age. And then a girl in school bullied me and she was like, why do you repeat everything you say out loud back to yourself under your breath? And I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Oh no. Oh, no. Shit. And then, the cycle continues. And I was like, ah. But my therapist taught me that recently. Weed is wondrous. Oh my god, I want to go to a sex toy museum. Hell yes. I got to go to the torture museum in Prague. That's probably like the most offbeat museum I've ever got to go to. That's fucking cool. I didn't even know that was there. That'd be sick. Really, you get hella munchies, but not on distillate though. Distillate meaning like drops you would put under your tongue, right? Or you mean like terpenes? I fuck up the names of all the other forms all the time. Like I smoke bud and I'm boring. Edibles make me tired, and I think they kind of might make me a little paranoid. I'm Scottish, so like 90% of my body's lard, technically. I mean, my Nana was 100% Irish, and she definitely floated with no effort. Not that Irish and Scottish are the same thing, but you guys are like geographically relatively close. We had painted walls, no wallpaper. My Nana had nice wallpaper, dude. Separated by like that pure wood trim that was like some nice real wood. They were of that golden era where they both grew up very, like my Nana literally was raised in an Irish Catholic orphanage. Not because she was an orphan, but her mom could not afford to take care of her. Her mom worked as a maid. And my grandpa was in the military. His family came over from Germany. They were Jews on the run. They came over from Poland. And according to my grandpa, they lived in a hut with a dirt floor and lied about their age to get into the military. We're in World War II just to get money to survive, so on and so forth. And according to my grandma, I don't make this shit up. This is all I know, and no one knows anything better because they're all dead now. According to my grandma, on her 18th birthday, my grandpa pulled up in his military uniform on his motorcycle at the front of the orphanage. And she ran out the front with her suitcase, jumped on the back, and that was that. Who knows? They're great. I like that story. That's better than most. It's fucking romantic. I like thinking that fuckery produced me, somewhat in there. Trash Hunter, thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it a swings, you silly fuck. I appreciate you. Happy birthday, 6-month subscriber. Thanks for always making super entertaining. Man, I'm not funny without any of you. I'm never funny by myself. Maybe I am while I sleep. Who knows? I'm not there for it, but thank you. I appreciate you. You guys are worth it. I miss the fuck out of you guys. Really, I've never taken Prozac before. I was really lucky to get the only med that didn't work for me was Concerta. When I was first diagnosed with ADHD way back when I was a youngin', I was like 21 in college. That was my very first like official diagnosis. Was that, and they put me on Concerta first, like the off-brand Concerta or whatever. And it worked as an ADHD medication. Like I definitely felt a better focus, ability to flow, ability to like pay attention. But I also was so fucking irritable the very first day I took it. I felt it and I know what irritable is. Like I was old enough to recognize that emotion. It wasn't a new emotion for me. It was like, oh, this is what I feel like before I get my period. Like suddenly I want to kill everyone that makes any fucking sound, breath, wind, or environmental altercation in my 30-foot radius. Like, I know this feeling, and it was the moment I took that drug. That was the only one that I've had, like, a very clear adverse reaction to that I went right back to my doctor, and I was like, I don't want to be more of a cunt than I was born to be. Let's not with that superpower. I have to learn bedside manner. Like, please, no. Thanksgiving dinner once a year is all that sustained her. Honestly. No, you know what it would be? It would be Christmas morning eggs Benedict. That was my family's weird fucking tradition. No shit, Erican. Up until my Nana died, every single year of my life, Christmas morning, eggs Benedict. Oh, they put me back on it again years later. Really, I mean, I think about my years before I knew I had anything neurospicy. Like I'd never been to a therapist, and like the amount of friends I probably like chased away by being a fucking psychopath. I don't know. BP2 here, so I'm on the front. So that's so I'm BP1. I never remember which types they are, but I'm the manic one. Oh, and that's what I was gonna say. Thank you for reminding me, Erican. Oh God, dude, I'm so bad at this. I know my brain jumps all over the place. I'm still, even though I'm medicated, I'm still ADHD as fuck. Someone earlier, remind me, was saying they misdiagnosed me with depression, before bipolar. And what I was going to say is, like, in just my own readings about bipolar in terms of myself being diagnosed and, like, my journeys, trying to figure out what the fuck that means and how to work with my own brain to feel good and normal as I can, in a day-to-day life. And one of the things that was a really, really common theme in a lot of the literature I've read is being diagnosed with severe depression as opposed to bipolar is really, really common because mania feel good. No one goes to the doctor to be like, hey, doc, I feel great. Help. We go to the doctor when we have suicidal tendencies or suicidal ideations, or we are so sad we can't get out of bed in the morning. And so we literally, not on purpose, but kind of on purpose, we only ever present the depressive symptoms to our doc. We don't go to the doctor if we feel good. So we kind of fuck ourselves in our own psychosis. It's kind of fucked. I get it. I'm the same. I went many, many years without any of that because and I kind of like I have a degree in psychology. I got a degree in I got a degree in psychology. Learned all about bipolar among many other psychological spices. And I knew exactly what mania was. And I remember very, very, very clearly, and I'm not saying this justifies my behavior in any way. I'm saying this as a personal story and a warning. Don't do this to yourself ever. I remember being at the height of my mania and thinking to myself, I should go talk to somebody. This feels real good. Like a crackhead. I was literally addicted to my own fucking neurochemicals. Don't ever let me say I don't have an addictive personality, because it's a lie. Mania is its own fucking bullshit. But nobody goes to the doctor when you feel good. You know what I mean? I only got diagnosed with bipolar because I was having a panic, like a nervous breakdown. And by the time I was able to get in to see my current doc, who I have actually to this day, but by the time I was able to get in to see him, I was in the height of a manic state, as well as having like this mental breakdown, like panic disorder, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't know. I had dropped like 60 pounds. I was bones. I could see my acromion process poking out the back of my shoulder. It was disgusting because this was the point. I've told you guys about this. I couldn't taste food anymore. It's the scariest point of any depression I've ever had in my life. I was taken to Disney World for my 30th birthday and could not taste Dole Whip. I'm still pissed about it because that was my last trip to Disney World. And now I can't go to Florida because the place is fucking like anti-education and gay, and what the fuck. But that's neither here nor there. Really scary times to be in. But when I was in that depressive state is when I called to make the appointment. But by the time I was able to actually get in to see the doctor, because, most docs aren't like, yeah, come in tomorrow. They're like, okay, in 3 weeks, my body had flipped into a mania. So my doctor was able to witness myself. Like, he said it looked like I was a human jet engine. My legs were both just bouncing a million miles an hour. And I was shaking a million miles an hour. And my hair was shaking. And I was just this. My whole body vibrated constantly. And he said I recrossed and crossed my legs probably 100 times in the course of 5 minutes sitting in his doctor's office. Thank fuck for that. But it was like a chance, which sucks. So, if any of y'all think maybe you have some mania, maybe like talk to your doc. I don't know. Tharg, have a good day. Drink water. Don't forget to wash your hands and be safe. Thank you for hanging out today. How do you think they fertilize? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Brain does. Yeah. Brains are stupid. I'm here to boost your. What's up? What's up, Honeybean? I'm sorry if I missed any chat. I'm trying to catch up. I talked too much today. I'm just really excited to see you guys. It's been a while. Super Cunt Katie might be a cool character RIP. That's Emma in in Nocturne. Yeah, if you go over to twitch.tv/tablestory, check out Nocturne. I played a character named Emma, a la Super Cunt Katie. Yep, 100%. Based her on all of the surgeons I've ever worked with and a little dash of mom. I think I did justice. It takes other people to say, hey, friend, maybe you should sleep and stop fucking everyone. Maybe you shouldn't buy a castle. I don't know. Just a thought. Yeah, good to have those people around you. Yeah, mania is amazing for the most part, as long as you don't make too many overly optimistic decisions. Yes. And that's honestly, like, I don't really viscerally remember. I remember loving the feeling mania, but I couldn't, like, bring up the feeling of it anymore because I don't take drugs like that or anything. So, and it's been a really long time. I've been medicated and in therapy and stuff like that. But I remember the thing I would do is because I love to craft. I like to, like, keep busy. Like, this table back here, I'm sure every day is covered in different shit. Every day I'm doing weird little crafts and art projects because I never sit still and I like doing stuff like that. And what I would do is if I was in a super manic moment, I would get the fucking, like, ants in my pants and walk to Joann Fabric, drop $500 and make a quilt in a day. Which, like, you know, no one shames. Like, no one's like, "Oh, what'd you spend?" They're like, "Oh my god, you made a quilt in a day? That's amazing." And so it's just more endorphins. It's like this fucking feedback. It's terrible. It's a feedback loop. It's horrible. Horrible. Don't do that. Then you're poor. It's terrible. Then you can't eat. Can't pay your bills. Then you gotta call your mom. It's a terrible time. Don't do that. It's great. Here's the caveat to the mania is that, like, according to most of the literature I've read, and I've tried to read as much as I can because I just understand my own brain. No, I don't know everything, and I am by no means the expert at all. I have an undergrad. That's it. The caveat to the mania is if you know you're in a manic state, there's definitely a voice in the back of your head that's warning you that there is a depression coming 3 times as strong as this happy and 3 times as long as this happy lasts, at least in my experience and most people I've talked to. So for instance, if I'm manic for a month, like a month of I only need 3 hours of sleep a night, I feel fucking great. The world is great. The sun is up. The sky is blue. Fuck you, bitch. Like, just feeling like I'm on top of the world, like I'm literally on drugs. Then inevitably what happens is literally it's an actual process in your brain. It's not like woo woo. I'm not going to treat you like you're stupid. But what happens is that mania is caused by a surge in overproduction of the neurochemicals that cause happy feelings, i.e. serotonin, dopamine, so forth. And nobody's body can do that forever. You know, it's kind of like running an ultra marathon. Some people can train themselves to run 100 miles, but there is a point where everybody's body goes, no more. Blah. You know what I'm saying? So what happens in someone with bipolar is your mania for a month. If it starts to end in a month and you start to feel it, at least for me personally, what happened is most of the mania portion of time was great. The last couple days of it, I would start to feel anxious. And I don't know what that was, if it was the drop off of neurochemicals or if it was my body burning out on them. But essentially, your body gets literally, you exhaust your brain's physical resources for happy. And it takes triple the amount of time that you just, like, had that surge to replenish your body's just everyday normal supply of those neurochemicals, i.e. depression. No happy. You can do the exact same shit that made you feel like a god and you feel nothing. Like, for me, I love Dole Whip. I fucking love pineapple. I will eat pineapple till my mouth bleeds, and Dole Whip is just like, you can only get it at Disney World and it drives me crazy, but it's amazing. Please try Dole Whip if you can. Makes me feel good no matter what, even if I'm not in a mania. When I was in my depression, I physically couldn't taste it. Like, the reason we have senses and enjoyable things is dopamine and serotonin. When those are gone, like literally zero, you don't taste. There's no happy. It's just cold mush. It was fucking French fries. I love salty potatoes. I'll fuck a salty potato up with any part of my body. I could not taste them. I went to Five Guys, couldn't taste them. It was horrible. That, honestly, not being able to taste food, it was one of the major drives for me to finally go see a doctor. Like, that, I was like, I can't live without, like, I don't eat often, and I know I get shit for that all the time, but when I eat good. Like, I like flavorful things. I love to taste food. It's one of the few things in this world that I can depend on gives me, like, a good, yay, happy. Good fried chicken, fuck yeah. And when I was so depleted, like, it's scary times. And basically what my medication does, at least, my cocktail, and what I think for most bipolar people, depending also on your other diagnoses and stuff, what it helps us do is not get excited into that point of mania or get sad into that point of depression. We can still get excited and we can still get sad, but we're able to self-regulate back to a level of normalcy for the most part. Sometimes, we hope, the majority of the time, with therapy and other things, you know what I mean? Because, like, the way I always describe it to people, it's the reason why I don't shoot guns, but I'm not against guns. Like, I'm all about people who are hobbyists but responsible gun owners. Um, I'm not into the gun hobby because the adrenaline that I assume people who are into, like, shooting handguns and stuff like that get from that, like, burst and that jolt, they do it for that. That gives them a happy. And then their body does that kind of, like, nice little apex, and then it swoops back down to normal. For someone who is bipolar type 1, I believe, the manic bipolar, when our body gets that sudden jolt that gives us that spike, we can't come back down, and our body just keeps going until it's can't anymore. And then depression for 3 months or, however long. That's literally the chemical process that's happening that causes these two feelings. It's unfair, sucks, like, fuck the world. Why do we have to deal with this shit? Like, if it was caveman days, like, the fuck would we do? We'd be so erratic. Shit. I don't know. We'd be warriors. I don't fucking know. Gladiators, I guess. I don't know. I really don't know. I can't. It's weird for me to think of the time before meds because, like, I went, 30 years of my life, every single day I would wake up, and before I even opened my eyes, I'd be like, who are you today? Because I just never knew. I had no idea. Nothing had to happen to change my mood. It wasn't like DID. I wasn't a different person. But depending on the neurochemicals available, like, I was either irritable bitch Katie or I was, does anybody want a back rub? You guys are my besties. Do you want to wear matching outfits? Yay. I just never knew. And it was like, I assumed everybody had a good side of the bed or a wrong side of the bed. You know that saying, woke up on the bad side of the bed? I thought that was real. That's not real. That's not real. Most people have to stub their toe to be a cunt. You know? They don't just have to fucking wake up. And it took me a lot of therapy to understand that that's not my fault. That's just like, it sucks. I'm grateful that there's meds and therapy and things that can help me feel better about it these days. I'm grateful I don't live in any past because vagina and otherwise. You know what I'm saying? I love you guys. Thanks for listening to me fucking vent. I'm sorry. I love you. Erkin! Thank you for the resub. I appreciate you. I'm sorry if I missed chat. I'm trying. I've been on I just missed you guys. Astro, I have an interview in 8 minutes, but I saw your title and it reminded me of a song. You should listen to it. We're Back by Martin Hoger and Neon Steve. I miss you too. I will write it down. Thank you. Good luck in your fucking interview. Just be yourself and be awesome and be confident. You're interviewing them as well. Remember that. This is Apache? Oh my god, is this a new song? Oh no, this is 4 years ago. Oh my gosh. I forgot. Broken by Design. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream, and thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I'm trying to find these links. I know I missed a lot of chat, and I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay, there's one of them. And then where was the other one? Hold up. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna find it. They're loading. Maybe. Oh, shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Done and done. I mean, I'll look at that. Oh my god. Guess who forgot she was decking around with eyeshadow and been walking around with one blue eye? I do that a lot. Or one eye with mascara. Done that a few times. Why do we let the Wang dictate anything? Florida, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. I had a full psychotic break at 18. I even called the police because I thought they were intruders or demons. Oh my god, we were talking about psychosis earlier, but only realized it was psychosis years later. How do we not recognize this shit? Because brains suck. I don't know. Of the time I sold all my shit, quit my job, and moved to Europe for 9 months with no plan because my brain thought I could do 100 things at once. That's why Katie has a double major and streams for a living. I feel you. Boo. Wait, you jammed 5 Guys in your mouth and couldn't taste it? What a waste for the 5 Guys. I mean, to be honest, it's just sugar water. depression, it's honestly, it shocked me when I learned that too, Koto. But I've known people, and I don't question if someone's like, yeah, I was so depressed I couldn't get hard. Or I was so depressed I could not come to a climax or a sexual orgasm at all with themselves or with a partner. Like, some people get so depressed their pussy gives up. And no one questions that because they're like, oh yeah, emotions and our genitals, like, those are obviously connected. But like, how come they're connected to everything, really? You know, emotions are our senses. The only reason we pay attention to our senses is whether or not they feel good or bad. If they're neutral, we really don't pay attention to them, you know? If a room is at room temperature, no one's sitting there going, ooh, this room temperature though, or wow, this room temperature. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? What the fuck? Kendo! Oh my god, what is happening? What is going on? My shit just jumped so far. What is going on? Classocratic, thank you for the biddies. You generous hoe. You didn't have to do that, but I fucking appreciate you. Thanks for Violet and supporting Table Story. I thank every single person who has ever cared about any character I've ever created on the RPs I've had a pleasure of being a part of. Because honestly, like, without you guys, that wouldn't exist, right? They'd just be people in my head. I love you guys. Range therapy. I wish. I've always wanted to get into bow hunting because I think that'd be something I could do. Because with it, it's not, the noise wouldn't, Katie's adrenaline into Nowheresville, which just turns into a panic attack at this point. I could go for a back rub, maybe not matching outfits after the last Twitter post. Oh my god, please though, because I have 2 pairs of those shorts. Wait, Kendo gifted 10 subs in the chat. You generous hoe. Thank you. You're far too kind, but thank you so much for all the gifted subs and for the support of the community and myself. I appreciate you. Jesus, God on a fuck. Dutanium Gorg, Lastocratic. Synesthesia, bitch. Hectos, Flaming Holly, Dave the Adequate, Ghostly Chris, Tuonalak. I hope I said your name right, and I'm so sorry if I butchered that. I am a dumb person sometimes. And Lil Farial, but was the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways because nothing in this world is more sexy than pure sober consent. Facts. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you. Happy belated Gone Day. Someone tweeted the nicest tweet about Gone recently. They tagged the whole cast in it, and they were just like, I think they said something along the lines of, my partner and I found an amazing show during the lockdown that like really helped fill their days when they were like stuck inside and stuff, and it was Gone. And I was like, man, it's amazing that those are like forever, you know? It's weird. It's just weird. Never thought I'd be a part of something like that, but I'm very grateful. Eternally grateful. I was undiagnosed for a long time since I'm on the mild end of bipolar, so I cycle rapidly, like every few days. I feel that. And I've been there before too. The lows and highs are not as bad. That all ended with Cetraline. Awesome. Wait, or bad. Which made me cycle like every hour. Oh my god. And when I went off it, I spent a few months only getting 4 hours of sleep out of 24 plus amnesia. Oh. Are you better now? So have you found a good balance? Jesus, that is bipolar. Let's do it. Let's do it. Who are you today? I don't know, bitch. Who are you today? I don't know, bitch. It's a great life. Thank you guys for being awesome. I love being crazy with you. Wouldn't want to be crazy with anyone else. Anyone else. You silly fucks. I don't know why I started calling everyone a silly fuck. But y'all silly fucks. That's all I got. Hi, Anus. How are you, love? One blue eye, one black eye. Hey, just go with it. You should treat it like one of those, like, someone hands you a painting that you have to just continue. Just go with it. I'm in complete shock. I just found out that Avril Lavigne and Tyga... Who's Tyga? I don't know who that is. Wait, I thought Avril Lavigne was, like, married to Nickelback. Man. I'm out of the loop. She's been married a lot. She married the guy from Sum 41 and then the guy from Nickelback, and then I thought she was, like, fake, but then she had Lyme disease. I don't know. I lost track. I fucking have no idea what happened to that girl anymore. But I was a big fan of Skater Boy as a youth. Trying to suck any dick on your way through the parking lot! Sorry. Who is Tyga? Why do I kind of recognize that name. Throw tagine on top of it? Really? I'd eat Dole Whip off a fucking dead raccoon's asshole. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not picky about Dole Whip, and it's so infrequently that I get it. And now it's like just Florida, which like I think my next time will be to like rescue Glut. Good. I mean, do you like do therapy and stuff like that, or do you feel better? I hope you feel better. You deserve to feel good because I didn't feel good before I got my shit, man. They divorced, no shit. Damn, girls running through them boys. Boy band's gotta stay away from that Avril. She got a fucking candy pussy or something. I love silly fuck. It works. I don't. It's great. It's gender neutral. That was a long time ago, CK. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to catch up on chat, and I think it keeps scrolling because, like, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna stop. Sorry. I give up. I fail. I fail. What up, Timon? How are you? I hope my void shines in the darkness. If you're watching QT, by the way, didn't you love the description of my whatever's wrong with me? Ironic, considering I too have a void. Oh, that's why I knew who Tyga is. Is Tyga the one that had the concert where he just like kept cheering people on while they were like trampling each other? The recipe for what? For Dole Whip or for the other stuff? I mean, they sell like the powder. I'm sure it's not hard to make. Isn't it just like frozen pineapple put through a fucking blender? It's like ice cream, right? Hold on. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't added anything to a fucking wish list in so long. I've just forgotten how, Erican. Give me a minute, okay? And Amazon's kind of being a bitch. But I will fucking open it when I can. I'm trying. She got that Gucci Coochie. I'm saying something special. But also, did you see the Sum 41 lead singer after she divorced him? Like, what happened? Like, I think she ran him over with the lawnmower and then divorced him. I don't know. He looked different. Did therapy for a long time on an as-need basis right now. Therapy better than narcs drugs. Awesome. I'm glad you found something that works for you. And I'm glad you didn't let them keep pushing drugs on you because I feel like a lot of people don't. Like, we're not taught to be our own advocate. We're taught to just like, oh, doctor, yes, I'll do whatever you say. And it's important to stand up for yourself, like when you feel comfortable and when you don't, when you feel icky, when you feel worse, even if the doctor's like, well, it's doing this and this. Like, if you feel grosser than you did before the drug, like, let them. That's your right as a human, you know? Oh, that was Travis Scott. Okay, sorry, my bad. I just knew that that was one musician that I knew one of the Jenners dated. Again, not a celebrity person. I don't know. One of them made a sex tape and their dad like hid OJ's weapon. I didn't have TV as a kid, okay? I don't know. Amazon's making me do so many things because I haven't logged into it in so long, but I am truly trying to look at this fucking Dole Whip, I swear to God, Erican. But now it's like, now click a link on your phone, because we don't know who you are, even though you use this computer every day, all day, and nothing different happened. I am trying. I do want to see whatever this, I can see in the link, it's like Dole something. Hi, David. I'm watching Katie now, but I don't know what QT were. Cuties! I never even thought of that. I think it doesn't stand for Quail Town. It stands for Quail Town. It's the RP. I didn't even think about that. That's funny. I mean, seriously, I think oh my God. It literally is. It's pineapple soft serve, my dudes. I got it to load. Literally, I had to like open up a twext is what I was going to say. I had to open a text from Amazon on my phone. Amazon's just overly protective sometimes. I guess. As long as they're not letting people like steal my shit. It's literally pineapple soft serve. Is it? What's in it? More than pineapple. That being said, I'm not buying this to be healthy. Oh, bitch. Have you tried it? Is it good? Is it delicious? They have the orange one too. Dude, the orange one's actually really fucking good. If you guys have never had the orange I think it's just called orange soft serve at Disney, whatever. What do they call it? It has orange birds, like it's literally it's just an orange Tweety bird is like its mascot, and but it's not like orange sherbet, or I mean it's not like orange creamsicle. It's like really tart, like tart, like fresh fucking orange juice, or like a super fresh orange. I don't know. It's really tasty. Oh my god, my mouth. Stop it. My mouth is literally watering. Oh, it's been too long. Oh no. Now I'm sad. Oh. My mouth quite literally just started to water. That's incredible. My heart. Wow. You guys should have it just based on the literal physical reaction you just watched my body go through. That was incredible. Incredibile is all I have to say about that. That looks amazing. It's fucking Dole Whip. Shut up. Does pineapple go on ice cream? Like fresh pineapple, Zoe? Wait, this is serious. Like fresh pineapple? Because I don't think so. Honestly, I would never put pineapple on ice cream. Not because of the flavor, the texture. Like the stringy, like texture of pineapple chunks with like the smooth. No, I wouldn't. It's weird. I'd think something's wrong with it. Right? I fucking love Trouble, right? Dude, I'll eat pineapple. I do the same with like Captain Crunch. Oh god, I'll eat it till my mouth bleeds. It's terrible. I'm addicted. I'm addicted to your love. Lady Emma, it's really good. Honestly, I have to have both. Like I couldn't pick. If I was on death row, those would be part of it. Like I'd have to have both. They're really good. They're just really tart and not overly sweet. And you can get them. I mean, if you ever go to Disney, if anyone, I mean, we all know it's in the fucking hell boot now these days. However, you can get it 3 different ways. You can get it like just pure Dole Whip. You can get it a swirl with vanilla, and then you can get it like a root beer float, but it's 7-Up. So it's like a 7-Up Dole Whip float. Those are pretty tasty. So there's 3 different levels, and I think the same with the orange one. So I always get it just the pure because it's super tart, and I like the tart. I don't really want the vanilla ice cream in it, but the fucking texture would be weird. Of fresh pineapple. Smooth tart and addicting, Erican. I get it. I mean, how long have we been friends? Not to yuck anyone's yum, but you really should not put food in an anus or vagina. Yeast infections are a bitch. Alright, she right, though. Okay, Mom, I won't fuck Dole Whip. You give her all the easy ones. Is it Happy International Women's Day tomorrow? Exciting. What should we do? Grow pussies. Dude, pineapple. I'll eat pineapple on a pizza too. Like I'm not one of those people. And I respect that you hate it on a pizza too. And I would never force it on someone that those kind of people need a fucking hobby. There's one other place you can get Dole Whip aside from Disney. No shit, you can fly out to Hawaii. Okay. I've heard you can do that. You know, do you know what island it's on? When I went to Hawaii, I went to Maui. And literally pineapples were $1 to $2 a pop. Like huge, perfectly ripe pineapples you could practically split open with your hands were like $1 a piece at Costco. It was amazing, but I never saw Dole Whip anywhere. I don't think I was on the right island. But I was on Maui. I don't know. If you're a woman, just take the whole day off, do nothing. I wish. I would just be sad and alone. Miss you guys. We could lounge together. Maybe I'll do my nails tomorrow. They're growing out. Right? I mean, go to Disneyland is probably like safe-ish, right? Like there's Florida that's like, hey, science is illegal and so are gay people and people of color. And California is like, we're thinking about reparations for black people. I think there's a clear winner, but they're the exact same park, but one's just stretched over a bigger portion of land. And then obviously there's like Animal Kingdom and shit in Florida, but like the Disneyland park itself is the exact same, all the same rides. Just an FYE yizzle. I've been to both. I liked it. I'm a Disney kid. Sue me. I'm a Disney adult. Fuck me. Would the crimes that put you on death row also be pineapple related? If I was in Hawaii, I plead the fifth. I know, right, Trouble? There's a hobby in hating other people's everything. It's weird. It started with music and like gatekeeping metal and shit like that, at least in my life. Like being like, I like metal music, and people like, you don't like metal music unless you like this really obscure band from northern Estonia. Have you even heard? Do you even know this one song by them? My childhood. But it's like fucking food, music, anything. Fuck, dude. Fuck. Why does everybody want to live in a fucking echo chamber? Sure, it's safe, but how fucking boring. At what cost? Ugh. Where to get Dolphin in Hawaii? Oh my god. Okay. The Dole Plantation, of course. Fuck you. It's on Oahu. Okay. That makes sense. But that makes sense, honestly. I mean, it's probably enormous, right? Maui is absolutely beautiful. I agree. It was so quiet when I went there. Was it quiet when you went there? I went there years and years and years ago, and it was crazy how like easy it was to find a beach with no one else on it, just like lay there with a book. It was quite for just an island, you would think they'd be packed, but it really wasn't. I sent a coconut with my address on it and sent it to myself. It took forever. Did it rot? Oh no. Yeah, Kendo, yeah. I've only been to Maui. I'm not rich enough to go there. I was taken there by an ex's mom. I had tater tot poutine. Oh my god, yum. Or as I like to call it, breakfast crack. Fuck yes. Tater tots, cheese curds, fried eggs, bacon, hollandaise. I wouldn't actually put my genitals in it, but like I want to. Maybe. I'm a Disney kid, sue me. I'm a Disney adult, fuck me. Weird tagline. I mean, there's like a whole psychological theory about adults that are obsessed with Disney and how we didn't have a childhood, so we're like grasping at it in our adult. Like, fuck you, maybe. I'm not hurting anyone. We don't talk. I'll fuck. Hey, Alexa, please play We Don't Talk About Bruno. Set the world on fire, motherfucker! I'm so sorry. Cheers. Gatekeepers of any kind suck. I encourage none of you to do that. Don't quiz people when they're trying to connect. That's not fun. At all. I need you to know the first and last 14 tabs of every Aussie song in the original Gaelic. In the original Gaelic? Fuckers. I dealt with it a lot in Gaming and Magic the Gathering. It's stupid. I don't encourage it in any... I just don't understand why. And then, like, this is just my own brain. Allegedly, theoretically, these are the same people complaining about not having any friends. Just me? It's just me. Like, it's no wonder you fucking quiz people when they're trying to connect with you on any fucking level in any way, shape, or form. The fuck? How are you, Sariska Love? Did you? Rod, was the pineapple delicious? I had pineapple on Maui, and I was telling people it was literally like $2 a pop, and it was like so ripe and ready to eat. You could like practically break it with your hands. I did not, but you probably could have. It was so delicious. Really, Nineless? Oh, that's probably, I mean, I'd probably go back to Maui then. It was just so nice to go on vacation where there's a beach. It was easy to find just a chunk of sand where there wasn't like, you didn't feel like a sardine. Like, I'm used to fucking, the Eastern Shore, so on and so forth, where you are literally towel to towel, and every inch of sand that isn't wet is covered with a body, and everyone's shit, and they park out. It's just, that's all I'm used to, and I hate it. That's not relaxing to me in any way, shape, or form. It's crazy when you go to Maui. Like, everywhere I went, I feel like I could find somewhere very easily to just plop myself down and be really quiet and have like a nice just moment of peace. Especially people who don't gatekeep properly. People don't even know how to gatekeep anymore. If you don't know how to gatekeep, just don't even try gatekeeping. The gatekeeping community is just so saturated with stupid idiots who think they know about gates and keeping them, but they're just normies who leave them open and call it a day. I was born to gates, molded by them. Didn't see a fence until I was a man. I'm an idiot. Thank you, Akita. I appreciate you. One minute. Oh, what? Was it the Dole Company that waged a private war in South America? I can't remember which, but there was one of the big fruit canning companies that just straight up had a private army. Oh my god, I have no idea. Was it? Wait, who had a private army for fruit? Does anybody know? I'm just asking chat. I have no idea. I mean, like, you're familiar with how Hawaii became part of the U.S., right? David, I'm asking legitimately because it's kind of like not something a lot of people talk about because it's the most recent, like, horrific American act, and we're still kind of just like, no, we didn't. So, like, recently in the history of our fetal country, we essentially floated some shippies over to the Hawaiian Islands where all these South Islanders lived, Hawaiians, and they had a queen, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, like a very established economy, very established community, very established queen. And we walked in and we're like, we need to put an army base here because of like X country we have to point missiles at. So, like, this is the United States of America now. In like layman's terms. Did I miss anything, y'all? I feel like there's a dog hair on my face tickling the shit out of me. Did I miss anything? I'm not really great at American history, but like, we very recently, in terms of the history of our country, literally our military went over there and they're like, hey, this is a really tactical position to keep an eye on our enemies. We're going to take these islands. These islands are now the United States of America now. And correct me if I'm wrong, we didn't buy them. We didn't do nothing. We were just like, yeah, you can be queen. But like, this is the US now. I'm not justifying and saying it's right. It's horrific. That's so like what I'm saying is like the fruit war, like we basically did steal pineapple. Like we stole the world's rights to pineapples. Are pineapples really manufactured anywhere else in the world? Or manufactured, grown prolifically as a business? I don't know. I'm not a pineapple pro. I'm really asking. We fucked. Yeah. It's a big shame card that no one talks about because if you talk about it, like, there is no fucking reason why we shouldn't get the fuck out of that and give it back to the Hawaiian people right now. There is no reason at all. They are a sovereign country we invaded, overthrew, and now are occupying. Cool. I'm not off. I wasn't totally like seriously. I'm being very, very serious and not. I know I sound sarcastic all the time. It's because my voice is low. I'm being very serious when I say correct me. I am open to it, and I never want to speak bullshit. This is just like the brief history rundown of why Hawaii is even part of the why Hawaii is part of the United States of America. Like, David, if you ever heard the term, there's the lower 48, and then there's Alaska and Hawaii. That's a term. That's a lower 48. Like, we can get anything. We're the big chunk, Mm-hmm. They can. This is true. At least Hawaii can vote. And since then, our armed forces have been poisoning the fresh water aquifers in the land, so that it's inhabitable. And correct me if I'm wrong, didn't we also introduce snakes and rats, which almost wiped out literally species exponentiated just by being there because there was none native. Kind of similar to like New Zealand. Correct me if I'm wrong. We've done that a couple times. We've, as in like historically white people. Mm. Gross. Gross. We briefly controlled a part of Germany. Did we really? Was that like after the war? We've allowed rich people to push the natives out of Hawaii too. People like Zuckerberg. I mean, Oprah. Oprah owns like the majority of the island of Maui. No shit. She bought the middle of Maui. So this is what I read while I was in Maui. Again, correct me if I'm wrong because this could have changed. I haven't been in Maui in like over 10 years. But she owns the middle donut hole, but like big, of Maui. And she farms produce there and then ships it to the US and sells fresh Mauian produce. But it's not sold on the island, and the locals can't have it. That's what I was told by the locals. I don't know. I talked to a very angry lady at the grocery store about it one time when I was there. However, the biggest caveat is like, say you're on one side of this fucking tiny ass island and you want to go to the other side. It takes you 5 hours because you have to drive the entire weird rocky ass volcanic perimeter that's literally 1 car wide. Oh my god, it's terrifying. So scary. Scariest road I've ever done. Road to Hana, by the way. Beautiful. Beautiful. Get a Jeep. Holy shit, get a Jeep. Vile, how are you? How is Mama Vile? Don't let your car be the death of you, please. Not worth it. Cars suck. And now we've made it almost unlivable there. Yeah, they're having to move to the US because, yeah. I mean, I've heard there's like local benefits, but not, I mean, there's nowhere to work because they won't hire local Hawaiians. Like the business is usually bringing their own people, right? Basically, foreigners were able to vote due to local rules and it edged natives out and over to big business with major US interest. It's all true. It's just gross. It's just disgusting. I appreciate you guys being intelligent and knowing more about this than me because seriously, like, I try. There's a lot to know, though, and I've really had a disadvantage in my education. I'm trying the best to make up for the difference, though, as much as I can. And now we made it, yeah, hold on. My chat just jumped. Feels strangely familiar. I mean, what was our base, what was our country based on, but, like, some pissed off English people that were like, we want to do that religion, but a little bit different, so we're going to go over here and do it. Meh. Fucking A, dude. Potato, potato. Potato, potato. I can't ignore history. Ignoring history and denying it just lets it repeat itself. You know what I mean? All that's the reason I will not visit Hawaii. They don't want pale people there, and with good reason. I know. It's such a weird thing because I've been told 2 different things about it. Like, that's how I feel. But I've been told by people who live in Hawaii, like, people have come through my channel, or just, like, in general, and they're like, without you, our islands would die because our only source of income is tourists. And I'm like, well, fuck, what do you... Like, I feel like they'll never get what they want. Like, either we go support the tourism and white up the island, which is terrible. No one wants to do that. Or, like, don't go, and then they have no income. I don't know what to do. I've heard both, though. But that's how I feel, too. It's just like, I don't want to support some bullshit where... I don't want to go where I'm clearly unwanted. I try, everywhere I travel in the world, I try to be benign. I try to blend in. I never try to look like an annoying tourist. I do not try to act like I get any fucking, like, you know, handouts because I'm American or I'm a tourist. Like, I am like, fucking berate me. I am here to be berated. I'm in your country. Your rules, please. Please. I try to be as humble as possible. Ugh. But there are some places where it doesn't matter how humble you are. Like, we are still actively occupying Hawaii. That's just a fact. There's no nice way to put that. Yeah. And Guam, exactly. Guam's another one. Very much so. I don't even think Guam's not counted as a state, though, right? Is it kind of like Puerto Rico where they can't vote? Whereas in Hawaii, they can vote, right? Again, I might be totally off base. Please do correct me if I'm wrong. The boulders, though, right? Dude, I was almost run off a cliff by a fucking Jeep. By a local, rightfully so. I get it. Run me off. She's back to work eating fine. Good. She generally still icky feeling. She's upset her stomach last night with buttered fish. Fatty food is the hardest thing to digest in the entire world. If that piece of advice helps her at all, just like keeping her tongue good, seriously, anything that's a fat, oil, butter, any fat, it's the largest molecule that our stomach really struggles to break down. So what our stomach does to break down fat molecules is it utilizes bile, which is created by your liver. So your liver makes bile, which is basically like a really salty like compound that helps break down fatty stuff. And it is held in your gallbladder if you still got one. And then when you smell good food or you taste something that is fatty, oily, greasy, your gallbladder spasms and squirts bile into your stomach via the biliary duct, and bile helps literally like emulsify fat molecules so that they can be small enough for us to actually absorb them as a molecule of nutrition, because things have to be like insanely small to go through the intestinal wall. So if you have any digestion issues whatsoever, especially if it has to do with your liver, bile, or gallbladder or lack thereof, I would highly suggest looking into altering your diet and lifestyle to avoid large amounts of fat, like oil and butter. And I'm saying like oil and butter, added oil and butter. Like there are lots of foods in this world like avocado and natural heavy cream, like organic heavy cream and stuff like that are high in fat content, but that's different. It's way more digestible. It's more of a natural molecule, you know what I'm saying? Whereas like butter and oil, butter especially, or hydrogenized oil like country crock or whatever that shit is, margarine. What that is essentially is it is vegetable oil passed across a nickel plate at a high speed at a certain temperature, which throws hydrogen ions at the oil. And when those hydrogen ions bond onto those oil molecules, suddenly they become stable or solid at room temperature. But the caveat is that now that that hydrogen ion has bonded kind of in a volatile way, in a forced way, there's a high chance that it actually takes a form. I think it's the majority of the forms that the hydrogen ions can take, the ones that stay solid at room temperature, are actually highly carcinogenic, which is why a lot of margarines these days have started incorporating they'll be like margarine with olive oil or margarine with something else, because they're trying to put in other contents and slowly phase out hydrogenized oil because it's actually causing immense digestion issues and cancers, intestinal cancers and stomach cancers, esophageal cancers and stuff like that. Because it's just we eat it in so much excess, because we all know margarine doesn't taste as good as butter, so we tend to use more. More of a bad thing, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, I'm like science brain today. You guys really pushed a button. What did you do? Stream was almost over. What happened? What happened? Why would I ignore? No, I've been fucking blabbing all day. I would never. White can vote. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. I pretend to be Canadian instead of American. Sometimes it's just easier. I never volunteer the American information, ever. I just try to be pleasant with people. Honestly, I remember the year that Trump was voted in or was run. I think he had been voted in already, because that was the year I think I went to Greece or Italy. It was on the Mediterranean somewhere. And if someone, guessed you were American, Americana or whatever, they would laugh. And then we could both sit there and literally, like, I bonded with so many people over, we did not understand each other. The language barrier was absolutely there, but we both clearly disliked Trump. And we could sit there and just trash Trump. And it was like, I didn't know what they were saying, but you could tell in their body language and in their tone and in their intonation in their language that we were saying the same fucking fuck that guy. It was incredible, the amount of people that you could just be like, nah, fuck Trump. And they'd be like, blah, 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 and you're like, fucking A, dude. Fuck that bastard. And they'd be like, yeah. And then their English-speaking child would probably come out and be like, oh, yeah, they don't like, and I'd be like, me neither. And then their child would be like, beautiful Greek language. And I'd be like, and then, it's just this unspoken, seething, like, loathing hatred for a human being. It really speaks across generations, language barriers, etc. It's a beautiful thing. I encourage you all to travel. Body language. Ha! Ursula, you're welcome. I got super distracted researching some of the insane things the fruit companies got into. Oh my god. Okay. I'm actually kind of excited. I think the one I was thinking about was Chiquita. Chiquita banana. Chiquita banana. And the stuff they got into in Honduras. It's fascinating stuff, but also it's spooky. The country could basically be occupied, like the military kind, by a private company or over bananas of all things. There is David. There is a David also. There is actually a large portion of people in the United States of America who believe that that our government, the powers that be, allowed terrorists to commit this horrific crime of 9/11 on our people in order to justify occupying areas of the Middle East for oil. Similar, horribly similar, not justifying in any way, shape, or form. Horrific, unexcusable acts of horror. To anyone who has served, is serving, thank you so much for your service. All fucking respect. You guys are awesome people. I'm so sorry if you lost anyone in any of that. Holy shit. But unless you're that lying fucking congressman bitch who lies about everything. Fuck that dude. Yeah. You know what I mean? I think a lot of it's just like, ugh. I don't know. It's gross. It's hard to talk about. I told her to be careful. She also has a thyroid issue too. Oh, is she like hypo or hyper? I don't know much about thyroid stuff, or if, I mean, I assume everything has to do with everything, and hormones probably have to do with digestion and stuff like that, right? Last I heard, Puerto Rico doesn't want to become a state. They're happy to stay a protectorate. I mean, honestly, I think we should just let them be whatever the fuck they want to be. If that's true, then yeah, like be what you want to be, man. We shouldn't be there. I don't fucking. Ugh. If one has no gallbladder, I can't have bacon or pizza. Oh, my heart. I love bacon on pizza. Oh, I know, Vile. I'm so sorry. No, I was scrolling up. No, I totally get it. Nope. I was scrolling back up. My brain died. I'll say one thing. Is the Air Force Reserve. Jesus, I got stuck. The Air Force Reserve dudes out of Guam are awesome. They came to Florida for training every night. They were cooking food and having a blast. That's awesome. I love that. Everybody can be a nice person. Everybody wants to be a cat. Trump is trash in a bad suit. At least he got my parents to bail on the Republican Party. Dude, he got my Nana to bail on the Republican Party. That was one of the most wild things. I'm glad she stayed alive long enough to watch him run for president, simply because, man, my Nana, she was like a wonderfully hilarious, entertaining elder. Loved her. A hardcore Irish Catholic, hilarious to listen to, but like she loved Sarah Palin. Oh my god, because Sarah Palin was pretty. She had these like values that just did not translate well into the modern world. Thank fuck Sarah Palin had no chance of going anywhere, but she loved that kind of thing. And she had been, vehemently Republican for many, many years due to just like she was very much about like your grandfather worked very hard for us to be wealthy and blah, 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 and we deserve to keep our money, so on and so forth, whatever. And I remember when Trump ran, she got her, in Washington State, you can do absentee ballots, so like mail-in ballots, and she had her absentee ballot, and she hadn't even opened like the envelope, and my mom was standing next to her, and she was sitting in a recliner, and she like didn't look at my mom and just puts her ballot up in the air, and she goes, I can't fill this in. And it was the year Trump was running, and I was just like, my Nixon loving, Reagan sucking, Republican ass Catholic Nana. Just fuck it. That's like, and unfortunately, like she literally passed away soon after that and started losing her mind. So I really never got to have a conversation with her. Like, what was your tipping point? Where was it, Nana? Katie needs to know. And these are the reasons I don't sleep at night. And I'll never know. She went to her grave with that one. Hypo? I think hypo is when you don't have enough thyroid hormone released. I think. Hypo, not enough. Hyper, too much. It's been a while. They were happy to be there in the small island, so it was like a vacation for them. They lived it up with the travel pay they were getting. Fuck yes. Good for them, though. I mean, why not? Why not? Fuck it, dude. Where does it go if they don't use it? Oh my god, Erican, do you remember Jenna Marbles, Sarah Palin's skit? She makes cookies, and when she takes the eggs out of the carton, she's like, but we won't break them open because that'd be abortion, and Jesus doesn't like that. And then she drops them in the bowl, and one breaks, and she goes, whoop! Everybody makes mistakes. Jesus forgives us. It's just fucking, in her Midwestern accent is, oh god. I missed it. I missed Jenna Marble so hard. Fuck, but I totally respect her privacy and respect her need to be her own. Ugh. Do you know what the appeal was of Sarah Palin for your Nana? She was pretty. My Nana had these, like, very strange ideals, I guess you would call them, David, where it was like, she wanted to vote for a strong, independent woman, but she couldn't stand that Hillary wore a pantsuit. Like, and Sarah Palin may have been a nut, but she dressed real pretty and wore a lot of makeup and had her hair very bouffanted and done. And there was something in my Nana's brain, I don't know where it came from, somewhere before I was born, where, like, that means put together. And no matter what comes out of your mouth, if you didn't look put together in what her mind's eye considered put together, you were full of shit. I don't know. That's all I could come up with, because I really talked to her about it a lot. She was very open. She wasn't mean, to me at least. She was pretty, I'm a sarcastic bitch, so, like, I could joke through a conversation with her pretty easily. But you know what I mean? It was hard. I tried to understand that, because it was really hard to understand. And we would make fun of her all the time. And, like, you know, the ideals my Nana would bring up was like, well, you know, she's a good, I don't even know if she was Catholic or not, but my Nana would say she's a good Catholic girl who doesn't believe in sex before marriage. And then literally a week later, like, on the news my Nana's watching, it's like, Sarah Palin's daughter gives birth to illegitimate child, like, out of wedlock. And my Nana's like, well, Jesus forgives mistakes. Like, you know, it was not exactly that way, but that was it's just this weird attitude where, like, well, they would never. And then when they do, well, we forgive mistakes. Like, everybody makes mistakes. But if the other side ever, like, if someone they don't agree with politically made a mistake, or someone that for some reason in their vision of what's right that doesn't fit makes a mistake, it's like the be all end all fucking end of the goddamn world. Biden fucking laptop, whatever. Ugh. Hunter Biden's laptop, sorry. Raise your hand if you never want to hear that again in your entire life. We don't!
And I sincerely apologize. I will flog myself promptly.
I apologize. American News is broken. Some people can see stupid. I think she was at her breaking point where she couldn't deny the dumb anymore, or what it was doing to the country. Because my Nana did have good values, that was where our conversation would always end, because it was so hard for her to justify her voting. She usually voted very, like, the way the Catholic Church tells you to vote, which usually ends up Republican. I don't know why. I don't logically understand it in any way, shape, or form, or why they pick, usually because Republicans are religious. I guess. I don't fucking know. But she, like, it took her until, like, that age to be like, fuck it. Maybe she knew she was on her way out, so she was like, I am not going to benefit from this. Might as well not fucking put any more fucking, like, salt in the wound or something. I can see Russia from here. Ugh. Mousses. Fuck me, dude. Yeah, it's like coping, right? Obama wearing a tan suit. Quickly sound the red alert. This is an emergency. Seriously, though. No, a pantsuit meant she was a lesbian, and my Nana's Catholic sensibilities said a lesbian shouldn't be smart or shouldn't be a president. Seriously, I heard her say it, and I'd be like, I wear pants all the fucking time, Nana. Not if you were running for president. I'm like, listen to yourself. And she'd giggle. She'd do this, like, and sip her vodka tonic. Like, when she knew she wasn't going to win, but, like, she wasn't going to let you win either. She just was done. She was precious. I loved my Nana. She was harmless. She didn't leave a fucking chair. She just like, ugh. Getting through some of her views was a fucking journey, my dudes. Wow. Yeah, it's internalized misogyny. If I think that's honestly what it is. Yeah, it's weird. She just came from a time where was like, I don't know if it was taught or if it was like subliminal via like ads and marketing and shit like that, but definitely that was something to her. And I've told you that before. Like every single time my mother walked in my Nana's house, my entire life, the first thing out of my Nana's mouth, Georgie, what did you do to your hair? What did you do to it? Why does it look weird? My mom has had the exact same goddamn hair since the day I was born. Give or take a few grays. Moms, am I right? Am I right? Excuses to cope and for their view. Exactly. Yes, exactly. It's like justifying it in their own head, right? Imagine having an opinion you don't have to justify to your own conscience. Oh, fuck. What an idea. One of the oddest obituaries I read was that a man was a lifelong bachelor, but lived with his good friend. He also had a massive scarf collection. Were they all tied into a convenient little slip knot? I get it. Silk feels nice. I get it, boo. Oh, Mickey, I'll never forget that shit. I'll never sing anyone's praises because no one's perfect. I don't understand people worship. No one's that great. Over here, it's Jeremy, except, wait, I take that all back. Hold on. I take it back. I stand Dolly Victoria. Dolly _ Victoria 2. We shall make an idol. I know, that's what everyone's saying. That's a full bottle of wine. I love it so much. I don't drink. I haven't had a glass of wine in like years. I have no scope. That's amazing though, and I'm very into that. Oh my god, Vile! I did a thing at work that pissed my bosses off. I'm refusing to do Walgreens inventories because of their recent anti-abortion pill decision thing. What did Walgreens? Oh, inform me, Vile. What did Walgreens do? But also, that's your right as a human being because that's literally stripping the rights of human beings. Like, fuck off. Right?
Bless Dolly _ Victoria 2. What a fucking queen of queens. Ugh.
It's one of the best things I've ever seen in my life. I'm keeping it forever. If the glass is as big as your face, the whole bottle in there, that's just called winning. Where do you find? Don't let's not. Maybe let's not tell people where to find a wine glass. Just fucking why not just drink out of the bottle at that point? Really, I'm being very serious. I don't drink. I smoke a lot of pot, but I don't drink often enough. Why not just drink out of the fucking bottle and not dirty a dish? Am I totally off base on that one? Oh, I know. Isn't it part of the Hunter Biden laptop shit? Isn't it connected to Hunter Biden laptop shit? This fucking like, oh yeah, but Obama had shit in Ukraine. Blah. Oh yeah, it's all conspiracy bullshit. Yeah, that's why I try not to talk about it because I don't want anyone to only hear one word of that and be like, wait, is that real? ClassyKatie said so. Ugh, never. Out of context shit scares me. Yeah, that's all fucking bullshit. It's all been proved conspiracy theory. Like disproven, I guess we don't really call it a conspiracy theory if it's been disproven. It's just bullshit, right? Right? I love a good glass of wine. I ain't against it. I just haven't had it in a while. It's been a while. No shit. Ritzker calls on Walgreens to, quote-unquote, rethink decision not to sell abortion pill by mail in 20 states. Oh. Deerfield-based Walgreens says it won't. Oh, is it only a Deerfield-based Walgreens? Or is it all Walgreenses? Deerfield-based Walgreens in Chicago says it won't sell abortion pills by mail in 20 states. Illinois is not one of those states, but Governor J.B. Pritzker is pushing for the company to rethink its decision. Walgreens confirmation in a statement on CBS News that while it was, quote, not dispensing mifepristone, I'm assuming that's the medication, quote, not dispensing mifepristone at this time, end quote, it did tell the Attorney General of 20 states that they, quote, do not intend to dispense mifepristone in their states, end quote. Politico was first to report on Walgreens' decision. Wow, another major chain company owned by right-winged bigots. What a fucking concept. They allow their employees to refuse to sell birth control if they want, and now they've stopped carrying the abortion pill. It's like, because you're considered a lush if you drink out of the bottle. Man, that's just being water efficient. Next time someone makes fun of you for that, be like, all right, next time the aquifers are sucked dry, we're going to have a conversation, bitch. But maybe that's just me. The glass opens up the flavor of the wine. What's the point in letting the wine bottle breathe then? Or is it best to, if you were uncorking a brand new bottle of wine, is it best to let that bottle breathe, or is it best to pour it in your glass and let the glass breathe? I would assume the glass because it has more surface area to air, but I don't know shit about shit. I have no idea. Questions. I'm learning. Why shouldn't you drink out of the bottle? Sediment. Ooh, far easier to spot when you pour in a glass. I don't think I've ever had a glass of wine that had sediment, or that I noticed, but probably because I drank it in a fucking glass. Think, Katie. That makes sense. Deerfield is the HQ. Oh, that's their headquarters. Okay, that makes more sense. You need to create a large surface for your wine to aerate it to, so drinking straight from the bottle is no good. Okay, so it is more beneficial to aerate it in the glass. Yeah? That's cool. I had no idea. I've heard that wine should breathe, but I had no idea. I probably would have had to Google it if I bought a glass of wine. I'm gonna burp. Well, I mean, Anageek sounds like he at least has a little bit of a head on his shoulders. Their shoulders, I guess. Whoever that person. I don't know. I don't know what their pronoun is. I'm sorry. I really need a burp. Gaming and tacos. Thank you. Honestly, it's changing and it's evolving all the time. I try to be open to new information. I try to learn constantly. I never want to be a stagnant human being. You know, that scares me. Honestly, not to talk about my Nana all the time, but for real, this was like a couple years before she died. She didn't ever lose her mind. Like, she was like old, so like a little slow, a little DCD, but totally with it. Very cool to have a conversation with. And I think my mom and I were just sitting there eating Thai food with her, like watching game shows one night after work. When we worked at a hospital in Seattle, we would sometimes just stay at her house, because it was way shorter drive. My Nana lived way closer to the hospital. My mom's drive was like a 2-hour drive. It was insane. Seattle's like a fucking hell pot of traffic. And I swear to God, I feel like there's a hair in my eye and I just pulled one out of my mouth. I'm a monster. We were sitting there talking and something came on. Like, there was like a weird commercial about phones or like touchscreen phones, something futuristic. And she looked over at us and was just like, the world's gotten weird. And I was like, what do you mean, Nana? And she's like, I feel like I'm at a point where I won't understand the world even if I try. And that scared the shit out of me. I was like, fuck, I don't want that. That scares the shit out of me. Like, and my Nana read. She loved to read. She used to read constantly up until literally a few months before she passed away, until she was kind of like going because her body was going. She couldn't really read anymore. She was always reading. She did crosswords and stuff. She was always trying to keep her brain going. And that shit just fucking broke me, man. I hope that doesn't happen to me. Just buy a straw for your wine. Oh my God, get one of those like straws that have a little filter. Great. Perfect. Letting the glass breathe is better due to surface area. Fuck yes. You can also use an aerator when pouring. An aerator. Like, that goes on the wine bottle. Is that better than, do you still have to let it aerate in the glass? I've never understood the point of an aerator. I know what decanter. Decanter seems like the best idea, especially because I've never seen anyone just not finish a bottle of wine. Like, usually you open up with somebody, or you just fucking finish a bottle of wine because you're an adult and you can do what you want. Ooh, layer cake. I've had layer cake wine. They do make a good bottle. I think I had their Cab Sav. I don't remember. Does that mean I can drink wine from a plate? Bitch, you can lap it out of a goddamn bowl. You're an adult. You make the rules. And that's just facts. And people that have an opinion should get a fucking hobby. Wine is almost as complicated as smoking weed. Honestly, with the aeration and shit of it, I think it's more complicated because I don't have to think about aerating my weed. I guess I have to think about having it in an airtight container so it doesn't dry out. But I don't have to, like, do anything. Like, basically, it's grind smoke. I guess the person who grows the weed, but, like, usually your everyday person consuming wine that's gonna put it in a decanter, right? They're probably not, like, growing it and stomping the fucking fruit and shit like that. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Wine is as complicated as you wanna make it. I mean, I've had some good wines and I've had some shit wines. I've bought some expensive wine and it tastes like vinegar. Thank you! Even in tacos, you are very kind. I appreciate you. I just, honestly, in my life, I just want to be kind. That's it. I don't, like, I can't ask for any more than that, right? That's the best I'm gonna reach for at this point. I'm happy with that. As long as, like, if I die, sorry, that was so fucking loud and everyone's ears are bleeding and I really apologize. If I die and all people can say was like, nah, she was nice, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. Or nothing. Nothing or that. Either or. I'm cool with those. Dude, Nineless, amen to that. You roll your problems up and you smoke them. She kept her mind closed to certain stuff too. Really? Yeah. And it's true. I was raised into the age of internet. That's true, yeah. Perone? What is that? Is that like, what is that? Y'all are cuties and have nice butts. I hope you find someone that looks at you like Lil looks at CK when she wants attention. She'll pet herself, if you notice. She's like, this how you do it, Mom. This how you do it. Hello, my daughter. How are you? Needy as usual. I miss you too. She's awful sweet, though. That's how to find joy. Amen to that. Amen. There's a couple type of aerators. Some go into the wine bottle. Others you pour from the bottle into and then into the glass. Basically, you want to add some air and have the wine mildly oxidate to open up some of the flavors. And you don't want too much or to leave it out too long or it turns to vinegar. So it's basically just letting it oxidize a little then. So does it damage the integrity of the bottle if you, like, open it, pour a glass, and recork it? Like, just that exposure to air and oxygen introduced, like, does that destroy the bottle or make it more likely to go bad faster? Because I know, isn't there a science to, like, exposing wine at certain states to oxygen for a certain reason? Ooh, I have a question. You brought up reading earlier. What are some good books to read? Thriller, horror kind of reads. If anyone, are you talking like fiction, nonfiction, fantasy? I read all the time. I could give you so many suggestions. I'm currently reading like a nonfiction, like kind of true crime story series that is so fucked up, but God, it's well written. Like the first book was about a dude who would kidnap girls and like tattoo giant beautiful butterfly wings on them, and then once they hit a certain age, he like euthanized them and preserved them in resin and put them on display for all the other butterfly slaves to like look at until they turned. Oh, it's so fucked, so good. But I've also read some like supernatural ghosts. I love haunting type storybook, like haunting, like horror, like Victorian horror kind of stuff. Like the unseen scary gets me a lot more than most descriptions of anything they're trying to scare me with. Or like anything that like hearing giggling or shit like that. That gets me, man. I read a lot of stuff like that. But yeah, I could definitely. Oh, Perron. Okay, cool. No, I had no idea. I've seen those before. A Perron, I hope I'm saying that right, or Perron, is a traditional glass wine pitcher, holds 0.75 liters to 25 US fluid ounces, typical of Spain, originating in Catalonia, in northeastern Spain, and eventually spreading out to other parts of Spain. Interesting. This invention allows everyone to drink from the same utensil without touching it to their lips. Dude, leave it to Spain to fucking be on top of that fucking hygiene shit first off. Genius. I thought it honestly was a way of like aerating it to your face. I think honestly, I like when I'm in a mood for wine, I know what kind of wines I like. And I totally get it. Like when you see one, especially if they're on sale or something, like wine can be expensive. My favorite bottle of wine is by I think it's called Route One. And it's a Chilean wine, and I think they make they make a couple reds. I don't know if they make any whites, but they definitely have a couple reds, and their Cab Sab is, in my opinion, the best wine I've ever had to this date. Like, it's the most drinkable, the most palatable, it goes with the most dishes, and if I see it on sale, I'll grab a couple bottles, even if I'm not gonna drink it for a couple months, like, I'll be like, "Okay, in a couple months, we're having lasagna, we're having fucking Italian night, I'm putting on, like, the when the moon hits your eyes shit, and we're drinking this shit," because I know I like it. But I don't want it to go bad also, like, not all wine sticks around forever. I know, and there's my I don't even I don't even realize they just trade out. There's my precious Void Boy. Yeah. They always know what time it is, and it's so weird. Opening the bottle basically starts a timer. Recorking it slows, but does not stop the timer. Okay, that's basically what I was asking. Good to know. You want to drink most within a week after opening. Interesting. Added question. So it's a week after opening the bottle, and it's smelling kind of vinny. Can I use it for sauce? If I'm cooking it. You know, when you, like, throw it in after the onions and shit to deglaze. Is that safe? And will it still taste okay? Because I've done it, like, and, like, taste, and I'm like, "It doesn't taste bad. It doesn't taste off. No one's sick. Alright." But I don't know. I ain't smart. I was just a cheap-ass fucking college student with old red wine. I've had a few rosés I like, Violet, and I've had a few whites, but I find they have to be, like, super dry. I'm kind of on the page with you, like, they tend to be more sweet and berry-ish, and that's not what I'm looking for when I drink wine. Me too. I think paranormal shit is fucking interesting. I wish, like, you know, my whole life love reading about that kind of stuff. I love watching ghost movies and horror story movies and, like, you know, The Haunting of Bly Manor and the first series, what was it? Haunting of Hill House. Fucking amazing on Netflix. And I love reading books that have any similar feeling like that, but I feel like a lot of it ends up super corny or just, like, turns into, like, fucking cheesy ass smutty shit that I don't need to, like, when a pottery wheel is, you know, spiritually thrown out, my body's like, "All right, I've already read all the Laurel K. Hamiltons. I'm done now. Um, I'm good. I've got my smut. Like, I can go back. I know exactly where to go when I need it. I'm good. There, I'm covered, you know? Don't need more. And I hate being tricked with it. Fucking drives me nuts. It is. I know. And that's the thing. Like, but here's the thing. I've watched all the, like, I used to love, I haven't watched them in a really long time, but, like, ghost hunting stuff and, you know, horror, anything, even just, you know, fantastical movies and stuff like that. And an ongoing theme that I always hear and see people bringing up or having as a main theme in anything where, like, ghosts are apparent is, like, they're like, the souls of the damned or the souls of the dead or spirits or whatever the fuck they want to call them, they tend to stick around when they die in a horrific, painful, stressful, anxiety-inducing way. And, like, my dudes, barring a battlefield, I can't think of somewhere where those traits aren't more prevalent than a goddamn hospital. And I didn't see shit. I didn't feel shit. But also, I was like, uh, the guillotine, one might say. So maybe them spirits weren't really fans of me. I don't know. I looked. I tried. I tried to be open to that shit. I think it'd be really cool, but I've literally never. Other than feeling the grandpa woo-woo. That was it. Using it for sauce is much safer than drinking it for the most part. At some point, it'll have too much vinegar content even for a sauce and don't make you sick. Oh, but it won't make you sick, just tastes bad. Oh, okay, good to know. I kind of, that was my assumption just because you're cooking it. Like, it's like a splash to deglaze the pan, you know? It's not like you're dumping a bottle in there or anything. And I've never used anything that had mold on it or anything like that. But I've definitely used something that I was like, I wouldn't drink it today. But also, I want to make red sauce. So, here we go. I haven't watched any ghost shit in a really, really long time, honestly. After I started working in hospitals, I was like, fuck, it's really hard to believe this shit anymore. Because even in those, they're like, something really traumatic happened here. I'm like, bitch, you ever take care of a woman who killed all of her kids by playing Pokemon Go and driving at the same time? I've seen trauma. I don't want to hear it. It's really hard to buy into. I'm jaded, probably. Them fuckers will never come up with anything as bad as the shit I've seen. Not a flex, but like that's just, you know what I mean? Everybody has a point like that with something that they've experienced to an excess. There's just a point where it's like, you're not going to get worse. You could try, but like your moral brain says, nah, that's not realistic. I'm not going to add that to the fake story I create for this. When in fact, your moral brain can't go as far as it goes. I guarantee it. Blah. Blah. I missed you guys. You drink it straight, you're crazy. I drink it gay. Rum's good with everything. You can totally hide in the OJ. I can't do sweet alcohol drinks, man. They start to make me sick. I have to have like sour. I really like sours. Sours are great if I'm gonna have anything in alcohol, but most of the time I'm just gonna fucking drink some whiskey. By the way, I had the equivalent of 4 shots and 2 drinks on my birthday and was super hungover the next day. Puked a lot. Felt pretty proud of myself. Why does anyone drink? I don't fucking know. Y'all are crazy. None of it's fun. But I did it. Did she not get the Zubat? I have no idea. Dude, have you ever seen movies where it's like, it's comically like someone gets in a car accident or something and their family member comes to visit them and they're just in a body cast that's like strung up in wires from the ceiling? That was all I saw. So I never had a conversation. I don't know. I don't think I want to talk to that person. Ugh. Unless you're a pathological liar. Facts. I've known a few of those people in my life. And you know what's really sad? The 2 people, well, I mean, not diagnosed, obviously. Like, I'm not a person to diagnose, but 2 people that have been like in my life that I've unfortunately like had to, divorce. They were just friends, but I had to like divorce myself from them because they were either pathological. Is it pathological where they believe their own shit? Right? Like they believe the things there's right? I don't want to say the wrong thing. I think that's what pathological lying is. When you start to believe the rhetoric you're feeding. You knew it was a lie at first, but now you're like, you buy in, like you get your brain. I don't know. It's mind fuckery. But I've known a few people like that, and honestly, the 2 people that stick out in my mind were 2 of the most funny, interesting human beings I've ever known in my life. I enjoyed their company so much. It was heart-wrenching to finally come to the realization, like, for my own sanity, I cannot spend, like, over this X amount of time with you a week because my brain can't handle what's coming out of your mouth. Like, I don't know it's all bullshit. Well, and one of them was that, and one of them was a kleptomaniac, and that was like, my sympathy can only go so far. I'm fucking poor. Like, stop stealing from me. Oh my god, bless your fucking heart, Lizzie. My go-to vodka is Kirkland 6 times distilled, but I only use it as I've had a lot of the Kirkland liquor and it's actually fantastic. I don't know where it comes from, but a family of an ex used to throw a lot of just big family parties and stuff. So to save money, obviously they'd get those big handles of vodka and stuff to make drinks, and they'd get that Kirkland signature stuff, and it was actually quite smooth and delicious. Like, no shade. I don't know if it's ethical or where the fuck it comes from, but it was not bad. It wasn't like drinking Monarch or Burnett's. Bitter hell. Pathological lying, also known as mythomania and pseudologia. I'm going to assume it's Gia, not Gia. Logia. Pseudologia fantastica is a chronic behavior in which the person habitually or compulsively lies. Okay, so that's not necessarily buying into their own shit then. Maybe there's another word for that. Don't ask me, Katie. I'm a broke-ass artist. Your $10 words are way out of my budget. You know what's sad? If we, like, quantified the words I learned in college with how much I spent on my student loans, I bet each word was more than $5, and that's really sad. Ew, America. I've had Japanese vodka as well, very smooth. I've had Japanese whiskey as well, very, very smooth and delicious. Expensive, but tasty. Thank you, Lizzie. I did not know. I used to know these things. I do not anymore. It's been a while. I have a DSM somewhere around here. It's probably on my bookshelf. And it's a few actually, I think I'm like 3 versions behind. I don't know. I don't know what the current one is anymore. Mythomania, yeah, interesting term. I used to know a dude who did that klepto as well, and none of us, for the life of us, could understand why. Sometimes he'd give you weird random shit, and he just knew he took it from someone somewhere for no fucking reason and gave it to you instead. Yeah. I don't know enough about it, but it definitely stems from a certain kind of trauma. Something, like some sort of like, people will only love you for what you're worth to them. Something like that. Or it's a thrill-seeking behavior. Yeah. It almost never stems out of need or poverty or something like that. Most people that are diagnosed with something like kleptomania are like wealthy, very well off, can pretty much afford anything they're ever stealing. It's kind of fascinating, but it is sad because I can imagine that's very ostracizing and like it's a mental spicy just like the rest of us. Just fucking like affects them in a different way. It sucks. Fantastica is a fucking good word. I agree. I liked saying it. Fantastica. These lies often serve no obvious purpose other than to paint oneself as the hero or victim, depending on the circumstances. That makes sense. Pathological lying has been defined as, quote, a persistent, pervasive, and often compulsive pattern of excessive lying behavior that leads to clinically significant impairment of functioning in social, occupational, or other areas, causes marked distress, poses a risk to the self or others, and occurs for longer than 6 months. Yeah, usually it's lifelong. I don't hang out with kids that much anymore, but yeah. I've never had a Japanese gin, but every Japanese liquor I've ever had has been incredibly smooth and drinkable as far as alcohol goes. Are made by premium companies with a new bottle labeled. No shit, Trouble. Was it Kirkland, like, bought them? Because that makes sense, because they have no right to be as good as they are, to be honest. I still, to this day, have Kirkland brand shit my mom bought me when I was in high school that still, it functions to this day. And I'm sure it's for the same reason. They probably brought out a brand that was kind of dying, but had, like, the resources and everything to still make a decent product. There's a reason Costco's around, and it's not because they make fast fashion, which we all know is shit. Jeans are shit. I know. I don't own any anymore. It's terrible. I know. I just realized I have to go walk my dogs before I lose sunlight. I love you, David. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I promise I'm going to brainstorm tonight with Zach and try to figure out something cool to do on Friday to celebrate the birth of this place where our community became amazing, and also maybe my birthday. It's whatever. But it'll be on Friday. I just don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I'll figure something out. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. I know it. Oh my god, they're ungendered? Wait. Ungendered. Like, they don't say men's or women's, and they just have amazing pockets? I'm sorry. My brain does not commute that. Commute? It doesn't commute that or compute that, Vile. Whoa. Absolutely trouble. Yep. Costco business model is selling memberships for the profit, and the merch is sold at cost for the most part. Yeah. I haven't, my parents had a Costco membership. We owned a motel. And I think motels, restaurants, businesses like that, like, what would you call that? What's the word? Hospitality. Basically, then it pays for itself. But beyond that, I think a lot of people lose a lot of money. I don't know. I don't know, though. I don't eat enough to really know. Yes? Jesus Christ. That's amazing. That's incredible. I love that. I wish more places did that. Jesus fuck. Centec, what's up? How are you? Lucy and Yak are also not. I'm going to look that up. I love non-gendered clothing because I learned via Ezekiel_II's brother, little brother, who actually works in the fashion industry, like went to college to learn how to build clothes and whatever. So, is that what it's called? And he learned a lot about the fashion industry, obviously, as part of his program. But one thing he learned was the main reason why most women gendered clothing don't have functional pockets, if pockets at all, is because if we're given a pocket, we can put things in it, which will destroy the silhouette that they have created with said clothing. Fuck you. I'm writing this down. Lucy and Yak. One that I really love, that just to add to the pile, if anyone else is looking for non-gendered clothing. I just blanked. No, oh my god, my brain went somewhere else. Noctex, Noctex, Noctex. I've been buying clothes from them for a while, and they have a lot of non-gendered clothing in there, and it's all long-waisted clothing, like really long-waisted shirts, long sleeves. Like, you know, if you're any person, most long sleeve stuff like goes to there. Their long sleeve stuff actually, when you put your arm out, like stays there, but fits. I don't know, man. It's like they make stuff for real, but they're made in the U.S. So they're a little bit more expensive. They're made by people who are, you know, cutting up the material by hand and sewing it by hand and stuff. So it's great though if you're looking for stuff like that. I still have clothes from them I bought like 15 years ago. It's indestructible. Lucy and Yak. It distracts from the male gaze to have lumpy pockets. Little do they know that once we attract them with our non-lumpy pockets, we will make them carry our purse that we have to carry because we can't have lumpy pockets. It's actually a cycle that's just going to break the man in the end. Or the person who has to carry the purse. Fuck. Lucy and Yak, that's what I thought. Lucy and Yak. Your birthday's not whatever! I mean, well, it already happened. So, like, I don't have to, like, it's whatever. It already happened. I was born, what's today? I was born 4 days ago at 8:45 p.m. on a full moon lunar eclipse, 1988. It was a dark, cold night, a frightful night. It stormed perpetually so that my mother could not stay the state of the moon, which was allegedly a lunar eclipse. And she said, "Fuck this child. I want to see that eclipse." Stories. Wild thing is that actually, I'm gonna write it down. I'm always looking for good stuff like that because I want to support stuff like that. It's not like it's all perfect. It won't all have clothes that are my style or my fashion, whatever, what fits my body. But I don't understand. I mean, as someone, my entire life, ever since I've been born, I've worn or been, you know, out of necessity, I've been forced to wear some sort of gendered male clothing. And up until, you know, my late 20s, I felt self-conscious about that. When people be like, "I really like your running shoes. Where'd you get those?" I would not want to say because they'd find out they were men's shoes and they'd be like, "Wow, she must have huge feet." Because no fucking retailer will carry women's shoes over the size of an 8 in US sizes, which I believe is like a 38 in UK shoe sizes. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like, small. I mean, it's not small, but like, I don't have huge feet. I wear like a 9.5, 10. I'm 6 feet fucking tall. I gotta stay upright for God's sakes. But literally, up until my late 20s, there was not a retailer that sold a women's shoe over that size. It was impossible to find. So I've to this day, I wear men's shoes. And it took me a long time to not feel shame about that shit. And if you just fucking took the gender off shit and stopped making shit weirdly fitted, like, fuck off. I don't know. You get what I mean. 38. Shut up. Was I right? I guessed a 38. 8 in UK. Oh, it's EU sizes. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Yes. You can't find it? What is this silhouette they keep going on about? Honestly, do they not realize we're gonna buy a hoodie and put it over anything they're trying to silhouette us into? Bitch, you can try to take my pockets away all fucking day. Hoodies! Forever! It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle choice. Fuck you, fashion bitches. I ain't into this. Yes! I was waiting for 420. Oh my goddamn. I thought I packed a bowl, but really it was ashes. Let me pack a bowl real quick. And we cheers. And then I raid and I go Pay attention to my sweet, sweet doggos. I was late for them today because of you, so you can be patient for them. I love you. What up, Envy? How are you? It's going excellent. We've had a wonderful day of catch up and bullshit and probably way too much crap coming out of Katie's mouth on a regular basis. The word vomit. I promise, for those just like who just came by today or you got thrust on me via a raid, I swear to God, I don't act like a pretentious, educated cunt every day. Most days I smoke a lot of pot and play this weird game called Boyfriend Dungeon where I date my weapons/sex toys. So, you should come hang out tomorrow. Maybe we'll fuck some weapons. I don't know. Ooh, also, side note, if you guys vaguely remember, a game came out, it was a bit ago. God, I don't even remember. I think over a year now. It was called Have a Nice Death, and it was very much Hades-like, very much like a roguelite. And Zoe actually bought it for me. Zoe was like, "This game's amazing. Please let me buy it for you," and just bought it for me without me noticing. And it is very much a roguelite. And we played a little bit of it, and I was like, "Oh, it's super cute." But I was beating it super quickly. And I'm not an incredible gamer, but I was beating it really quickly. So I kind of, it was fun, but whatever. Holy shit. They put in a new update, and oh my fucking God, it's like a new game. So, we have Boyfriend Dungeon to beat, and then I'd like to do some runs. Probably not. I mean, it's one of those games like Hades where you don't really beat it. You could existentially play forever. But I'd like to show you guys some of the new shit in that game. It's the one where you're a little reaper with a little scythe. But holy shit, have they updated? I mean, it's just like they've added they've added a lot of good stuff and they've added a lot of pointless stuff like cosmetics. You can decorate the the break room and the boss's office and like the little areas that you start in when you die. You can decorate them now with pumpkins or creepy bleeding snowmen and it's just precious. I like the pointless shit. You can customize your robe and your scythe now. Yes, and it is a Ukrainian developed game. Thank you for reminding me to mention that. I actually wrote that on a note that I think I actually is probably stuck inside this notebook when I grab this notebook out. I wrote that to mention today because that is a Ukrainian developed and it's a really good game. Like I fell in love with it before I knew any of the above. And then I was like, holy shit, we have to support this company because holy fucking crap. We all know what's going on over there right now, those poor people. But it's really fun. If you enjoyed Hades on any fucking level or like Dead Cells or Hollow Knight, etc., it's that, but you are a cute little reaper and you run the underworld and you are beating the ass of all the people that you hired to manage various circles of hell for not doing their job. It's hilarious. Sorry, I'm taking a hit. My lips are so fucking dry. Literally, what was it? I was in Baltimore for maybe the equivalent of 3 days total, like including travel days, getting to and from the airport. And my body was like, moisture. And we get here. I feel like I have a sunburn on my lips. They are so fucking dry. Holy crap. Ow. I'm turning into I'm burning. I'm burning now. Oh my God. Is it really 4:26? Oh my God. It hurts too bad to smear the chapstick. Cheers, hoes. Yes, thank you. We gotta remember. If you got nothing to do on Mondays or you're looking for something cool to check out, I am a part of a new TTRPG role-playing show game every Monday at 1 p.m. Or wait, what is it? Noon Mountain Time. Yeah, noon Mountain Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard. You figure it out. Time zones are weird. But it's over on twitch.tv/The Wandering Inn, and it's a fucking great group of people, including, but not limited to, Lima Zulu Tango, one of the wonderful people who raided me today. And I get to play an angsty teenager from 1995 who has a mystical power or a possession of a demon or some shit called the Glutton. And I apparently can eat anything, any amount, like a bomb, I guess. I don't know, anything. I don't know what the fuck. I'm a void. I don't know yet. We're so early on in the show. There's so many mysteries. I have so many fucking questions. I have no idea. Lizzie, Well, it was my first night last night back with the puppies, and this morning they were so cuddly. Like, I missed them, and they missed me, and I selfishly was an hour late streaming because I was just laying on the couch snuggling them. So thank you guys for hanging out with me anyways. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me late, crazy late, but also, you're awesome. I'm basically Kirby, but yeah, kind of. I guess Kirby can act like a carrying vessel, right? Correct me. It's been a really long time since I played a Kirby game. Kirby can be like a vessel to like he can puke the thing up he swallows again, right? Because apparently I will have that ability, maybe. Yeah, I think I will. I think I was told that by Ashford that I could like swallow something and hold it and fucking vomit it up later when need be. I'm like a Mary Poppins bag via mouth, I guess. Now I get to be selfish, so the poodles are on my side. They are. I didn't even know it. It's witchcraft, isn't it? It's witchcraft. Trick. But yeah, it's witchcraft. I knew it. It's fine. Of course I would have witch dogs. My fucking throat. She's dry. Let me see. I'm just looking at who's live. Ooh, Rod's live. Let's raid Rod. Raid Rod. Rod is my dear friend who is actually a Colorado local. He took care, wonderful care, of my poods while I was in Baltimore. He spoiled them, he snuggled them, he disciplined them when need be, which I'm a full fucking yeah. Don't let my dogs get away with shit. But he obviously took very good care of them, and they are in good health, and they love him, and the nice neighbor lady, and all the dogs. So, and he obviously doesn't know what a lemon is. Gets nothing wet. Oh, yeah, we all get... Well, you know what's funny? Zach came home last night with a broken blood vessel in his tear duct and, like, this streak down his face, like a scar streak. And he's like... what do you say? He's like, Zelda got me and I don't even care. I was like, yeah, baby girl, you good girl. You just got me. That's a good girl. Nobody cares. They're so cute, and it's not malicious. Like, they're Muppets. Ours are Muppets. She's a Muppet. Poodles are Muppets. Envy. Don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow. Obviously hang out, chill, smoke some in the morning. But after that, I would like to play some Boyfriend Dungeon. We're so close, I think, to beating it. Maybe. I don't know. The dialogue indicates we're close. It's the close to end of summer. So I think we're close to the end of it. And it keeps like, it makes me anxious. Like it is close to the end of it, but I don't fucking know. Regardless, sorry I'm so burpy. I really enjoy the game. So I'd like to play more of that tomorrow. So I will be live from 9 a.m. until like, 4-ish, whatever. You know, sometime in the afternoon, whenever my dogs allow me to. Mountain time. Please come hang out. I love you guys and I missed you. Take your joy, clean your bong, wash your hands, those things. My keyboard just farted. Don't be a cock. There's Rod. Rod's an awesome human being. He has French bulldogs. He has a bird. He has an ancient dog that is blind. He also has a giant poodle that is the cousin or maybe sibling of our poodles. Came from the same breeder and definitely one of the same parents. And she is just the most precious, beautiful puppy for fuck. I was huffing her, my dudes. Like, the puppy smell is still strong in that dog, and I will not let it go. Oh, puppy smell is as good as they say. If you've forgotten, it's still good. I haven't smelled it in quite some time. It's still great. It's like crack. It's like babies' heads. You know, that hot spot, right? Oh, God. Gosh, I don't even have kids, and it fucking gets me going. All right, go be good to my friend Rod. Wash your hands, clean your bong, clean your pee-pees, eat fiber. I love you, and I'll see you tomorrow. Cheers. Did it fail again? Are you fucking kidding me? The raid failed again. Just kidding. Cheers again. I fucking... Oh, do it. No fail. No fail? Did it work? Oh, God. Fucking... Did it work?